ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́vnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wáyé dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Anamana, chuba dodiri chukuma duku chuba dodiri ndimmawu egu mawego para chuba dodiri chukuma duku chuba dodiri ndimmawu egu mawego obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo
It is a free one, be free.
ayandaba Sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Yeah, dia gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
And there it is right there. Good day to you all. O God of all creations, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man shall feel repressed. So a lot of people will argue that that was the one moment that we had in Nigeria, and shortly after that, Nigeria started to spiral down the dark pits of the abyss. So Nigeria spirals down the abyss. Good day to you. Good to have your company. And we're now fully in the throes of the weekend. So good to be your company. Good to spend time with you. There's nobody else I enjoy spending time more with you, more than with you. So there's nobody I enjoy spending time more with than with you. That's what I intended to say. So Good to have you here. Good to be in your company. Delighted to be here. Delighted to be joining you. So we shall drive through this session as we drive through previous sessions in a glorious, wonderful comradeship. So that's the plan. So hop on board. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. If you haven't subscribed, correct that immediately. And this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard, that's your, well, that's not the hyperlink. So let me make sure I've got the hyperlink. So this hyperlink right here that I'm about to post that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. It's always a slow build up and then the room suddenly fills up. So if you want to be first among equals, then that is your ticket to ride. So do all those. Click on like. If you haven't already subscribed, click on that, and then that hyperlink if you want to come join us. So a little bit of news for you actually. Let me put a little bit of news for you. So she's back with a bang, Dupsy back on Sunday, and she's doing as only Dupsy can. So she'll be talking all matters rather pastoral. So this was a deferred session that she should have had about 2 weeks ago, but it had to be deferred. But now it's come back into play. A little girl challenge claim made by Pastor Jerry Eze's church that a severed finger was reattached. So it's the goings on then within that pastoral space. That's what Dupsy will be taking on. But of course, she'll be adding on to that all manners of goodies. So join Dupsy. Join Dupsy 3 p.m. UK time. The link is already out. I'll be posting it in the course of the session. So all that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and let's just get straight into it. So we dive straight into it and we launch into it with the headline piece. Anambra to partner Lagos for ICT advancement. So now, seeing all the shining lights and sparkling the lights coming out of the Lagos state, Governor Charles Soludo has dusted his I was going to say his textbook. What's that? It's notepad. Yes. So seeing all the sparkling lights are sparkling from Lagos, Governor Soludo Charles, he has dusted off his notepad. He has his biro to the ready and is about to take lessons from Sanwo-Olu. Anambra to partner Lagos for ICT advancement. So we also saw the Oba of Benin, by the way, going on that learning tour in Lagos State as well. That was a few weeks ago. As part of efforts towards advancing information and technology development in Nigeria, Anambra and Lagos states have agreed to a partnership that will see the strengthening of IT ecosystems in their respective states. The objectives and key highlights of the Anambra-Lagos partnership include cybersecurity collaboration, protection of IT assets, cyber protection measures, and expansion of IT service platforms. A statement on let's do that entirely all over again. As part of efforts towards advancing information and technology development in Nigeria, Anambra and Lagos states have agreed to a partnership that will see the strengthening of IT ecosystems in their respective states. The objectives and highlights of the Anambra/Lagos partnership include cybersecurity collaboration, protection of IT assets, cyber protection measures, and expansion of IT service platforms. A statement on Saturday by the Managing Director/CEO of Anambra State ICT Agency, Chukwuemeka Agbata, said the collaborative effort stemmed from bilateral meetings with the IT ecosystem members during the reverse trade mission in the United States of America. So they are now meeting in America to discuss synergy between Nigerian states. So I wonder how much went in ESTA codes towards that. Gets towards addressing emerging challenges, fostering innovations, and enhancing the overall cybersecurity infrastructure. Agbata said collaborating with Lagos State is an opportunity to leverage each other's strength. So what strength does Anambra have in anything? It's a cap-in-hand narrative, by the way. They are going to beg for favors in Lagos State. There is nothing that Anambra can offer Lagos State that Lagos State does not already have. And there is everything that Anambra does not have that Lagos State has to offer. So it's not an equal partnership. It's not a meeting of peers. It's a master-servant relationship. How can it be otherwise? What does Anambra have in terms of structure or infrastructure or even knowledge that will benefit Lagos State in any way that Lagos State does not have and better? So it's essentially Soludo trying to tap into the luster and the allure of our Lagos State. As part of efforts towards advancing information and technology development in Nigeria, Anambra and Lagos States have agreed to a partnership that will see the strengthening of IT ecosystems in their respective states. The objectives and key highlights of the Anambra/Lagos partnership include cybersecurity collaboration, protection of IT assets, cyber protection measures, and expansion of IT service platforms. A statement on Saturday by the Managing Director/CEO of Anambra State ICT Agency, Chukwemeka Agwata, said the collaborative efforts stemmed from bilateral meetings with the IT ecosystem members during the reverse trade mission in the United States of America, geared towards addressing emerging challenges, fostering innovation, and enhancing the overall cybersecurity infrastructure. Agwata said collaborating with Lagos State is an opportunity to leverage each other's strengths and elevate the IT service market with a view to achieve technology excellence and contribute significantly to Nigeria's digital transformation. Anambra State has no history or antecedent in IT or technology, but Lagos does. You remember that Lagos State a couple of years ago, in fact, Ajale Koko fought us to a standstill on this platform. Remember, Lagos was clearing Yaba to make it the IT hub of not only Lagos, Nigeria, but really the West Africa and the wider African sub-region. So Lagos State already has and is already activating an IT master plan to make Lagos State the IT center of the continent. So that is how advanced Lagos State is. I'm not even sure anybody has a laptop in Anambra State, so I'm not quite sure what synergy and collaboration he's talking about. He said, this no doubt, Agwata said collaborating with Lagos State is an opportunity to leverage each other's strengths and elevate the IT services market with a view to achieve technological excellence and contribute significantly to Nigeria's digital transformation. He said, this no doubt resonates with the federal government's call through the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, at the recently concluded meeting of the Nigeria National Council of ICT Heads of Ministries, Departments and Agencies in Abeokuta, Ogun State, for the digitalization of MDA's operations. According to the minister, there was a need for immediate provision of ICT infrastructure that will aid data sharing amongst government agencies, which in turn would not only aid proactiveness in the business of governance, but would also block fraudulent activities, help improve Nigeria's economy, and set government priorities right at all times. Both parties will implement new methods of cybersecurity to fortify IT infrastructure, as well as formulate strategies to comprehend and counter the evolving threat landscape in cyberspace. Both states will also explore the introduction of advanced cyber protection measures for the safeguarding of critical IT assets, familiarization with cutting-edge tools to mitigate and reduce crime risks, and understanding new tools to gobbledygook and blah blah blah. So essentially, Soludo on a learning tour from the master of the art, Sanwo-Olu. So Soludo on a learning tour from the master of the art, Sanwo-Olu. So let me bring you this. This is one of the reasons, by the way, why Soluto would date to go and learn. This is Lagos State creating a state-of-the-art rail system within the state. And this is at the rest of, not just Anambra State, by the way, the rest of they are still battling with potholes and they don't even know what a car looks like. This is Sanwo-Olu's Instagram handle. It says, today I was at the Ikeja train station for the pivotal test run of the brand new trains dedicated to our transformative Red Line Rail project. The Red Line Rail project, which I performed the groundbreaking on. So it's telling you now that this is entirely his project. So he's telling you he did the groundbreaking and now, of course, is built fully. The Red Line Rail project, which I performed the groundbreaking on April the 15th, 2021, is a momentous step towards a connected and sustainable Lagos. So this is Sanwo-Olu showing off his sparkling new toy. Excitement is in the air as we gear up for the commissioning of the project by Mr. President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, on February the 29th, 2024. This project is a testament to our commitment to progress and innovation. Together, we are on the right track to greatness. So he rounds it off with a cheesy little line. But you can just see the chasm evolving between Lagos State. They are both states of the federating entity, or they are both states composing the federating entity that is Nigeria. But compare Lagos State to anywhere. Compare it to Kano. You know, you might as well be comparing Rwanda to New York. You know, it's just the chasm is just so wide. And the rate of development, there is an argument now that non-indigenous people or non-traditional people, because I'm not indigenous to Lagos State, but I'm traditional to Lagos State, having lived there, boy and man. So people that are not vested and long-standing within that state, they should actually get a visa to enter Lagos State. Your Nigerian citizenship should not just be enough for you to just stroll into Lagos State. So some of these people should actually get a visa to enter Lagos State. Economic crisis. Obasanjo urges devolution of power, resources to state. You know, whenever Obasanjo speaks, Obasanjo speaks, there's somewhat a collective rolling of the eyes nationwide, and there's a hissing sound that permeates the Nigerian landscape. And you know, when Nigerians hiss, is usually in contempt. You know, when they do that sort of thing, is usually in contempt. They only say that really because nobody in the history of that country has governed Nigeria longer than Obasanjo. I think he had about 4 or 5 years as a military head of state, the full complement of 8 years as a civilian head of state. Nobody has and could ever in the history of that country meet or never mind beat that record. So for him now to be preferring solutions to change the Nigerian state, the obvious question is, you've ruled the country the longest, why did you not implement all this? Economic crisis. Obasanjo urges, and particularly this devolution of power was a hot button topic under his administration. So it's not a new phenomenon that is contemporaneous. This was a hot ticket item under his administration. So the question then, why did you not do something about it? Obasanjo urges devolution of power, resource controls to states. So let's see now what's led Baba Yabo to all this. He likes to hog the mic anyway. He likes to be in the spotlight. A former Nigerian president, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, well, you know, President Olusegun Obasanjo, you know, I think the presidency supersedes his chieftaincy title. A former Nigerian president, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, has urged for the devolution of power and resources from the federal government to state and local governments to better manage available resources and alleviate the ongoing economic crisis. Obasanjo attributed the crisis to a lack of productivity amongst Nigerians and mismanagement of resources. By decentralizing power and resources, he believes that competition at the central level will decrease, allowing for more effective resource management at the local level. Obasanjo, who was represented by a former governor of Niger State, Dr. Babangida Aliyu, spoke as a guest of honor at the public presentation of the book Court and Politics, authored by Dr. Umar Ado. The book chronicles the first-hand experience of the author in politics and in the courts. According to him, 24 hours of practicing the presidential system is not enough. The important thing is to devolve power and resources to the state and certain jobs from the federal to the state and local government. In his remark, the chairman of the committee for the book launch, Alhaji Shehu Gabam, and by the way, Alhaji Shehu Gabam, if you don't know him, let me just show you who Alhaji. This tells you now just how deep this platform has gone. If you don't know who Alhaji Shehu Gabam is, let me show you him. Just bear with me one moment. Bear with me one moment, Gabam. Just bear with me one micro moment.
President Obasanjo and so on and so forth, you know, and then they an attempt to mobilize.
So if you don't know who Alhaji Shehu Gabam is, there he is right there, being interviewed by your favorite or your laughing. That's Alhaji Shehu Gabam right there. So that just tells you some of the quality of persons that we've had on this platform. We may be we are not small. Let's just put it that way. Nobody can argue with me that we are small. We've had some big hitters on this platform. But let's get back to it. In his remark, the chairman of the committee for the book launch, Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, said that Nigeria would continue to have challenges in politics and the electoral process as long as courts continue to base their judgments on technicalities rather than the facts of the issue. Gabam, who is also the national chairman of the Social Democratic Party SDP, noted that part of what brought Nigeria to where it is today is that we have a body, the Independent National Electoral Commission, empowered by law to conduct elections, and another arm of government, the judiciary, that decides who, on who is elected. He urged, so anyway, so that's what Alhaji Gabam has to say. But really, Obasanjo is just the hypocrisy of it, really. I wonder how many people actually take him seriously. All right, so a little bit more on the sparkling toys of Sanwo-Olu. Lagos State celebrates Red Line launch with President Tinubu. Join the excitement as President Bola Tinubu. So let's just get a little feel of it. I won't play you the sound because of copyright. So this is what Lagos State is doing. You know, contrast that with, you know, it's unbelievable. If you don't have a land in Lagos State, I'll urge you to go and buy one now. The longer you leave it, the more difficult it will be to afford for you. Which other state in Nigeria is anywhere close to even this? You know, they are patching up dodgy roads and living in the woods. All of them live in the forest outside of Lagos State and Oyo State, of course, my own home state. So let's start. Let me take you to this. Former President Buhari pied my mother, sibling, and friend. He'll die mysteriously. Sunday Igboho, he has returned now that his daddy is the president and is blowing hot. He's blowing steam through the nose. Yoruba Nation activist Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, has accused former President Muhammadu Buhari of killing his mother and sibling. According to Adeyemo, while speaking during a visit to the palace of the monarch of Igboho town in Oyo State, the former president also made an attempt to assassinate him. He alleged that Buhari sent operatives of the Department of State Services DSS and soldiers to assassinate him in his house. The activist, who spoke in Yoruba, said Nigerians from the southwest region must come together to free the region from armed Fulani herders. Buhari caused problem in my life. He killed my siblings, he killed my friend, and he also killed my mother. He'll die mysteriously with his children. Buhari is a Fulani. It is we Yoruba people that should be careful. He added, Buhari sent his soldiers and DSS to arrest me in my house because I said Yoruba people are not slaves to the Fulanis. They can't suppress us in our father's land. Fulanis can't stop our fathers and mothers from going to their farms, but I am back with the power of God and authority that is not of man. On July the 1st, 2021, and then it goes on to give us Igboho's backdrop. So there is Igboho then still peacocking. So now this storyline now, they've been making a lot of hue and cry about it within the obedience space and or whatnot. So somebody actually sent me that memo. Let me see. Let me kick it off. There's a memo that precedes this there's a memo that precedes this next bit that I'm about to, yes, I've got it here. Yes, there's a memo that precedes this next bit. Let me just make sure the person who sent his name is disguised. All right, so there's a memo that precedes this. Let me start it off from here. This is a memo that purports to come from the Qatari government to the Nigerian government. It's in relation to a visit by the Nigerian president to Qatar. So it says, yes, all the usual ding-dongs, Embassy of the State of Qatar, Abuja. It says the Embassy of the State of Qatar in Abuja presents its compliments to the Protocol Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria regarding the upcoming state visit of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to Qatar from the 2nd and 3rd of March 2024, and with reference to your note reference XYZ, which proposed holding a business and investment forum on the margins of Mr. President's visit to Qatar on the 2nd of March. The embassy has the honor to inform the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in Qatar. I'm not quite sure if this language reads right, but it says the embassy has the honor to inform that the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in Qatar apologizes that it will not be able to hold a business and investment forum as proposed by Nigerian side. When I tell you that this looks like a doctored memo, because the grammar is wrong, and not only is the grammar wrong, the language is also wrong. So I think this has been oluwoled by the opposition space, and I'll tell you why. Look at this paragraph. The grammar is wrong, and then the message is also wrong. The grammar is wrong, and the language is also wrong. Okay. It says the embassy has the honor to inform the, so that doesn't already read right. Oh, the embassy has the honor to inform that the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in Qatar apologizes that it will not be able to hold a business and investment forum as proposed by Nigerian side. So that should be the Nigerian side, due to the following reasons. So let's stay with that paragraph for a moment. So if you are sending a rejection, you don't send it with honor. So that word honor is out of skew with the messaging. It says maybe remiss or regrettable, or those are the sort of languages. It's not honor. The embassy has the honor to inform that the Ministry of Commerce and Industry apologizes. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry in Qatar apologizes that it will not be able to hold a business and investment forum as proposed by Nigerian side. So as proposed by Nigerian side, but not as proposed by the Nigerian side, due to the following reasons. So that already tells you the grammar is completely wrong for something at that high level of function. They may be Qatari, they may be Arabs, whatever it is that they are, they will have experts in language for this particular, because in diplomacy, language is everything. and everybody knows that. So they will have the mastery for the language in order to communicate diplomatic messages in diplomatic tonality, and there is no language in that. So that's the first bit. It says the embassy has the honor to inform that the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in Qatar apologizes that it will not be able to hold a business and investment forum as proposed by Nigerian side due to the following reasons. Not the Nigerian side, but as proposed by Nigerian side. So, number one, unfortunately, there is no any... look at that. Unfortunately, there is no any agreement. Not even anybody. Not if a Form 4 people writes language like that in Lagos, he will be flogged. No any. Unfortunately, there is no any signed between the state. Anyway, this. I'm going to respond to whoever sent this to me. This is fake. It says, I'm reading it verbatim, by the way. Unfortunately, there is no any agreement signed between the state of Qatar and the Federal Republic of Nigeria on investment promotion and protection. So, and it's not investment promotion, by the way. It's where did protection come from? So, anyway, this is cooked up. Let me just read you the rest of it. It says, His Excellency, the Minister of Commerce and Industry, will be carrying out official missions outside of the country during the upcoming visit period. During the upcoming visit period. Is that even English? Is that English? The state of Qatar will be hosting a web summit during the suggested period, and the state's authorities will be preoccupied with this event. The Embassy of the State of Qatar avails itself this opportunity to renew to the Protocol Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the assurances of its highest consideration. So that looks to be like an Oluwole job. In fact, certainly it is an Oluwole job. I'm not going to point in the direction of who may be responsible. You all know who they are, and you all know what they are like. But the federal government responds nevertheless. Tinubu will visit Qatar. Federal government reacts to leaked memo on rejection of investment forum. The federal government says President Bola Tinubu will visit Qatar on the 2nd of March. The government is reacting to a leaked memo that shows that the Arab nation has declined a proposed trip by Tinubu. Tinubu is scheduled to visit Qatar on the 2nd and 3rd of March for an investment forum. In the memo dated February the 22nd and addressed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Embassy of the State of Qatar in Abuja said there is no agreement between the Arabian country and Nigeria on investment promotion and protection. The embassy said Mohammed bin Hamad Al Thani, the country's Minister of Commerce and Industry, will be carrying out official missions outside of the country during the upcoming visit period. The embassy has the honor to, so it goes on to tell us, okay. Right. In a statement on Saturday, Francesca Omayuli, spokesperson for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, confirmed Tinubu's proposed visit to Qatar in March. The Federal Republic of Nigeria and the State of Qatar has a long history of friendship and close bilateral relations. The forthcoming visit to Doha by His Excellency President Tinubu will help to build on the important relationship, the statement reads. Omayila said the ministry is aware of the circulation in the media of diplomatic correspondence and wishes to confirm that it will not comment on leaks. On September the 22nd, the Middle East country rejected the planned visit of President Muhammadu Buhari over the country's preparation for the 2022 World Cup. The government of Qatar also asked the federal government to propose a new date for the visit, probably during the first quarter of 2023. So there it is now. The snooty little Arabs, tiny little shithole country. Snooty little Arabs. All right, so this now next headline. This one caught me off guard when I first saw it. Only 5% of Nigerians have 500,000 and above in their bank account, and this is the Minister of Finance. This is quite startling. Only 5. Well, there it is. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has stated that approximately only 5% of the people in Nigeria have more than 500,000 in their bank accounts. Edun, who made this disclosure in an interview with Channels Television, added that the Nigerian government reforms is to rectify the economic imbalance that disproportionately favors a small group of elites in the last 8 years. In the last 8 years, by the way, so they speak continuously to Buhari's corruption. So they've all but in name actually told us that, and this is the Tinubu administration speaking, they've all but in pronouncement told us that the Buhari administration is the most corrupt. So unpick the language here and then land at the obvious conclusion. Let me reread that paragraph. Edun, who made this disclosure in an interview with Channels Television, added that the Nigerian government reforms is to rectify the economic imbalances that disproportionately favors a small group of elites in the last 8 years over the majority of citizens. So that tells you all you need to know. He further remarked that the aim of microeconomic reforms was to ensure government revenue was directed into the government's treasury. The minister said that the reforms are corrective measures to mop up the liquidity in the economy that was not tied to production or supply of goods and services, adding that this imbalance only benefits a few people in the country. There have been an effort to ensure that the people's money is not in the hands of a few. And on that part, I must emphasize that when we talk about the last 8 years, before Mr. President came into power, there was this liquidity buildup. The issue was that the funds were going to a few. Only about 5% of the population have bank accounts that have more than 500,000 naira in them. So the majority was left out for 8 years. They are on the sidelines, whilst the small minority enjoyed. That is the major correction being made by Mr. President now. That is the major macroeconomic reforms that have been put in place. So, therefore, our government revenue that was outside the federal government's consolidated revenue funds have been brought back into the government funds, Edun said. Speaking further, he said President Tinubu is working to ameliorate the poverty of the masses as well as the high cost of living by providing a palliative package of 25,000 to 50 million family households for the next 3 months. So there it is right there, fighting on all fronts, our looter from Lagos. So fighting on all fronts, our looter from Lagos. I think that's sufficient enough to be carrying on with. So let's kick the conversation on and we'll unpack as we go along. Still plenty of space in the comment in the studio, by the way. Let me resend the link. Yes, let me resend the link. Anybody that wants to join. More than plenty space in the studio. So if you want us to have a robust session, it's a participatory sport. You know this thing. It's a participatory sport. If you want us to have a robust session, then you have to hop on and play your part. Hop on and play your part. So hop on and play your part. Let me play you the Kegite music and then we kick it off. First, of course, Egbe Lemu, the Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, water. you don't come, oh. Hapa oh night, oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Oko Iya Alaigbono, Oko Iya Oma Alaigbono, otherwise known as Enigmatic Condi. So that's enigmatic right there, guaranteeing already an excellent session. Taking that excellence to brilliance, Paddy in the house, father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, to put a bit of a dose of reality on the proceedings, bah, humbug. There is a rational mind right there. Bishop, not in a truck today, but in a restive space. So the audio quality almost had to be a lot better. And the erudite prince from Yoruba land, Adewale, in the house as well. So, and then, of course, the man with the statistics, Ku, Lata. So there it is right there. So a guaranteed epic session already. We'll do it in this order. We'll go enigmatic. We'll go Paddy, rational mind, Ajanle Koko, Kulata. We do it in that order. We do 8 minutes to or maybe 10 minutes monologue just to kick it off. Just as we try to streamline some sort of order to the way things proceed. So enigmatic Condi, good to see you. Enigmatic. You know they're there. All right, let me kick it off with Paddy then. I hope people can hear me. Can people hear me?
Hello, Mama. I hope you didn't call me.
No, I did call you. I said enigmatic. I said let's kick it off with enigmatic.
Oh,
are you ready to go, or do you want me to?
Let me take my shot. I won't be long. So.
All right, brilliant. So how do you want to launch at it? Do you want to free flow, or do you want me to feed you the lines?
Yeah, I'll free flow. I've seen the lines, but I'll just pick and choose the if that is okay for you.
Yeah, carry on. Let's hear from you.
Okay. First, let me just say good day to everyone on the platform. So let me join the let me chorus the voice, share, subscribe, and then be a part of the panel if you get the liver, if you have the balls. Anyways, once again, let me start with I think there was a memo that you read about the Qatar versus Nigeria.
Yes, and I'm calling fraud on that one because he didn't read right to me. But as you can kick it off from there.
Yeah, even beyond the fraud, we have now we have a group of alarmists, right, in our national polity as it is. They are never happy with anything that seems to be a good news about Nigeria. They sensationalize and they blow every seamless of a glimmer of hope out of a proportion that doesn't suit their purpose. And then I will keep saying it, right? And I will continue to say it. When you deal with I will give them, I will mark you on Loriki one. I will, I will go full square to appraise them, with their usual toga basically. When you have a bunch of nitwits, headless mobs, as the professor called them, newly now gave them a new name as barbarians. When you have people like that in the national polity, you always be tempted to shake your head and then trying to define their patriotism. We've been on several platforms where you see Ghanaians vehemently and ferociously defending, uh, you know, their country, regardless of the fact that we all know what Ghana is going through as it is now. We all know what most African countries are going through. We don't want to go beyond Africa, at least for now. But is it a crime that we have some TD babies who participated in a general election and they can't let go because they lost an election? Everything must be propaganda to them. And these are people that they are basically, nobody should be surprised, but we should be shocked. We should be alarmed, right, by their emergency loving, technicalities, the way they think they own Nigeria more than anybody else. And these are individuals, these are set of people, these are set of apostates, right, individuals that never believed in Nigeria. Because if you believe in Nigeria, your allegiance wouldn't be just to only one person. Only one person wouldn't just define your patriotism as a Nigerian, especially those who even christened, who called the same Nigeria. And this same Nigeria, they claim to love now. They called this same Nigeria a zoo before an election. And they even had the guts to call Nigerians animals. So are they part of the animals now because of the election? They did this during Buhari's regime for almost the 8 years, until maybe a year to the election before they realized they had to regroup and coalesce for a general election when they brought the worst among them, a failure among them. And when Nigerians rejected that failure, they couldn't move on. They started again. This is the old shenanigan they will be involved in for the next 4 years, until 8 months to a general election or another 1 year to a general election before they coalesce around another failure. And Nigeria will reject that failure and they want to burn Nigeria down. How long do they want to do this? And then to the presidency now. When memo leakages is just like it's like a data breaches in cybersecurity. It's a very big deal, right? It's an act of espionage against your country. And I believe whoever is listening from the presidency now, they need to tighten the nose. They have thought forces in the presidency as it is. But the good news is that Asiwaju, they are taking both steps. People may not understand now; they don't know yet. But last week he met with the civil service corps in the federal level, right? The civil servants basically through their leadership, the head of service, the permanent secretaries, and the heads of certain parastatals. They read the right out to them already because they've been monitoring their activities for a while. They have loopholes. They have third agents, as you can see now. They keep leaking, internal presidential memo from the office of the president, from the SGF office, from head of service office, from accountant general's office, even from the offices of some of the ministers. They are so what you can see now is that they have some disgruntled elements around them, and I believe they will soon weed them out because the Orosanye report is going to be implemented, and they are working on implementing that full cycle. So by the time they do that, things will balance, and they will know those truculent and the virulent ones among them. Managing and handling aggrieved employees, basically, you can't do without that. their job is basically to leak internal memos. Be it they don't care. They don't care about the security consequences to the country. They don't care about the danger and the risk it portends to the country.
You know, sorry, enigmatic. The leak is getting too much. Do you remember also when they leaked military something to that one that claims
Yeah,
that she's a
the one that
journalist, and it was talking about Nigerian security
yeah, the one
movement at the
obeying.
Nigerian border. Yeah.
Yes. This is what I'm actually speaking to. In the US here, this this is a big deal. This is a felony, right? This will land you in prison for the rest of your life if you are not careful. I believe we have some people who have been able to serve in the military or probably work in the federal cabinet or federal level in the US, right? And there are some people who are actually who are tech savvy who work in the IT world, basically corporate world generally. They know what the data breaches mean, and they know what it means, right? To have an aggrieved people, aggrieved employees, right? Sharing classified data to enemies. These are people where you cannot live with enemies within. But what the government is doing now, I believe, what they need to do, of course, part of those part of the comprehensive strategy, right? Basically to identify these breaches and to identify these individuals. Of course, they will have to go to identify the root causes first. They will have to find a way to conduct a comprehensive investigation, right? To understand the reasons behind even these employees doing this, these aggrieved employees doing this. But we can see that they will soon change some hands from what is happening. Do not forget one man before the election, right? We have some people. I don't want to sound hypothetical now. We still have some people probably within the cabal who still have their leftovers in the cabinet, and we still have some people within the Yemi Oshibanjo's camp who still have their leftovers in the cabinet. So these people, I believe they are engaging in this basically to embarrass, right, the government. But they need to be very careful because you cannot, because of a certain politician or certain agenda, put your life at risk. So they should understand the consequences of leaking internal memos. It's not a good idea, and I wish the chief of staff is doing something about this, because apart from the fact that the chief of staff is the number one person who coordinates the affair in the presidency. When I mean the presidency now, the whole of Aso Rock, the whole of White House, when there's a leak, right? Every finger should be pointing to the chief of staff. That is a breach, or that is a negligent act of not taking your job serious on the part of the chief of staff, and he needs to tighten up his belt and do the needful. They need to implement security measures. They need to utilize security solutions and technology solutions, right, to find a way to ameliorate, to curtail this, to nip this nonsense in the bud, and there should be consequences for
Enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
Enigmatic. Do you really blame these civil servants that doesn't know their left or right? If government had implemented, a security measure in such a way, when you see how government still using Excel and Microsoft Word just to, send memo across the board. I mean, it's a free fall, right? Where anybody can do anything. So when there's no such measure in place, people do
But
think that.
Diwali, I started by telling you that there will be a shift, there will be a paradigm shift, right? In the service production in the civil service. This used to happen in Lagos. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to work in Lagos or probably to be close to the civil service apparatus in Lagos, especially within the Ministry of Justice. Then, when Yemi Oshibanjo basically had to turn around the whole place, right? The Ministry of Justice in Lagos State, if I'm not mistaken, is probably the only digitalized Ministry of Justice in the whole federation. They don't use all this paper or files or whatever, everything. So you have timestamp, right? they can track. There are audit trails, there are paper trails to
Yeah,
everything.
but we've had a history of leakages recently from Lagos State. So you remember that memo of dead bodies in the morgue that was really the fund that was
But
meant to release.
they were able to trace it eventually, right? Look,
Oh, I didn't know that.
it's just like when you are dealing with when you are dealing with vulnerabilities or risk. You can't have 100% proof that it won't happen. But when they happen, right? Do you have guardrails to actually look into this? To what are those controls you have, right? To identify these, to profile solution, mitigate the risk or remediate the potential consequences of those actions. This is what I'm talking about. Everything is ground zero now at the federal level, and that's why they've had this cause to have a meeting with the civil servants basically, and then they in the coming days the implementation of the Oronsanye report will commence, and then when this thing is actually in full flag, then you will see the eventual turnaround of the Nigeria Civil Service. I think for the first time, they will have a semblance, a semblance of a coordinated corporate civil service for the first time, and then they'll be able to nip this in the bud. But beyond that, what I'm saying now is that even let's assume that we are still having to deal with this, with this nocturnal and this type of archaic, right, and the manual processes. But there should still be some guardrails within the presidency to guide this. Because what is happening now is that this is a diplomatic. Let's assume that some people actually were deceitful or probably disingenuous, right? From the tone of the language, from the texture of the English, you can tell that something wasn't right here. Maybe somebody went to cook it up or whatever it is. But we've seen instances in the recent past, that they've leaked memos within the presidency, right? So what you are seeing now is that some people are still within the fold. Maybe like I said, the leftovers of people who do not want this guy, who do not want them, who do not like them, who just want to continue to cause chaos and embarrassment to them, right? So what are they doing to block the leakage channels? How are they trying to identify and then address the potential potential leakages? How are they trying to what are they doing to secure their communication platform, right? So because when you have moles within the house, you know what that I believe you work within this. You work for the state of Texas, at least within the corporate system in the US, and you know how this thing work, and you know how seriously they take it. Beyond the fact that they will fire you on the spot, that is almost a criminal offense. You know that. So, and then talking about
Straight though.
All right, enigmatic. Let me move you on to another talking point just to manage the time. So when you tail that off, go into this. Only about 5% of Nigerians have over 500,000 naira in their bank accounts. That alarmed me that is startling. Startling.
Well, you shouldn't be stuck with one man. It's just the only thing that we basically look at. We look at Nigeria from the prism of a country that's probably is an isolated country from other institutions around the world. Nigeria, when you look at America, how many Americans can boast of $500 in their account, either savings or checking? So how many Americans can do that? A lot of Americans, live from hand to mouth. They live from paycheck to paycheck. When they get their paycheck, when they get their bi-weekly paycheck or whatever it is, it's gone. So it's a global phenomenon. But Nigeria we like to basically trouble ourselves too much. We want to put ourselves out there in a negative light, right? If it favors a certain narrative. If the face of the leader does not look like the one that we like, we believe that we must overshoot, beyond a certain limit of conversation, and then trying to believe we are embarrassing that leader. At the end of the day, we are not embarrassing the leader; they are basically embarrassing themselves, and that's the fact. Which African country converted to convert that 500,000 naira
But enigmatic, that
to
is
Ghana
coming
cedis?
government is coming from the finance minister now, who is embarrassing who.
No, I'm making a general statement. I'm basically making what I'm saying is that no country is insulated from issues. You do not expect a perfection or any perfect government or any perfect nation, but within the imperfection of Nigeria, right? Nigeria is still not the worst. We have neighboring countries in Africa without even going too long. We have Ghana, we have Cameroon, we have Kenya, we have a lot of African countries. When you convert that 500,000 naira to Ghana cedis, for instance, or to whatever currency they spend in Cameroon or in Cote d'Ivoire, how many percent of Cote d'Ivoire or Ghanaians or Cameroonians will have the equivalent of 500,000 naira in their account? So we are not saying how many Nigerians can afford 500,000 now. We are saying how many Nigerians would have 500,000 naira sitting in their account and they don't bother about it. It's just like you are asking how many Americans will have $1,000 in their accounts. Babaja, you live in the US. A lot of people live from hand to mouth in the US. And what I'm trying to say is that look at the situation that is going on for instance, in Ghana now. Ghana has been in recession for how long? Are you seeing any Ghanaian coming on almost every social media, cursing out everybody? Just like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, the Ghanaian president was mad. He basically completely almost reshuffled the whole cabinet, and you could see what they were talking about, the ex-ministers that were reshuffled out of the cabinet. If that could have happened in Nigeria, it would have taken all over the media space. They would have had their agents in foreign media houses. They would have shot some video to come out, like the one we had from an Indian reporter maybe 2 days ago or 3 days ago. So you cannot be working at cross purposes when you are trying to say you want to build a nation. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying Nigeria is perfect. If Atiku had been the president, what could have Atiku done in 8 months? If Sowore had been the president, the best thing that Sowore could have done is probably would have been singing Osana now. Probably he would have been putting a lot of people in prison, a lot of politicians in prison now. If Obi had been the president, what could have happened?
If Sowore had been the president, it would have been wasted years, just like Buhari. Not that he would spend the time looting. He would spend all of it posturing, just chatting around with Black Maria and making all these vacuums. There is no blue sky thinking, no creative thought, no elegance in disposition, no craft or gal, nothing that comments or recommends. Just he would just spend 8 years peacocking. That's all.
So the problem of Africa, right? The problem of Nigeria and by extension Africa is multifaceted. No single politician will come out of an Eldorado. We just had an election and we had a 3-horse race where almost each region pitched tent, quote and unquote, almost pitched tent, tribally, with their men, with their people, right?
Yeah, one man, enigmatic, please. One man, can you caution one of the moderators abusing people's mother, please? Carry on, enigmatic.
All right, I'll look into that. Carry on, enigmatic. Yeah. So when we say we are all Nigerians, we know ourselves. We know our fault lines, right? We know where we belong to, and we know our politicians in and out. If some people are pretending not to know the politicians in Nigeria, or they believe some certain politicians are little Jesus or messiahs, they can lie from now till their kingdom come. The fact remains the fact is out there, right? So nobody among the three of them, Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi, right? None of them would have done something significantly to change the country, to turn the country around overwhelmingly, especially when we've seen their footprints in government and in governance. Is Peter Obi not the worst governor in the entire Southeast when he was governor during his set? During the period that he was the governor, during the period, and I'm saying
you see, enigmatic. Anybody that says that they would have done anything differently from what is being done, maybe they would have administered the process differently. That is an argument, but they would have made different set of decisions from the big decisions being made by this administration. That person will be grossly incompetent. Anybody that says there are other options outside of the option, better options outside of the options being explored now. What other option other than to remove the subsidy? What other option rather than to float the naira? And those are the two big ticket spaces that is driving the economy. So if you are saying that should not have been done, then thank God that you are not president.
Yeah, where the quick go-to argument to a lot of ignorant people is they keep talking about subsidy, right? But they don't understand the fact that you can't even sustain the subsidy, because when you're trying to sustain the subsidy, definitely you'll be working against the constitution already, because it was an act of parliament that had already been concluded, right, before Buhari left office. So even if you say you do not want to remove subsidy, you do not have that power. You have to go back to the National Assembly for them to do their thing, right? For them to readjust or probably moderate it, because already it's the PIA Act, the Petroleum Industry Act, had actually dealt with subsidy. So without even saying it, right, the removal of subsidy has been enacted. It's been promulgated. It becomes an act of parliament already. So people can pick and choose. We've had Atiku was a vice president, right? Tinubu was a governor. Peter Obi was a governor, right? When all these people were in office, Obi wouldn't make the cabinet in Lagos State when Asiwaju was governor. The incumbent finance minister, CBN governor, what's his name? Fayemi, the Senate leader, they were in the cabinet in Lagos State. Tell me how Obi would have fit in that? The same man that was a failure, that was the worst in this. I'm not going beyond this region now. In the southeast, when he was governor, he was the worst. The worst. He presided over the least developed states in the entire southeast. Is it better than any governor in the southeast? Now you want to say in 8 months he will turn something around. What did he do in the place that he was a governor? Why did Ikemba withdrew his support for him? He took Fadaide, he took all of them, prominent Anabrarians, for them to actually apologize to that man on his sick bed before eventually say, okay, my last wish is for you guys to do this for me. Was he not slapped? Was he not prostrating everywhere? Why was he doing that? Because he failed in his first term. So look, we can choose and pick as we want, and we are not saying because it's APC or because it's Labour Party or because it's PDP now, right? But people should not rewrite history. People should not say, because you can dwell on the propaganda, you can dwell on the hearsay to people who do not know what you are talking about, not people who do not even know how to get to Anambra State. You cannot dwell on propaganda to people who lived there and who know the entire region. So that I'm saying it, that by virtue of the fact that I know that entire region, he was the worst governor in the entire southeast during his set. Do you want to put him side by side with Sullivan Shime or Onamani or the governor of or any governor from Imo State or any governor from Enugu, from probably the only state you will compare his failure with would be probably the ones in Abia State. And when you look at Abia State, you can single out Orji Uzor Kalu. He might have failed in every other thing, capacity, but when it comes to sport, we knew what he did with Eyimba United, and we knew how he turned it around. Tell me one significant thing this thing did. They will say, go and verify. They will be, tell me what he did. They will be giving you, go and be reading papers, go and do this. And I'm saying it. I'm not talking beyond the Southeast now.
All right.
Let's leave it at that.
All right. And just to manage the time, let me take you to this next topic. Just a short little commentary on this one, and then I'll go on to Paddy. Economic crisis, Obasanjo urges devolution of power, resources to states. A lot of people agree that that is imminently needed for Nigeria to make any form of progress because the wheel of governance and development is too slow in grinding from this over bloated centralized thing that we have. But is Obasanjo the right voice to be chiming this sort of narrative? Obasanjo urges devolution of power, yes, but is it the person to be saying it?
Omar, let me just comment real quick before I proceed. I want to emphatically say it again for people who can listen, right? For people who can listen. We are all stakeholders in that country, and a lot of us, most of us, are stakeholders not just in one region, in almost all the regions of the country, right? And I'm not basically cherry picking. I'm saying now again, if you know you are from the south, all of you are here. Everybody here, they are not from Anambra State. I'm saying it again. In the entire southeast, right? The 5 states of 5 southeast, the worst governor during his set, people can fact check this. The worst governor during his set is Peter Obi. I'm saying it on record and on live here. The worst governor in the entire southeast during his set, the class of the governors, it was the worst. People who were in their JSS1, or probably their mother was a commissioner during the regime of Peter Obi, will come over here trying to gallivant and trying to pontificate when you were in GSS1, when that guy was governor, or probably the time he was completing his gubernatorial and whatever, you were just going to your GSS2 or GSS3. So once again, he was the worst in the entire southeast, and I will leave it at that. So what Obasanjo said,
no, carry on, yeah.
Nigeria is a work in progress, and then for people who believe in Nigeria, like me, a very patriotic Nigerian, right? I don't just become Nigerian. I don't just become a patriot by virtue of a politician. No politician will feed anybody. No politician here is a father to anybody or a family relative. But we should always understand the fact that when a country is going through some trying periods, when a country is going through rebirth, right? It takes a nationalistic approach and it takes a patriotic approach, right, to weather the storm of the murky waters of the denigration and the desecration that the country has actually gone through. So from 99 to 2024, we've not really had it good for Nigeria. It's been one problem or the other. But the best form, the worst form of any democratic rule cannot be compared to any one in khaki, right? Of course, some people may not understand that because of their myopic idea. But now, OBJ, he did his best, and then that is why he's an ex-president and a elder statesman. Of course, Nigeria is going through economic crisis. But when you look at the economic crisis that Nigeria is going through, look at the Binance that we just basically wrestled the whole of last week. Most of these things are internal struggles. Most of these things are internal saboteurs from Nigerians themselves. Nigerians are the ones, causing problem for Nigerians. And I hope and I wish that Nigerian politicians will have the political will to do the needful, to wield the big hammer, the big stick on these saboteurs. They are part of us. They are part of Nigerians. They are not Americans. They are not from UK. The bankers that we are talking about, the big boys in the banking industry, they are friends to all these politicians in the high places. There are some politicians among them who are top shareholders in most of the banks who are actually involved in this economic crisis. So when you are talking of devolution of power, resources to state, how do you want to do that without having the aggregate number of ideas when Nigeria will believe what is right should be right, what is wrong should be wrong? Now, by virtue of what the federal government has been doing for the past maybe 7 months or 8 months, the governors, they basically usurp the powers of the local government. Local government administration basically seems to be almost impossible in Nigeria now, almost not inexistent at all in Nigeria. Why are the governors not giving the local government? Buhari, I think there was a time, maybe twice or once, when Buhari was so concerned that the FAC allocation was supposed to be going through the 3 tiers of government, but the governors would not let the local government chairmen have their share of the FAC allocation. I think Buhari paid once or twice directly to the chairman, to the local government administration's account. They took this man to court, up to Supreme Court, and then the case was against him. He lost. And that was the time the local government autonomy couldn't actually be completely achieved. And this brings me to the question, because they want to focus on the central, and I made it a point the last time. When you are talking about the devolution of power, what are the governors doing within their respective states? There are some states in Nigeria that shouldn't have problem, shouldn't have conversation about poverty. Whatever is happening in Lagos, regardless of the infertile and the pedestrian argument that Lagos was about FCT or whatever. We had Calabar as FCT. We had maybe one of the central state as FCT at the point. But Bayelsa State, Delta State, between Bayelsa State and Delta State, they can do more than 2 times of what Lagos is doing now. What are they doing with their finance? They are receiving finance from the FAC allocation. They are receiving royalties from the IOCs. The NDDC is there for them. How many years now?
Enigmatic, do you know that Lagos State is building now the equivalent of O2? You know the famous O2 Arena in London? Yes, they've done the groundbreaking. It says someone arrives at the groundbreaking ceremony of the Lagos Arena at the Palm Mall Lekki something street. The iconic Lagos Arena project will be a purpose-built infrastructure to seat 12,000 people. This project will open up the entertainment industry more than ever before for international shows, concert sports, and other major events in Nigeria. And look at the elegance of what they're looking to put up.
Yeah, woman, look, when Nigerians, I said it the other time, it may sound condescending, right? When hunger don't tear them where, when hunger don't wire their head where, they will abandon politics, they will abandon sensationalism, they will face the fact, they will hold the subnational leaders, they will hold their governors accountable, they will hold those guys in the government houses accountable when hunger don't fire them where. Look at, I will keep making examples of these 2 states, Bayelsa and Delta State. Delta State has been a one-party state since 1999. From the turn of democracy, it's been PDP. What achievement can you significantly point to in that state? What achievement can you significantly point to in Bayelsa State? Bayelsa has the list of the list of local government numbers in Nigeria, just 8, and they are probably top 5, right? In all earners in Nigeria. When you're talking of FAC allocation, when you're talking of IOC, when you're talking of NDDC, when you're talking of derivative funds, one man, Bayelsa. When else you go to Nigeria, visit Bayelsa. When else you visit Nigeria, visit Delta State, right? At least Akwa Ibom State, there was a turnaround when, I think for the past 15 years, they've tried. Akpabio did some very good things when he was there, but he could have done better than that. The guy who his successor took it from there, tried. This new one, I don't know what he's going to be doing. They constructed a church, I think, to the tune of 32 billion naira in Akwa Ibom State. For what? For what? So, and then I keep saying it, when there's a concentration of developmental projects and developmental achievements, right, in maybe 1 or 2 states of the federation, there will be chaos, as you can see. So the Niger Delta region, the South region, the South region have no business with poverty. I don't know why they are dealing with that. I don't know what they are doing with their governors and with their leaders in those areas until they keep asking those questions. The IOC, the royalties they generate from the IOC alone. Look at the way they make the mess of NDDC. One man, have you seen the budget of NDDC? Have you seen NDDC budget for the past 20 years? they've not been able to achieve anything significantly, anything. And the NDDC, they are, at least you cannot say they are Fulanis now. You cannot say they are Northerners now. You can't say they are Southeast people now. They are the people from the south, from the south, and they fail to develop south with the proceeds and with the budgetary allocation, accruing to NDDC every year. And then people want to talk about developmental projects. So you cannot say Lagos State or maybe River State or ABJ, right, should be the model for Nigeria.
All right.
Not carrying the weight. They need to carry their weight, and they need to look at those useless governors in the eyes and put their feet to the fire.
No, Charles, thank you. I'll get to you shortly. So thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. So to manage the time, Enigmatic, let me go on from you too, Paddy, as he makes one of his rare appearances on the platform. So Paddy, good to see you. Are you there, Paddy?
Yes, I am.
Brilliant. Good to have you, Paddy. So do you want to come into the conversation off your own steam, or do you want me to lead you into it?
You can lead me. I mean, I'd like to speak about the Lagos State railway.
Yes, I was just saying jocularly, but maybe even somewhat seriously, people should be vetted to come into Lagos State now. Just the speed of development is I'm not quite. I'm a bit reticent to say first in the world unseen before, but the rapid rate that this just huge projects after huge projects. The red line now comes on stream. The blue line already rested and in just regular everyday
Woman, are you there? Can you hear me? Or did I lose out?
Where party? We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I can barely hear one man, so I'm not sure if he's still within the room or not. Okay. Personally, I mean, first off, I wanted to speak to the comment section. I see lots of snides and tawdry words being brandished at each other. And I think, I mean, I understand that we have I'll just let that go. I guess the comment section is where people throw bans and do their sort of gospels. But I think anything else.
Hey, Paddy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, you speak low a little bit. Can you kind of increase the volume a little bit? Thank you.
Better. Is this better? Can you hear me now? Is this better?
We can hear you, but just a little bit low. The volume's a little bit low.
Oh, okay. Maybe. What about now? Is this better now? Is this better?
Yeah, it's okay. Paddy, go ahead.
All right, yeah. I mean, Lagos State, it's for first off to one man's comments. I mean, that's not possible now. We can't stop denizens of Nigeria from coming to Lagos, and I don't think Lagos as a metropolis would even thrive as much as it ought to thrive if there are not people coming in to use these services or to use these infrastructures. But I was saying something to a few friends today, and we're conversing over soccer, and I mentioned to them that every other city or every other state, every other of the 35 states that we do have like the easiest job. All the 35 governors have somewhat the easiest jobs. That all they have to do is just to copy the Lagos blueprint without, so Lagos is like that firstborn whom all other siblings will have to, or nibblings will have to follow through based of their progress. So Lagos has done so many of the groundwork. I think one other beautiful thing, especially for the railway, is that they've been able to use old infrastructures that was there even from the days of the British, from the 18th and 19th and very early 19th century, been able to revamp quite a number of those railways and then bring it back to life. But outside of railway, outside of even the waterways, just the food hubs that they are creating, the healthcare. I mean, I found out some while back that if Lagos State even has like a state HMO, that people in diaspora can pay as little as about $10 or something to your loved ones back in Nigeria, and you can get that done online, and they will enjoy very flexible, net to cheap healthcare. So those very basic things that many of us think are even pension schemes or retirement schemes. So there's like so you can have a pension almost like equivalent to a 401k in the United States. You can have that paid towards your parents or your elderly loved or your age or your retiring loved ones back in Nigeria. I'm actually even doing one for some people. So just are things that state is implementing, and it was beautiful to also hear one man read that Soludo came to Lagos and is trying to run some IT merger or IT partnership, even though I would see as yeah.
When was the last time you heard that Lagos State actually owing workers?
In fact, the last that I heard, they're telling
Lagos State is
salary.
heavily indebted, though. Let's
owing workers.
No, the last I even heard, they're actually even increasing salary. I mean,
exactly.
Lagos State now has created a 3-day work, for the civil service. So those things are things that many other people can almost implement without hassles. And I think one of the things that other states, maybe, I mean, I understand the Lagos is a metropolis, but quite a number of, I was privy to knowing some of the standard of employment that Lagos State does, would do. So the average civil service servants in Lagos is very well learned. Has beyond just the regular BScs or HNDs or something. Of course, there are those ones there. But if people working their finances have a minimum of ICANN, ACCA, and those kind of people, those are kind of brains that Lagos State are employing, young, astute people. You hear them speak. In fact, they're employing people from diaspora working within Lagos State. So it's not the average.
You can't go to Lagos State and try to bamboozle somebody with an American accent,
you can't.
They all have American accents.
Exactly.
So who are you trying to yeah.
You will meet your match. They have honorables who are from the UK, speaking very astute, English, commanding words and everything, and they are very well learned. So, and I mean, Lagos State has that very corporate environment. And when I worked with them, I'd work from consulting standpoint, right? And I saw how well Lagos State employees held their own against people from Deloitte easily. It was just like co-pairs, just mingling and exchanging ideas. And I think maybe that's probably one thing that Soludo is trying to do is take away all those paperwork that we currently have and try to digitize, their processes, try to digitize their laptops. And the average Lagos State staff, and I think it was Enigmatic that was speaking to that, their laptops are not the regular laptops where you just open and put password. They're actually very keyed passwords. So all these bits of documents leaking here and there is almost very minimal, or if not even impossible. Even the one that you referenced, one man to Enigmatic, it didn't get leaked from the state. It got leaked from the consultancy companies, the third-party companies that Lagos State had paid to cremate or bury those people. So it was from the vendors that leak came from. And then if I want to just quickly speak that into the presidency or the ministry and see how the executive is having this lopsided way of documents being leaked simply because of a sensational news. It's quite it's appalling. But just continue speaking to Lagos. I'm enjoying the growth. It can be better. There's room for growth, but I think the very barest minimum where you're not having and the good thing about this train,
sorry, Paddy,
yeah.
But I can't get past the chasm between Lagos State and every other state in the country. So one, you say Lagos State, you say it's an unfair comparison, but even if you do it pro rata relative to their resources and everything, you don't see that commensurate ambition. Never mind the accountability, the business-like approach, the blue sky thinking, the innovation and the expansiveness and the futuristic. All of these things, you don't even see at the beginnings of a concept from anybody. Look, they contrast that with Osun State, when they have some fat
That's
boy
ridiculous.
dancing,
Hey, one man, stop it.
some fat boy dancing, you know
One
what I
man, stop it.
You know.
The other day I saw him. That's the Oshun guy, the Oshun Bola. I saw him signing. I think he just appointed a special advisor of
On
some
entertainment, yes, some woman, yeah, God.
I mean, so that's like where
some person is doing light rail. Yeah,
exactly.
Oh
one man. So if somebody's trying to build an O2, and you're still bringing, almost a retired actress, who is making videos about 2,000 views on YouTube to become special advisors, advising you on what? And so you can, and then you have such states have brains like Kulata as denizens, but they can't even maximize them. And then even the neighboring one, Ogun State, which I also have, affinity with. Yeah,
I detest that guy.
Lagos State just bought 500 hectares or so to, to plant rice. So these people have resources are bound by them, but they're not maximum. I mean, Lagos, Ogun State should be like a New Jersey to a New York. By default, people should be living in Ogun State and be working in Lagos. But the state is not even creating that enabling environment. There should be lots of affordable houses in Lagos because this new red line leads to Ogun State already. It's part of the plan. So people should be looking properties should be developing there. Whatever happened in Lekki, the governor of Ogun State should be doing the same thing there. Like come in and buy massive land there, develop it, and have people live in Lagos, live in Ogun State, and work in Lagos. That's literally how to grow, to expand and grow. But to your point, one man, it's becoming very palpable and appalling that we are not having people. I mean, I like what the Niger State governor is doing with tractors. That's very very impressive. But also,
yeah, but it's playing to his strength now. That's all we're asking them to do. Play to your strength.
Yeah, but we also have another governor who is still giving out rabbits. So,
my goodness. Yeah. But speak to this headliner, Paddy. Enigmatic was saying it's a global phenomenon, but it caught me off guard when I saw it. Only 5% of Nigerians have over 5. Nigeria is a 200 million plus population, by the way, have over 500,000 in their bank account. What's that? 50 pounds? Or thereabout.
This particular headline is not news. We've had this being regurgitated. I think even during Emefiele's time as well, it was also the same benchmark. About 5% of Nigerians have above 500,000 in their accounts, just lying there not doing much. And I think it's not a very true reflection of income. So I'll give myself as an example. I have about about 9 people. I mean, outside of on my payroll, who are earning about 3.6 annually. So they earn an average of 300,000 every month. So there's a category of people who are my employees who are earning 300,000 every month. So these people cannot save up to 500k, but they are earning well enough for them to live within their daily lives. But for very bulk sum, one of the things that I understand that the average Nigerian, and the average, in fact, maybe it's even like a global thing, the culture to save is not innate in us to just want to save or have funds. Except maybe you made some good profits, or you just have some cash somewhere that you're not working, that you're not worried about. So what people do to pay heavy bills like rent or buy cars or whatnot, or to maybe third parties, is that they use thrift system. So they save maybe like 20k or 30k every month amongst themselves, pull together, and then one person picks like a bulk. So that bulk you can use to pay your rent, you can use to pay your children's school fees, and do those very bulk things. But to just have 500k in your account for 12 months, 6 months, doing nothing.
Why do you save? Why would you save with a 30% inflation?
Right, exactly. I think I was even coming to that point as well too. So trickling down to even the cost of living, transport, commercial, data, feeding, yeah.
Sorry to interject you, but the propensity to save it may not be there. But when it comes to throwing up a party, 1 million party can surface within a second. Don't you think because of the culture that is the reason why we don't save? Not because the hardship. I understand what Plata is trying to throw in there, but I mean we lived through that hardship at one time or the other when we were in Nigeria. So the culture, could it be that is the reason why people don't have that propensity?
to your point, Nigerians are doing Japa and 20 million naira is popping out, not for one person, in droves. And that 20 million is to pay agents, or 10 million to pay agents for them to get you a visa to go into the UK. So people are not saving. But when it comes to throwing parties or want to relocate or doing something, people have ways of bringing out those funds. So it's and then there are people who if in fact you find that the average Nigerian does not have the right fund in their account to go to Canada or to get admission, they always come to you, people, maybe friends or family, people in diaspora, to put funds in their accounts and then for them to be able to print statements. So we know these things. I think that there's no that almost immediate push for people to just want to have money that can. That's one thing. I think another thing again, it might also be a lack of trust in the banking sector in Nigeria. And I think maybe that's probably another angle that we can look into. There's almost a subtle lack of trust. People would rather still want to do things the very old way because you're not sure whether they're going to change currency the next day. You're not sure if there'll be a policy, or you're not even sure that your bank will fold. With the likes of all these third-party generation apps, banks coming like OldPay and Kuda, who are just closing day to day. So people don't want to keep their funds in the bank. They rather just want to spend them or buy things, or maybe buy properties, build houses, or whatever it is. So even though, yes, to land that point, even though 500k seems like an easy benchmark, Nigerians still have a way of pulling out those funds whenever they need them.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the Obasanjo headline, Paddy. Obasanjo now, everybody is an expert on how Nigerian problems can be resolved just as soon as they leave office. Economic crisis. Obasanjo urges devolution of power, resources to states. So it's just it's something that there's an inevitability to it if we have any ambition for growth in that country. But Obasanjo had the opportunity to correct this. So why didn't he when he was there?
I mean, everybody's always a good umpire when you start by the bench, or we are looking from afar. And to your point, he forgets that he was president for how long? 8 years in office. The 4 years of Yar'Adua, he was very influential. The years of Jonathan, he was still very influential. So it's not like it's not saying anything new. And it's always very easy, but it's not the same states I was just chastising just now. The same states that are still buying rabbits for people. I'm not saying buying rabbits is a very bad thing, but there's no guarantee that these states even know what to do, even if you dissolve power to them. The same states that their governors are the ones are part of the ones who are round tripping FX. Nothing new is going to happen, because people don't even hold their governors to account. So even if this happens, people will still look to presidencies. People will still look to Aso Rock for whatever it is. It will behoove us to think that.
Sorry, which of these two splits do you think is the most paramount? Devolving power or resource control? So devolution of power, I think that's already happening in piecemeal anyway. So we're talking about state police, being able to generate your own electricity, those sort of things. So anything outside of national security and diplomacy should really go to the state. So that's devolution. But then resource control is then something under the ground. So would you split them up and prioritize one over the other?
They probably go hand in hand, because you will need to be able to somewhat control your resources for you to be able to manage even any police or security. Lagos State the other day came in and said they have about 10,000 people trained, and then they are poised for should there be state policing. Lagos State is already poised to employ people and maximize that safety, right? But we can't. Look at those. Remember those two constabularies who were saying, "Give me money, give me money." Those guys from Oyo State. Yes, even though they're under the Federal Police Constabulary, but are you telling me that Kulata's governor will have funds to give those guys? Should they police? They won't. Where would the money come from? So, and again, every state also
Harry.
too.
Is it Harry or Larry?
Yeah.
Paddy.
Paddy. Yeah. Can you please give me a second. I want to
Sure. Yeah.
direct something to one man. One man.
Yeah.
While I was making my comment, I believe I was basically speaking to national issues, and I speak to politicians. And I've always said it on this platform, right? Peter Obi is nobody's father on this platform. So if I talk about Peter Obi, and if you are not happy with that, you know what to do. Talk about Atiku, talk about Tinubu, talk about all of them. Go back. But and I've not actually had any issues whatsoever with anybody, right? I've always been basically a topical to the point. But I forwarded you something now, right? 3 people from this platform actually shared it with me. I didn't even see it. What Shioma has been writing, you need to caution that slot, that, Slovene, doxy, drab, crumb grabbing slot on this platform. She needs to put herself together and stay in her lane. That troll up that you are allowed to actually do the damage on your platform, right? She's been here chasing a married man all over the place every time, chasing Kulata. She knows Kulata is married, but she wouldn't leave Kulata alone. I did not mention her name. She needs to stay in her lane. If I curse out Obi, if Obi is not your biological father, if Obi is not your aristo, stay in your lane. I did not call your name. When I say Obi is the worst governor in the entire Southeast, right? What you will do as a reasonable human being, if you have any brain in yourself, that brain, if you walk on your head, is compare him with the state, with Imo State governor then, with Enugu State governor then, with the neighboring governors then. At least I did not say South governors. I did not say Southwest governor. I said in the same Southeast that he was a governor, that he was the worst. So what brings about my mom here? Did I call your slutty mom? Did I call your name? Did I call your daddy's name?
All right.
Your father?
All right. Enigmatic. What I will caution. Tioma, temper it down a bit. But what I will say is
no. That's
fine. That's fine. What I will say, enigmatic, is that the comment section, not just on this platform, but universally on social media, is a culture of its own. Sometimes it's just best to ignore them, but it's difficult sometimes.
3 people on this platform, 3 people actually on this platform, screenshot what she's been writing, and I need to address it. I can be on the comment section sometimes having banters with some guys, but I have never had any banter with Shioma because I know who she is, right? And I tried as much as possible to respect the fact that she's a lady and put her in her space. We guys, we can do our banters as guys, right? But ladies should stay where they say when they are giving them that modicum of respect. She needs to employ some decorum in her attitude. 3 people on this platform, somebody that you respect so well, right? Actually, one of them actually shared it with me, what she's been saying. And I need to address it with you. So if you have issues that I'm calling out Obi, call out any other politician that you know that I have interest in. That's how it works.
But with one man, I have a problem.
No, none of that, Charles. Thank you. Enigmatic, paid no heed, and Ichoma, please leave people's mothers out of it. You can back and forth, but no mothers. So no mothers, but let's go to Papa instead, which is for Paddy. So thank you for that. Choma, consider yourself cautioned. But let me take you to. Do you want to carry on in that space, Paddy? Paddy, back to you.
Yeah, you can change the topic, but I think it's good. It's good. So let me also second the notion that Kulata is the Don Juan.
Look at that. Kulata that never used to get a babe at Junior. Now he never got babes at Junior. He has now done to the who's that guy? Hugh Hefner of the One Man platform.
with his Viagra too.
Is he dead now? Is he dead now, Hugh Hefner? I think he's dead.
He's dead. He's dead.
He's passed. I mean, Kulata has his
your girlfriend though, Kulata.
Joe de Vive charisma. So hey, we can't blame Colorado.
Look at that. Did you see him earlier on a platform flashing his expensive wristwatch saying, come here, baby. Come here, baby. He was doing that that come here, baby.
One man, leave story.
All right. Okay, I'm still coming for you. Don't worry. Just stay there. But back to you, Fadi.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much my point.
So Sunday Igboho is back in Nigeria, and a lot of people somewhat, I won't say miffed, but somewhat befuddled that he has not yet had that knock on the door. Rather, he's preening and peacocking with a motorcade of motorbikes parading him all over Igboho town, and he is sounding large to the. What are you making of Igboho being back in Nigeria and still peacocking as though nothing happened?
Personally, I'm not a fan, and I hear his visceral comments. Like you said, peacocking. Two things that I can pick from it. It's either it is doing that human's job for the government in such a way that he's trying to douse the subtle or quasi agitation that's going on within the Yoruba enclave, where he's the one who's speaking, oh, Yoruba shouldn't do this. I mean, that's like the only thing I think he might be doing for the government, because otherwise, I've never been a fan of him from day one. I've never been a fan of glamorizing someone who used to be a lout.
There's somewhat of the Peter Obi about him. I beg your pardon, sorry to continue your stride. There's somewhat of the Peter Obi about Sunday Igboho. This is a virulous killer, a political thug, a hoodlum of the highest order, and then suddenly he's rebranded as some Robin Hood character. Very much like we had with Peter Obi.
One man, this is your future. I'll just speak to Sunday. But yes, go ahead.
Let me sound a point of warning to you. On this show, we have Sunday Igboho sympathizer, or should I say admirers, in the name of someone called Babati. So be mindful of how you criticize him.
I'm not criticizing. I'm not chastising. I'm just not a fan. I get what he stands for now, but I would always circle back to what he used to be, and I'm not someone who would isolate your good deeds or your perception of good deeds, without looking back at your antecedents. So for that reason, I'll probably just leave Sunday. But I think the only thing I see him doing, he's probably just trying to be that internal voice to soften what the Yorubas pain from agitation. Because if you've noticed, since he's been back and he's been subtly talking to the Yorubas, I haven't seen any full political raid or some Yorubas screaming and shouting they're hungry anymore. I mean, it might be short-lived, whatnot, but I'm not a fan. So whatever he wants to do with it.
Just as a parting bit, what are you making of this Ebing Power little clips that seems to be permeating the social media space now? Do you find it somewhat contrived? There's an undercurrent of orchestration to it that's that makes it seem somewhat disingenuous, like that's a puppet master pulling strings sort of. What are you making of all this Ebing Power and just noise that we're hearing up and down, especially the Southwest?
I mean, the Southwest will be the Southwest all the time. I mean, we are who we are. That video, yes, it sounded a bit mendacious, but also too, I think one of the things that people always assume is that when the new government comes, or when the new president comes in, automatically that region starts to bloom. So the very first day after the inauguration, there's some massive cash that is loaded into an helicopter, and then it streams around the entire Southwest and starts doling out cash, and everybody just jumping and picking that cash, almost like though whiskey that's gone to the hood. People don't understand that Tinubu as an example, or even whatever it was that Obitu was selling, they were selling reforms. So they were not selling the fact that we're going to, even a show where we're not going to get there and it's going to be party the next day. And I think that's like where the Yorubas, or maybe where this sensation is lacking. And I think that's the one thing where the Tinubu government are doing poorly, is that you can't make these reforms and not leverage people, your constituents, to speak to your denizens and let them understand what these reforms mean. The Abin power obviously has been stretched out, almost like how the Lokonto was stretched out. But that was just some random guy who was making a video of Tinubu passing Lagos Island and just Abin power, almost like saying, "You've not given us our entitlements." You know how area boys to do
Yes,
that.
it's your rights as a chant
Exactly.
now. It's your rights as chant.
It was just loud. Like, I mean, you never declare, or you pass it, you know, declare. But it's become a mantra. And then we've had like very small, poorly funded campaigns in your state also. That rally that one lady was calling Tinubu or whatever it was that she was saying. And the shocking part for me was people who were the bystanders were even looking puzzled to even see people protesting, like, what's going on here? So those things are poorly funded. Maybe just some guy somewhere has funded some opposition people to make a rally just to they pay them like some 5,000 and everybody's fine. But I think this whole thing will narrow down very soon. And I mean, Yorubas always be Yorubas whenever they choose to be. So I think that's my opinion on that, and I'll land it there.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I'm still going to loop around, but I just want to whiz around quickly. I want to go in the direction of Rational Mind next, because I think he's somewhat pressed for time. Rational Mind, are you still there? Amongst these Agbado people, let me bring you in, Rational Mind, with this clip.
Oh yeah. This is the rise from the 30 billion naira. I mean, 101 okay, but now. So I said in the afternoon that my expectation was the calculation I made was based on 2.1 billion. So I will also take the picture of people on queue. And then you could do agronomic mefa no. Mefa no say. So mefa ni so my answer it took. Okay.
So that's in Kogi State. So that parachute 30 billion that Tinubu sent around the states as palliative to insulate the hunger. As ever, the states are looting it, and that now is what they are presenting to their people. Just a cup of rice and away with you. That's you fed for a year. Rational Mind.
Woman, you see, I've said it on many times here that the lack of transparency, the opaqueness, which would say how the Nigerian system of governance is run, and also culminating in this guy that is the Aso Rock today, it begs a lot of questions. I know some people here will say, "Oh, he's doing something, it's working, he's doing this," but sometimes you wonder. Some people came here and they were touting the transparency in Lagos State, which I haven't even yet to even see what transparency they're talking about.
Rational Man, sorry, before you continue,
Can I land?
Just a 5-second question. Is that state government or federal government?
What's going on now?
The Sam alone now. Is that state government or federal government? That could give that video that.
What I say? Let me hear you out, please.
That Kogi video should be that state government, right? No, I'm asking the honest question.
Hold on. Just I'll answer your question. Just let me move on. I'll come to your question. So this lack of transparency, you kind of wonder, what else can you believe? Well, I mean, what is else out there that you want to believe from these people? I don't know if you've listened that Makinde has spoken on this. Makinde has said they've never received any 30 billion that you are talking about. Woman. The governor of Akwa Ibom State, the Abinjayo guy, that looks like Abino, himself, he has come out and said he has not received anything. Maybe there is in walking. All he said was that there are certain 5 billion that was earmarked for them to use as palliative, but so far they've only gotten 2 billion. And the 2 billion itself, they said it's a loan that the federal government is giving to them. That's what that guy said. So I don't know what you're talking about when you're talking about this, what you're showing us. You see, when I say I don't believe anything anymore, what I see, be it in the print and videos, that's not to say you, one man, or whoever is bringing those videos up. It's just because the Nigerian space has so much been so bastardized. Let me use that in Nigerian English, that you don't even know what is real anymore. What is people just doctor all kinds of videos, and you tend to like wonder, what is this? What is the import of this video? What is the context? And people will bring all kinds of context to it. So I don't even know. But one thing that is certain is that in Nigeria, people are just starving at an alarming rate in that country. So, which begs the question: all these things that they are doing, so-called crappy palliative or whatever crap the Tinubu and the people are doing, is it really is it reaching those people that are deserving of this? People that are in the situation where they need to have this palliative. Is in fact, is any palliative in the first place? You can just look at the one you just showed to us. If we're to go by that,
yeah, but the question that Kolata asked, because clearly the 30 billion naira was given because it's been right in Kogi State, it was given because of course that's led to then that rice being distributed. And the people saying
woman, that is the thing. That is what like you're not listening. I mean, I'm not listening. You didn't hear what I said. They gave them they said they were going to give them 5 billion. They only gave them 2 billion, and that's 2 billion is for the palliative. Could that 2 billion be what they're using? Oh, sorry, I'm not trying to raise my voice because sometimes I think I don't sound to other people. That's why I'm raising my voice.
No, it's the passion.
Is that 2 billion what they are using to buy this penury looking kind of food that they're giving to our people? Is that what they did? This? How can you buy two? How can you give 2 billion? Even a whole local government, can 2 billion? Will it suffice to be able to buy food for the people in just one local government? Imagine why we're seeing this kind of videos where they're only giving a megali, or what do I say, something beggarly kind of food to our people. 6 cups of rice for what? I mean, are they going to cook that rice? What about the stew? What about whatever they're going to use? There are certain things they're going to put there, the roro and everything. So it begs the question.
Who bought the rice, though? Is it the federal government?
Is that what? What did you say?
Who bought the rice? Is it federal government or state government?
You see, this is your question. Sometimes I don't like being boxed in the corner with some questions that you people ask here.
I'm not boxing, man. Every question on someone.
I know you are seeking for something, and I'll give it to you. Federal government give. I don't know how many times I'm going to come. Dude, don't let me start repeating myself. I've said it already. Don't box me to a corner. I said federal government gave the state money. Give the state money, 2 billion naira. It's not a 5 billion. They said they were going to give to you. Then what's then? What are you seeking to get from what I'm saying?
So how did he get to rice? That's what I want to understand.
He played the video, and the video the guy said he got a rice, and well, one man said it's part of the 30 billion.
Talura rice. Come
on, one man, please let's just proceed. I want this is your interrogation here. We're not back in the Inquisition, my friend. We're not in the Inquisition. This is your Inquisition.
Sorry. No need for grammar.
Yeah.
So, you don't like being questioned, but you like questioning people.
No, it's just I just barely began, and this guy wouldn't bombard me with the questions like we're in Inquisition. Can you question one here? Please, I beg you, Kolata, I'll answer your question, please. But
it's a very straightforward question. Whose fault?
It's just because
the federal government gave you money
already answer your question
to buy rice, and then the state bought rice. Why are you now blaming federal government?
Okay, if you want me to come to that, I'll come to that. So I'm just starting already. So now the point what I'm saying here is that, you see, it's easy for us to come here and always exonerate Tinubu of so many things, the crap that is going on in that country. The last time I checked, according to the useless 1999 constitution they have, everything is vested in the federal government. The federal government has the control of our economy and everything. So the states are just paupers that eats crumbs that comes from the federal government. That's why you see this their stupid style of federal formula sharing that it does not even do anything. And you see why some people here, the Agbado people come here and complain that, the federal government allocation, FEC has given money out and they are changing the money into buying all the dollars, mopping up all the dollars in the system. Somebody has already told you, you will not succeed as long as you continue with this system that is wrong. The previous president that were before you, they did the same system. Where has it brought us today? Somebody said, look, you need to revamp the system. You need to create a new system. Start talking to your members of your party so that we can bring in a new kind of constitution, a new kind of restructure into the whole system. Woman, you and I we argued some few days ago. I said, why are these people giving? Why are these governors giving immunity for what? How can they be prosecuted if even though really they were caught in the act of the economic sabotage we're talking about, where they're mopping up all the dollars in the system? How can you prosecute them when they have immunity? What can Tinubu do? What can the EFCC do to them? Nothing. So why would we not put everything on him? What I mean, put everything on him here, I'm saying that why would we not blame him? Because he has the means, because he is the leader of his party. Why can't we start talking about some kind of a constitutional restructuring and a constitutional change whereby we make everybody accountable in that country? He's going to end up a failure.
Is the state? I'm not quite sure.
Go on, please.
I'm not quite sure if you know how the Nigerian system works. The federal
So
system.
what else I don't know?
The states are sub-autonomous of the federal space, and they are only really accountable both first to their citizenry and then to their parliament, which is the state assembly. The monies being shared to the states are constitutionally binding.
Of course.
You know, it's an illegality. What Obasanjo did, although it's an illegality not to send it to them. That's why they hold all these FEC meetings to look at the account of what came in, and then there's a sharing formula there. So they are constitutionally bound to give those monies to the state, and then, of course, circumstantially bound to also give those palliatives, and then they can. The only thing they can do is publicly shame. But outside of that, I don't think the Constitution gives the scope for the presidency to have the whip hand over the state.
Yeah, woman, I agree with you. I mean, all the things you said, I agree that the Constitution, that was why I call it a useless Constitution. It's a Constitution that serves no purpose, that doesn't serve the Nigerian people themselves. It only serves the elites. This roguish people that are in the government. That's all the people it serves. So with all the Dogo you spoken, what man? One thing I agree with you on is that it is the Constitution that has made it that way. So why don't we change it so that we can?
No. The Constitution works, but the Constitution is not.
There you go. If it's working, then why we
but it's the implementation, isn't it?
Come on, this is our Dogo Turenchi we always talk here. It's the Constitution that works. It's the implementation. What are we talking about?
Rational man, which part of the Constitution are you talking about?
Constitution gives the president to share the sharing formula. Fine. But then these people that are sharing this, you're sharing this money with, they're not really using this money for what they should be using it for.
Hold on. Then what should be done about it?
Woman, I don't know why we always.
Do you know why that immunity is there? So sorry. Do you know why that?
Woman, I've already said it.
Do you know why that immunity is there for the state governors?
Woman, you and I will have argued this before. I don't want to go back.
So that they can make difficult decisions.
There's no. You see, this is what you. I don't know how. I mean,
yeah, but why are we talking like there's no recourse to disciplining the governors? There's an approach to discipline the governors. You impeach them.
You impeach them, okay? So when the state is in their pocket, their national, their state assembly is in their pocket.
But that's the law. Law allows you to impeach them.
So you go and do that then. I mean, start it then. Let's see how.
Am I the one complaining? You are the one complaining now.
You see, you continue juggling the ball around. So that's what you people do a lot here.
Don't face
the real matter.
Sorry, rational mind. In point out, okay, that's the fault line in the system. The institutions are not strong enough to serve there. Like Kolata said, the governor is really only accountable to his parliament. But those parliamentarians, they're not strong enough, and they are beholden because he controls the coffers. So they are beholden to him somewhat. So that structure still needs to be looked at. But in terms of how it should work, it should be working enough robustly for them to be able to hold him to account.
So that's what I'm saying. How are you going to hold him in account? Look at Edo State there. I don't know the last time the Edo State State Assembly sat, because the governor, because he felt fear of being impeached, he used whatever constitutional power or whatever power he has, he shut down a whole state assembly. What are we talking about? And we're here talking to Amamaso Dogo. We'll be talking Dogo Turenchi. We're talking this we're talking English. Like I see, we're the people that invented English. The practicality of that constitution is not workable in that country. It's not going to work.
That's not my, if you don't mind. I would just want to shed a little bit light because I'm not a constitutional person. The Nigerian constitution is clear about the role of the state and the federal. As a matter of fact, as it is right now, there is an argument about the constitutional role of EFCC in challenging the state conduct when it comes to economic and finances. Now, when AFCC bill was enacted and it comes to be. You remember Obasanjo had challenges prosecuting some of these state governors to the point that he had no choice than to throw them to the wolf for some of them to have been prosecuted outside the country because of the autonomy power that states have. So now we're talking about if federal government is involved, that will become usurping the power of the state. But you're talking about the state functionality. The state assembly in each state should be the one to hold the executive accountable. Of course, some of these people always belong to the same party to the point that they will have influences upon their opinion on their decisions. So you can actually blame federal government for not holding this state executive to their feet because they don't have that power, to prosecute.
I agree with you. That see, when I blame Tinubu, it's just because apart from my feelings. I mean, let me not say my feelings. My view of Tinubu cannot make me just not to stop blaming him for everything. Even though I know in what you just said now, it's the federal is almost handicapped in this matter. That is why you can understand why nobody in Lagos State has ever been prosecuted by the EFCC.
So your feelings are not rational.
Oh, no, dude. Let's not do this tonight. I don't want to do this. Don't give me that BS of my feeling is not rational. I'm both rational. I try to be. I'm not saying I'm all perfect when it comes to that, but I try my best. And don't bring my feeling to this. This is not a feeling. I just said my views. That's what I said. My views. And that's my view. My views are my views. However I feel about it, that's my own. That's my own. So my point is this: is that you are right. I agree with you that the federal is handicapped in this matter because, like I said, the useless 1999 Constitution that was not clearly thought out. If I thought it was thought out, it doesn't apply. I don't know if you people listen to Professor Ngo Abdullahi, this northern leader.
Yeah, it was one of the headlines I wanted to bring.
If you will, maybe let me just say, because I don't think I have much time. If you listen to what he said, he says we need to go back to the regional system. He was talking to somebody in the know who had shoulder to shoulder contact with those founding fathers, because from his speech you can tell that he was there, he was with them, And when he said just a 5 or 6 years lifespan of that system, compared to the 25 or 20-something years of the federal system. If we're to even include that of Shagari Home then too, that would have made it like almost over 30 years federal system we've been practicing. So you wonder. So my point is that if we do not go back to for the very foundation of how that country should be structured and structure governance in the way it should be, where people can be called to account. I don't see Tinubu doing anything here. It's the same noise we're going to make. Another person that comes after him probably is going to be worse than him. Because you cannot build anything on that constitution. You can say whatever English you want to say here. Oh, it is the implementation. What is the implementation you're even talking about? When the constitution itself is flawed in some ways. When you give immunity to governors, which I don't even understand, you one man, when you say, oh, it's because of the decision they have, what kind of, do they have the armed forces under their control? They don't have any armed forces under their control. Did they have any big important decision to make that has to do with the national security of that country? Then you can say the president only.
But they have life and death decisions.
No, there's nothing like life and death. The only thing is that they can sign the death warrant of somebody if that person is said to have been convicted of capital punishment, and then he has to go. Then it's up to him to decide to either sign it or not to sign it or delay it. So I don't know what decision you're talking about. Is it that somebody has to go and be killed because it's a threat to the state? Is that what you're saying? That comes under the federal purview. That's a national threat, national issue. So I don't know what decision you're. I still I'm still trying to understand this national issue. I mean, this very important decision they have to make. What decision is that? These guys need to be put through the prism of probe on of scrutiny too. And if you are found wanting while serving in the office, let them remove the mother effers. That is it. Don't give them any immunity. You're giving them immunity. You're making them to have some kind of unlimited power to do and undo. Why they are there, they will still. Who are you to even call them to order? Can even the EFCC go and arrest them? No, we cannot arrest them because they have immunity. Even after they leave office, they play all the whole plan. They will divide the money into 3 parts. Use one of the parts fighting the federal government. Use another part to get a very good, strong lawyer, and then the whole case will just die. Look at Fayose there. Look at all the whole governors that were said to have been involved in fraud. How many of them have been able to successfully prosecute? Look at the one that from Abia State that stole the house and Sun newspaper. How many they convicted him? They look for one loophole. They released him, and then you see, my brother, my friends. You see, it's just. If you don't rework that constitution, we're not going anywhere.
Rational mind on the alternative, we can do this. Even as a stakeholder in your state, you can get in touch with the office of your representative and propose a bill that will give the local government autonomy over their, funds, so that the state will not dictate.
Exactly.
I mean, it's just individual perspective. You can do that. You can propose that and see where it ends. That, but to leave it to your representative or to everyone in Abuja to do that, will be just be somebody will be it becomes a sit down look. You can take that initiative. You can be proactive about it. Propose that bill. Tell your representative to go ahead with that initiative.
You see,
Adewale, hold on, Adewale. You act like you are in Nigeria is the same thing with America. I mean, these are not workable the same. You are looking at it from the prism of where you are. Forgetting about Nigeria.
It may seem unworkable, but have we tried?
But we are not.
Do you even know the person representing your constituency in Abuja?
I don't know. I'll be honest.
So take that one big step first and see where it leads to. See, we all have this big platform that we are using. You know how many people tuning in to listen to this show tonight? So when we're talking about using what you have, it may not lead to somewhere, but at least you start something.
Woman, so you don't expect Tinubu's work, whatever they think is doing in Nassau there, to shine because of this criminal governors and people that work around him. That will never let his work shine. Which I don't even believe he has. I don't even believe he has any work in the first place. But let's just assume he has a plan to make the life of Nigerians easier and not to go through all this thing. I mean, with all this crap that we're seeing with the governors that are thieves, corrupt governors, how would that be? Even the senators that were giving. There was one senator that showed videos of one warehouse where he was. It looks like a warehouse, but I think it's a house, flat, where he stockpiled food. Did we see it during the lockdown that when Buhari gave out more palliative to people? Some people were some rep members were keeping it in their own warehouse, want to use it and branding it and rebranding it so as to use for camp. You see, I mean, we can blame Buhari too for that, but the point is that you see, this whole system it's a mess. We need to redo the whole thing if we want to move forward. This piecemeal thing that they're doing is just to delay the working of that country. If we don't ever have to sit down. You see, let me not go into that. Oh man, but my point is that just to conclude that topic you asked me, the video. I'm not surprised. Nigerians are going through a difficult time period, but then I think federal government needs to sit down and get its acts together and see how they can bypass these governors if they can, or if they cannot, maybe just start talking about a constitutional review or redoing of that constitution whereby things will be going directly to the people. Because I don't believe this politician having say in our lives. I mean, say in our lives in the sense that things that should be coming to us directly, they have to politicize it again and make it look like we are beggars, we're paupers. Well, let me just leave it at that.
All right. Let me take you to one last space and then
one last. Can I make a small interjection on this Rational Man's last statement?
All right, carry on.
It's amazing that Rational Man just suggested that federal government should find a way of boycotting state governors to implement whatever they wanted to implement. We were here when federal government proposed 8,000 and some people condemned it, and because state governments were against it, and we deliberated this extensively on this platform, and we condemned it. Majority condemned it. and in support of the state governors. And I remember I said something then. We will come back here and have a discussion on this. These things will be handed over to state governors and they will mess it up. I don't know how many people can
Yeah, you said it.
testify
I can
to that.
attest to it. You said it. You said it.
Say that again.
You said it. I can attest to it. You said that.
Good. Now, the same rational mind that was at the forefront of the ones condemning the federal government in support of the state governors is saying they should find a way of, can we just be consistent for once? Thank you.
All right. I'm not sure if you want to respond to that.
Let
Or
me respond.
all right.
My friend, Bishop. You see, there are certain things I've said here, and I think I don't have amnesia, not to have recollection of some of the things I've said here. And then if I've said it, there must be a context to that. Let me not say I didn't say it. I wasn't opposed to the 8,000 whatever naira or whatever naira they said they wanted to start paying people. I know there are so many things that have been said, but you see, one of the things I mostly see here that people do a lot is that you usually take my word out of context. Like Kulata was doing a while ago, he was asking me a question that I've already answered in passing when I was saying it, but he wants to box me into one corner to just say it out and say it plainly. And like, look, I've said a lot of things here, Bishop. And if I've said something, there must be a context to it, the context of whatever I say. But I won't say I didn't say it, but then there must be a context to it. What was the context when I said? No,
I can help you if you don't mind.
But we'll continue flogging.
We had a conversation about the proposal. Okay, if you want me to.
I'm not denying that I didn't say I didn't. Did I deny that I didn't say it? But I'm saying there's a context to it. But let's just leave that. For me, what I said is that where Nigerians are right now, we need a system that works. And this system right now is not sustainable. It's going to collapse at some point. I mean, it's not going to be able to endure it. So if the federal government, whoever gets there, whether anybody, even though it's Tinubu that's there right now, we need to figure out a way or whereby governance will be taken directly to the people. And I've said it here that, like I said, maybe that 8,000 naira you're talking about, I've said it, by just saying it right now, I just remember that one of the things I said was that let the money go directly to the people. The local government should be the means by which you get anything that has to do with social benefits, like we do here. It's directly to the counties or the cities. You go there, you go to the city hall, you make your application. Even they have Department of Human Services, depending on what your state has, they call yours in your states. You go there directly, you apply for food stamp or you apply for whatever, you'll get it to fill up. Even if you want to get employment, they bring in some employers every certain days. They'll come to different cities and they'll do employment workshop and they'll tell you who are employing and things like that. So it is not state level. It is local government, city level. So why can't we do that? How can you center everything to the federal and the state? So that's my point. So if I said maybe 8,000 naira, whatever, what I'm kicking against is that I know there's going to be corruption around it. At the end of the day, it's going to be, like I said some few days ago, if you're APC carry member, come and collect voucher, go and collect your spot of soup from Mark Sikira. That's how it's going to end it. I'm not saying that other people are not going to benefit, but the bulk of it is going to be, they're going to be hoarding it. Because I've seen that system, how to operate that system in that country. Nothing works in that system. So, Bishop, I'm not saying I didn't say that, but there's a context to it. And that maybe what I just said now is the context of what I was trying to say. One man, give me another topic if you want to give it to me.
All right. Let me take you to the space of rational mind. This is going to be, this is a conundrum that INEC has to resolve. Edo Guba, Papa's LP faction unveils another candidate. So it is not possible for one party to have two candidates in an election, but there it is. That battle now for supremacy within the Labour Party goes to Edo State. What are you making of this headline, Rational Mind?
One man, gbogbo rational mind more je. You are a rascal.
Baba, oh no, no, the Baba on Germany. I mean, one man more way. Me ati people have to do it. So anyway, for me, one man, you see, I've listened to Olumide Apata. Apata.
Did you see him doing the ridiculous dance? I have to bring it.
Yeah,
There are
I think that
certain
guy
type of
needs to
people.
go do some exercise.
There are certain type of people that should not be dancing. You know.
Let me go and do it. I think he needs to watch his weight, and the way I'm looking at him, he doesn't look that very healthy, kind of physically. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a doctor. I'm just saying he needs to do a little bit.
No, you don't have to be a doctor to conclude. It doesn't look healthy at all.
He needs to be in form, in shape. He needs. I don't know, is he being a lawyer, sits down behind the desk and always read and prepare.
Munching on chocolates and cake by the look of it.
He needs to just watch his weight and all of that to be healthy. So anyway, you see, woman, we said it that you see the Labour Party saga is a Jolowonu, as the Yoruba people would say. The people that are fighting the Labour Party, they know themselves. They know themselves. You see, the emergence of that guy and the way they just did the whole primaries, I was just like, whoa, man, these guys, they did this nice and it came out clean. And man, everybody saw the whole thing and wish every primaries could be like that. You know, I don't know. I don't know if this guy, like some people accuse him of having paid the delegates. I know everybody tried to pay the delegates, but I don't know. But if truly he won that ticket without having to do all the shenanigans that politicians do, that's good for him. But now seeing that Papa now is now doing his own, Papa now is now doing his own. Is that the guy? Okay.
He's a ridiculous man. There's no person in Nigeria that is not ridiculous. He's a ridiculous man, isn't he?
Nigerians are just funny people. Anyway, so one man for me, you see. Yeah.
I wish Labour Party in Edo State was so transparent enough to disclose how much this guy pays them for him to emerge as the candidate. And I tell you that he wasn't the favorite. At the point he could see the handwriting on the wall, one way or the other, something happened in between that. Apart from this Apapa faction of a thing, for him to have emerged as the Labour Party, because the Labour Party in Edo State, Apata, I can tell you, wasn't their favorite. I wish they would be so transparent, since transparency is what they preach most in that party, that he could be able to disclose how much the amount of money that exchanged hand before he could emerge as the Labour Party.
You want him to disclose how much he bribes them?
What evidence do you have?
Sorry, how does that work?
Let me tell you, if you are conversant with the Nigeria dailies, there was a time, I mean, he was invited, I think, Channels News, and he was given, he was refuting the allegation of him, being a mole in the Labour Party in Edo State. And also there was between the principal officer of the party in Edo State and himself. And it was refuting that allegations. And more than twice it was reported in the dailies about what was going on, before the primaries and all that. For that to have turned around. Look, when it comes to a party delegation, it's a different ballgame. It's not like a general election where people vote based on their conviction. At the party level, when it comes to politics, they vote by what, quote unquote, what they can derive from that particular candidate. Not because, on the other hand, it could be the general appeal of that candidate. And on the other hand, they also look at, okay, what can they benefit? But for him to have, you look at the amount that he took.
Did you listen to his interview with Seun Okinbaloye and the Arise interview that he did?
No, I haven't.
All right. It's because when he was asked that question by Seun Okinbaloye, he said, look, I don't play my politics like your average Nigerian politicians. He said that he won because people like him. They like his kind of brand. And he said the only thing he did was before the last Christmas or New Year, that he went around the 18 local government or so that they had, said 3 times, 3 good times, each local government three times. And what he did was he handed out like food. I don't know, maybe let me not say food, but he handed out stuff to them in appreciation for the Christmas time. Which is, I know, even during our time, I remember.
That's a bribery right there.
Hold on now. You can say bribery. Well, that's up to you. But listen. His honesty with that regard to that, he didn't cover that up. You see, let us not start this our Gado.
Rational mind. Can you give me a second?
What?
Can you give me a second if you don't mind?
Okay. Beyond even whatever politics he played during the festive period, right? Is going to serve a purpose in this election as it is, which is a very good one, like the one that is their presidential candidate played at national level. The Agulu Bajwe, what he did. He's going to play a spoiler game at the end of the day, because when you look at this election now, I wish War Peace is on the platform. So the two major candidates from the two legacy parties now, PDP, APC, they are both from the central Edo. So, and then when you look at the politics in the central part of Edo State, the Bini side, right? They are they have a large chunk of domesticated PDP. So it's going to be a very big battle between the PDP guy and the APC guy. However, the PDP guy is a new guy on the block as against the guy who is representing APC now. He's an incumbent senator, and he won a very tight election during the last senatorial election. But because of the Obaseki factor, the incumbent governor, then having his guy on the ticket, so whoever, there's a possibility that PDP will emerge winner in the Edo Central, where the two of them actually came from. Then the south of Edo State, where they were where they will actually do the rebattle, right? There's a possibility that if Idahosa, the Denko, the guy they call Denko, if he's able to pull the ground, and then Eze Yamu and then Imaswen, if they work hand in hand with the APC guy, they will have an edge. So that will be
Eze Yamu has the withdrawn now.
Yeah, no, I say in the Edo South, if they work for APC, if there are no divided houses, right? If they work for APC, Eze Yamu, Imaswen, and then Idahosa, if they're able to work with their candidate, which is the APC guy now, then they will have an edge in the Edo South. That will be 2-1, because I'm tilting towards giving Edo Central to that PDP guy because of Obaseki's influence, right? Then Edo North is where the game will be finalized. Of course, Oshomole is not happy for now, but I know he'll be pacified, because I want to believe that he had interest in Idahosa, and eventually Idahosa did not make it now, right? So clearly, he will have to find a way to pacify Obaseki, Oshomole, and if Oshomole is able to work as expected, then he will deliver, easily in the Edo North, because he has never lost any election in the Edo North. So where Labour Party will come in play is whatever, just like the Agulu Bajwe did, right? Whatever numbers that was supposed to be cushioning the effect of PDP, the guy will be snuffing that out of PDP. That will give a gap, right? That will give a gap and a kind of a cursor for APC. So it may be a very narrow number, but if they're able to work together without a divided house, then there's a possibility that APC will probably pick Edo State. This Akpata, there's a guy that was popular than Akpata that they were supposed to use. So how Akpata emerged is still a mystery, because when you check his op-ed, he released a memo or an op-ed maybe a week ago. Did you see it, one man? I think I forwarded it to you, right? Where he actually wrote INEC about some certain things going on in Labour Party. And
yes, he did. Yeah.
A number of people. So all of a sudden, for the tide to flow in his favor now, then something must have gone under the water. So there's a game that was actually popular in Edo State that they were expecting that would pick the ticket of Labour Party.
Well,
so
your permutation,
I'm just trying to give it, but I wish.
I get it. But what you said, when you say the two candidates, APC and Labour, they are from
sorry, my rational mind, just a microsecond, just to flash up our Dupsy session with tomorrow now, today, Sunday. She's in that space. Little girl challenge claim made at Pastor Jerry Eze's church that a severed finger grew back. So Miracle Worker, she's starting off with that. So the link to that is in the comment section. I'm sure Rational Mind will be there. Everybody can join Rational Mind and Dupsy. So the link in the is sent to the comment section. Click on it, bookmark it, so you can come spend time with Dupsy, who has been away from us for about 2 weeks. So that's Dupsy's session right there. So back to Rational Mind.
Yeah, so I think the permutation by what Enigmatic said, I think you said the candidate for APC is from the South, right? Is that what you said?
No, they are both central, APC and PDP. The two of them are from Edo Central.
Okay, so if it's then if because the population of the Edo State is the largest part of, population they have, it's in the South. So if they will not slug it out with him in the South, it's possible it might win. It will win a large chunk of the southern votes of the Benin.
The voting population in the PDP voting population is in the central. So that was the reason they were actually skeptical when Idahosa picked up the ticket at first, because there's no way it was going to be like an easy route, right, for Obaseki and PDP if they've not actually gone this route. So the guy, Asu Gallo, would have basically won landslide in the central, where it could have been a very a contentious battle between him and another central guy. So if they could get some numbers from the central, then they leave the final battle to the north for
invariably, North is going to be where they're going to have the battle, because if both of them from the central, they cancel themselves out within central because they will slug it out within themselves.
Then that will give the from the south.
Enigmatic, sorry, you called me out from my abomination. I've been listening to you guys since
I'm not to come out.
I'll talk to you later but anyway, what you said is true. But let me just add a little light. With Akpata now, everybody forget about the South. The South is gone. So they should go to the North to look for votes, because the South will vote tribal or emotionally and vote for Akpata 100%. So that's South, yeah, now Benin guy now. Is Obaseki's cousin, the in-law to the Ogie, the chief of
somebody that has his name as Osa as his middle name. What do you expect? It's Benin now.
Yeah, he's Obaseki's cousin. Yeah, they are cousins. So is the in-law to the Ogie, the SSG, the brain behind Obaseki's government. So that is the rap. It was a smart one Obaseki played. But as Ogdalo was saying that the guy is a mo. The guy wasn't a mo. This guy is the best candidate for Labour to have. The guy is going to get it, even though he didn't spend money. Nobody could contest with him in that Labour decision. And people have been saying if he comes out, he might be the next governor. Just that is Obaseki's cousin. That's the only problem he has. Now he's in the race. Obaseki have played a smart one. Like you said, Obaseki has divided the central vote. Central is strongly PDP. They would have voted Aswe 100% if it was Dennis. But their vote will not do anything. It will not do any danger, because the South control the vote. 68% of the voting bloc is from the South. So even though the Central and the North don't vote, and the South vote early, the government will emerge. Now, is the North they are looking at right now, since this guy is there. Akpata might not win. So Okpeholo and Aswen will not go to the North to look for vote, because Aswen is going to cancel their Akpata is going to cancel their vote. Whatever vote they're going to get to the South, Akpata is going to cancel them by half, because people will vote Akpata, emotional vote.
What piece? Just like I said, so it means Akpata, right, will be skipping the numbers from PDP, just like the budget, right?
Yeah. So you're gonna cancel a lot of votes.
The last battle will be in the north, in the Edo North, the Oshomole part of the state.
Yeah, like you said again, Zeyamu is a very powerful force. If Zeyamu and Aswen work with Okpeholo, they will win Edo State South, because Zeyamu have a lot of force. So if they have to specify the other PDP men in the South, people like they'll specify Deco. Deco is APC anyway, but they'll specify every PDP people in the South so that they can have a rival checkmate Izeyamu in the south. So if they do that, that Akpata will remove that balance away from them. They have to go to north to look for vote. But when it comes to Central, I think Okpebholo will have more power than Ashton. Ashton is a new guy. He's not a well-known name in Central. But Okpebholo is a very well-known name in Central. They have been in politics, they're a big family, they control district and all that. So it will be difficult for PDP in this Central, but rather they have to go to the north and talk to Shomole to give them vote from there. That's how I see it.
Let me round up, please.
Round up. Yeah.
So, one man, let me ask you a question.
Please.
Let me quickly round up, guys.
That's a good round.
This Apapa faction, who is the candidate that they unveiled?
I'm not sure. I just
one Asamoto guy, one barrister Asamoto guy. The guys, they didn't do any primary, so Papa, if they go to court, they will not win because even though you are claiming that you have your own fractional screening, you don't have a tape or evidence to prove to that. They didn't even do anything. Papa just click up and send names. This is my own candidate. So it will be difficult for you to stand on that. You know.
I think you are being very subjective here to say that you don't have any candidate. Now you did not see the candidate.
I didn't say I did not have candidate. I didn't say I didn't have candidate. I didn't do any screening.
You've had your say.
Listen, I know. Before you continue your say, I said they didn't do any screening. So you know, I didn't say they don't have candidates.
Let us interact now. It cannot always be your way. Now the question is this: number one, who is? So it is either if the court actually says the other party has no local standing to present a candidate, then that means whatever candidates the other party is presenting, that party has presented. Sorry for 1 second. Just it's null and void. So it is either they accept this one or not. But we're not looking at the acceptability of this candidate or not. We are looking at who among these two will INEC recognize, because it's a litmus test, not just for this contest, but for future contests. So for this contest, let's assume that it's just a trial. Let's just throw spanner in the wind. But at the end of the day, who will be vindicated? Okay, you have it, because I mean the same thing, the same Apapa has been crying for over the past few months, over a year ago, is coming to play now. Who will the court now say, okay, this is the authentic, because by the ruling of a court that says this individual should stop parading himself as the party chairman, he has no locus. He has no, to present a candidate. That is the question. So perhaps Apapa is not just because they want to achieve anything, just to prove a point that, look, we are the authentic. So invariably, what it simply means is that the party is not presenting itself to win an election because of the many self-inflicted injuries they have inflicted on themselves. That's where I'm going.
We said, one man, let me just round up, please.
Round up here. So we can go to Coletta.
PDP too. If you see, we've seen this played out in the past where we have factions, like even in the case of the APC, where Milmala Boni was the. We should just have to see how it is, because I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I just want to go by precedents that I've seen in the political thing in Nigeria, the politics in Nigeria. The thing is this: as long as the status quo right now is that the this guy Abu Mere, what's his name? This guy, I mean the Labour guy, the current guy that was arrested recently. As long as he is the known chairman, so anything he has done right now, I think that's what should stand in court. So if after it was removed.
There is no law that says
no. Sorry, Bishop. I want him to round up. I want him to round up because I want to go to Kulata.
You can because I need to
go. Man.
He wants to leave, and I want him to round up.
Yeah, so
when we interact, that is the essence of the whole conversation.
I have to go.
Why do that? It's okay. It's okay.
Bishop George. I need to go myself because I just want to round up. So, one man for me, I will be listening to all you guys later. You can bring it up when you have your own time. So, my point is this: is that we shall see how that plays out, because I know one thing I know is that this is an exercise in futility for Papa. You're just trying to do this just to cause katakata. They've been trying to cause in that party. We shall see how that plays out, one man. Let me just leave it that so that people can go.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. Sorry about that, Bishop. I just wanted to move the conversation on. Kulata, you're up next if you're still there. Kulata.
Hey, one man.
Oga Kwata, Alpha.
I do. You know, as it gets to night like this, I start getting shortened down.
Yes, I know. You're starting to drift off. Yeah. So there it is. Where do you want to come into it? You just
almost got Didier.
Yeah, now. And Kulata is not I think you are more of a red wine man, aren't you?
I'm more of a red wine, but occasional liquor, whether Scotch or whiskey or brandy, whatever. But occasionally, just very, very few times.
Fire from Jesus.
She just got Martini. She just done what has he want.
Ìjọba ọ̀run ṣe kókó.
Ìjọba ọ̀run ṣe kókó.
Just to entertain àwọn èèyàn pẹ̀lú wine now. Very fine wine, sir.
Look at that. And they tell you not to drink in church, the hypocrisy, but Dupsy will deal with all of that tomorrow. 5% of Nigerians have less than only 5% of Nigerians have less than have 500,000 naira and above in their account. I was alarmed, but then when Enigmatic was speaking, putting a global dimension to it. But is this shocking news, Kulata?
5%. I mean, it threw me aback a bit. I won't lie, because 5% seemed low. But when you really think about it, that means it's really realistic. Because for someone to save 500,000, that person definitely. I mean, Nigerians, we used to say. I mean, when I used to work in Nigeria, I could save a lot. I could really, really save a lot. But when you think about that, that means you must be earning decent money, like 300, 400, 500K per month. When you now think about how many Nigerians are earning that kind of salary and above, then you see that, okay, maybe not too much, maybe not too many people. And for the people, they're most likely people that live in cities. So it's possible. It's possible.
Does that not really highlight the chasm between, because the rich in Nigeria are globally stupendously rich and the poor excruciatingly so?
Yeah, so Nigeria is one of those societies that hardly has, any middle class. And then the wealth gap is so huge. It's so high. And middle class, Obasanjo built up a middle class. I think it lasted under Jonathan, but it crumbled under Buhari. So if they took the same statistics sometimes during Jonathan, I'm sure it should be more than 5% at that point in time. Maybe not 500K because money has devalued, but it should be more than 5%. So Nigeria is kind of like a funny society. A few people have money. But I do marvel though, because when you go to Lagos and when you see everybody like driving this Range Rover, they know all the names of the Range Rover.
Lamborghini on the streets of Lagos.
Lamborghini, Kiniko Discovery, Kiniko. Me, I don't care about those things. So when you see all those things, right? A bunch of it is secondhand. Lexus, blah 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 blah. So the Lekki crowd, and then you see that there's the Abuja crowd. So how many rich people do we have in Nigeria? Is it when we talk rich? What's the definition of rich?
Yes, I was asking you to. I was just about to ask you to set a threshold for that. Yes.
Okay, let's say $1 million. How many people have $1 million? If we use net worth, then it will be difficult. For simplicity, how many people have a net worth of $1 million in Nigeria? Which in today's naira, that would be 1.something billion naira, right? Close to 2 billion naira. Because you have all this. Lagos people. You have all the Southeast people too, and their mansions. You have the Northern people in Kano, in Abuja. So I don't know. I really don't know. Is it up to 1 million people that have up to $1 million, or is it 500,000 or 100,000? Honestly speaking, I have no freaking clue. I have no idea.
All right. I was quite alarmed, but when
Kulata, I think Kulata, do guy, he's just being nice with his words, and he don't want to cause more commotion in Nigeria right now. I think what he really want to say is that it's not up to 500,000 people in Nigeria that have a bank account. And if you have said that, there will be a big problem in the ministry.
No, that's not that would be a lie. Not up to 500,000 people have a bank account in Nigeria. Even in Lagos, even in Lagos, at least 5 million
How many people really have bank account? That is even functioning
I don't
in
know
Lagos.
anybody that does not, even school kids.
But that's what I'm saying, is really functioning. The hard bank account is not functioning. How many people really have money? But yet you see people say they send money to accounts. They are paying money to account, and nobody receiving money. If you have said the truth, there will be problem in Nigeria. There's no ministry. You know that 500,000 is not. I don't think it's a lie. How many people really have 500,000 naira? Even Japan here. How many Japanese have 500,000 yen in Japan? That's $5,000.
But it's
They
not.
don't have.
See, I looked at American. They said 63% of Americans can cover a $400 emergency expense. 63%. That's America. So that data doesn't look too bad for Nigeria. Honestly.
No, it's not bad. Kulata, the first day my wife saw it's $6,000. I want to go to market to buy things. I forgot the money on my bed. As in Japanese yen, it's rack. It was 600,000 yen. It was rack. On my way going, I was getting calls from my wife. I said, what? When I took, I said, what? He said, come back home. And I rushed back home. He said, where does this money come from? You have never seen this kind of money in her life since she was born. And now $60,000 was nothing. She doesn't have $1,000 in her account every month. She doesn't. It's credit card to credit card. She has never seen life money like that. So that of Nigeria saying you 500,000 naira, it's not a big deal. It's not a lie. So people should not think it as this thing. Even my home that do business in Nigeria, I don't have $15 in my account. I stay in there. But money comes in and goes out.
You don't need money in your account like that because what are you using it for?
Okay.
Apart from emergency funds.
Sorry, I mean, if you permit me, if it's allowed. Truth of the matter is this: that only 5% have 500,000. Yeah, it will appear a little bit low, but if we relate this to some of the places we live in, how many Americans have $5,000 in their account? It's almost the same thing. 500,000, $5,000.
$5,000 in America.
What percentage of Americans have that?
How many Americans can say, okay, there's $500 in their account?
Exactly, that's where I'm going.
63%. Now it's only 63% of America that can come out $400 to cover emergency.
Where you are going, and considering the fact that we live in a cash economy, that most people that own their homes in Nigeria are the homeowners. There is very little likelihood that one day somebody is going to come and say they foreclose their house and the rest, because it is not on credit. There is almost a 0% that somebody is going to collect their car and say they repossess their cars. That there is. So if we put it that we are living on the cash economy, that people own whatever they have. If you build your house, it is your own. If you buy your land, it is your own. If you buy a car, it is your own. Compared to an economy whereby more than 60 or 70 something percent of the people, their cars are on what do they call it?
Payment.
Car notes. Car notes. Their homes are on mortgage. But if we compare it, we have our own challenges. But in that aspect, honestly speaking, I think it's a general thing. It's not like, oh, really, are we that bad? No, I don't think it's as bad as it could be better, but I don't think it's really as bad. Because in America, hey, some people cannot dash $1,000. How many percentage of people in America actually give $1,000 as a gift?
What Bishop Baba waiting they talk 1,000 now for you, even $10 self. He have people, some people.
So we have to be very
apart from Nigerians, so we say all those $100 now small change to us. How many of these people for here?
Look, in your workplace in America, when somebody has some issues and they are carrying their something to donate around, it's only Nigerians that donate $50, $100 and above. Majority of Americans donate $10, $5, $2. Some of them give $1 when they are carrying something and they are writing it proudly and they're looking at you as, hey, you can give $20, you can give $50 away, you can give $100 away. So when we look at it, let's just relate it to the peculiarity of our society. Yes, it could be better. It's poor that only 5% have $500,000. But some people have homes. They have their houses, they build their houses, they have farmlands, they have everything, but they cannot afford 100,000. Never. They can never have a balance of 100,000 in their account. But they have their house, they are not paying any rent. They have farm that they can get 50% of whatever they need as food from. So they really don't need money because their day-to-day life is already covered. They have a roof over their head and they have food on their table. So asking them that do they have 500,000 naira, they will ask you, what do I want to use it for? Money. But in America, it's a completely different thing. Thank you.
One man. One man don't go free.
Kulata.
No, I did hear.
Kulata.
Sir.
500,000 17 years ago when I left banking, 17 or 18 years ago, 500,000 is something that you were thinking in the realm of people close to a million, like a millionaire. Now I look back, there's these old women. I won't call them old women. These are the regular people that you will look at them and will say, well, these people don't have money. I remember then those folks that used to buy cigarettes from, is it UAC food or what do they call them? They will be coming
British
to
American Tobacco.
Yeah, but they contracted it out to UAC food or something, UAC something like that. I can't remember their full acronym. Then they what they did then was that, because of course banking there wasn't as digitalized as it is right now. So what they will always do is they will come to the bank and put money inside basket. Now put tomato and vegetable around that basket, so it will look as if even someone that you wouldn't even imagine if you meet them in the OKRN market. And that actually surprised me. These are the people that you would just look at and these people are poor, they don't have money. But then they were using it to trade things. But you'll be surprised that people like this have money, such amount of money, huge amount in millions, bringing into bank to trade. So when that start of 5% of Nigerian, having less than, how much is the 500,000 naira now? Talking about the range of maybe $300 or $200.
That's a lot. That's a lot for Nigeria, though.
Yeah, but in terms of value now, but how much can 500,000 actually buy now?
One man. Sorry, point of correction. I meant 5%, not 500,000 people don't have a bank account. I mean 5% of Nigeria. Point of correction. Sorry.
All right, Brian. So, Kulata, why did you beat a hasty retreat when Alaba was about to ask you a question? Were you afraid of him?
No. Indeed, I did have an appointment, and I knew he wasn't going to ask any question. He was already talking about me covering my mouth. I'm like, this guy doesn't have anything meaningful to say. So I decided to bail on him because I knew it would pain him, and I could see the reaction on his face. Because I think when he had been writing notes.
You carried your yawa from the comment section to the screen, Abi. Are you battling?
No, I'm not back. It was my 1 year anniversary.
No, I said, are you battling him in the comment section?
No, not at all. I had an appointment, so I just went straight there to my appointment. But I didn't want to give him the joy of attacking me.
You survived quite well, actually, unlike the most of us that go there.
I'm a nice guy now.
I suppose you didn't go there with the evil, but well done.
Where do you converge, Roman? Where else do you guys converge?
No, we're not going to tell you because I've been losing too many of my audience to those sort of spaces. Let me take you to the space. Kulata, Obasanjo urges devolution of power, resource to states, as an idea that I'm sure you agree with. And if he's of that thought, then why did he not action it?
Well, the question why did not action it is very straightforward. Is a self-centered human being. He had a lot of opportunity to frame the direction of this country. He ruined it by putting his puppets or people he thought were his puppets into the government. So him being sanctimonious and saying, we should develop power. I mean, of course, why didn't he even attempt to move towards that direction before? All the time that he could have done something meaningful for the country, it was only for self. While he may have the best record so far, I mean, of recent memory, you think about his transitions. His transition to Yar'Adua, terrible. His transition to Shagari, terrible. And making suggestion, writing letters is just like, it's full of shit. That's just, I mean, the truth. But it doesn't mean he's not saying, he's Monday morning quarterbacking. But so what he's saying makes sense, but the messenger is incredulous. So coming from Obasanjo, I don't really take it as anything that, I mean, I'd rather listen to rational mind say it than Obasanjo. So yeah.
Okay, and the speed of development in Lagos State is just so rapid. But then it may seem rapid. There's been years of build up to this, but project after project after project, the face of that space is transforming. And if you set it against what is going on in other parts of the country, it really stands out as a contrast to what governance should look like and what it shouldn't look like.
The major advantage Lagos State has over every other state, maybe with the exception of Abuja, is unbeatable human capital. There's a lot of transplants from abroad and that go back to resettle in Lagos, but you won't get too much in kind of like your state, for example, or my own state. I mean, how many abroadians are living in Oshogbo that will come and be bringing good ideas and all?
So dancer now Abroadian now.
Who is Abroadian? Adeleke.
I did answer.
Now this Atlanta,
you mean he moved from his village to the capital city? That's his abroad.
He actually lives in Atlanta.
Hey, Olada, I know someone who is close to him, who is actually working for him, who is actually his PA right now. But the thing is that what does he even do in Atlanta? What was his job? Can you share, Ghana?
I don't know. There's one other guy in Atlanta.
If you see where he lives in Atlanta, Kulata, he lives in an affluent area.
Hey, they're rich now.
I don't know what
No.
What he does,
the patriarch of the family is in oil.
Yeah, what he does is that there's a way they structure that family, right? Once you are a member of that family, then you are part of the structure. It's like a generational wealth.
And the businesses too.
I saw that video on. Do you know this guy, Charlamagne the God, some American disc jockey?
Charlamagne the God, yeah.
Yes, I saw him on his program, and he was saying that his family is worth $900 million.
It's even more than that.
Not true.
It's possible.
That was a few years ago, actually. Yeah, so it's probably more now.
So and then
they have Pacific Oil. They have the power company in Osun State is owned by
the university.
Adeleke University. They have a bunch
that
of
family
stuff.
is set. This one is just like
Osun State massive one kuni.
I want massive one kuni. I want missing one collaborate alone, but
Adeleke
Jackson is the second governor from the family.
Davido's father owned the largest resort in Fiji Island.
Really?
But you know his
yes, sir.
You know Davido's.
I lost my wife lost there and my daughter.
Yeah, Davido's father. Yeah, right. Davido's father.
Yeah.
Through general that general that died. What's his name? Sherubawon. Yeah, it's very close to Danjuma. They are very close to Danjuma and IBB. So most of
they were close to IBB.
Isiaka
was alive.
So look,
those ones are set for life. I'm just and Ade Dance, I will dance for the next, and I see him winning the second term because it's like I see him dance.
It's paying salaries. You see, that's the problem. Osun State is a civil servant state, so just pay them their salaries, right? If you do projects, you'll say, we'll try. But I mean, you're doing project, but you're giving them all these prorated salaries or partial salaries, like Aregbeshola and Oitola were doing. So when this one came, this one started giving them salaries. So they said, well, it's doing well. So projects can be damned as long as you pay them their salaries. So my state, yeah, God will save us.
Amen.
All right. Let me take you to this diplomatic snobbery from the Qataris to the Nigerians. What are you making of this leaked memo and the government's response?
Well, when I saw the leaked memo, I'm sure I sent it to you.
When I read it, I wasn't convinced. I thought it was an obedient job, but carry on.
Yeah, I just quickly glanced through it and I was like, if this is legit, Tinubu better not go to this Qatar because this is real Iwosi. I mean, considering that United Arab Emirates just gave Egypt $35 billion for investment, $35 billion, that a small Qatar is now not just the Qatari emir or whatever, is some minister in Qatar that is now dragging our own president. So I felt slighted. No, if I was
he said he was too busy painting his nails to attend
to attend to Tinubu. I'm like, Tinubu, you better sit at home. Well, don't go and disgrace us. So that's why I sent it. But when you now started reading,
do you think there's somewhat of a desperation about Nigeria, the way they're just going cap in hand all over the world, begging?
It's not someone we're desperate. It's not somewhat of a desperation. We're indeed desperate. And I don't even know why we're being this desperate. We have assets we can sell. I think we've analyzed it here that, look, it's either you borrow money or you sell assets. They should look at selling some assets now that we're not really utilizing well. And there's nothing stops us from selling those things. So the way we're kind of like going bull in hand from one place to the other and everybody just promising. It's not yet our monetary situation has not yet stabilized to the extent that it is attractive for FDI. Maybe portfolio investors can come and go, but for FDI, which is what we really need, I don't think our monetary situation is near that place. There's so many things we need to do to get rid of all this rent-seeking arrangement we've had for a long time. And the Cardoso is gradually getting there one by one. There's still some things to be done. So all that begging, I think we should just focus home. Trade security. I mean, I don't want to repeat myself. I've repeated myself several times. Well, I think we should focus home and kind of like try and get things going. I don't know if we'll be able to do anything about our forex, unfortunately.
Do you not see the Naira strengthening? I see over the last 2-3 days, there seems to be the green shoots of a fight back.
This green shoots will only last for a few days before they figure out how to game it again. Not until they start locking up some of these bankers, right? And like just treat some people, use them as examples. I know they're harassing smaller BDCs, but you kind of like know the big players in this game. Try and like punish a few of them. Just show some balls. So you mean business. Majority of this issue is from the banks. Speculators, you can't really get rid of all the speculators, but you don't want a situation where speculators also ruin your economy. If it was like America, I mean, Security and Exchange, I think now. Look at how that what's the name of that democratic boogeyman? George Soros almost ruined England at some point in time with currency speculation. Do you remember that time?
Yes. Even Malaysia. Soros did the same thing in Malaysia.
He almost ruined them. So no serious country would let speculators just destroy their currency like that. But me, if I were him, you know, when they narrowed the gap between parallel and official, I was happy that now it's finally narrowed. Give it like 1 or 2 weeks. It has widened like 200 naira. They just look for that. They seek that arbitrage. I mean, those bankers are criminals. They need to do something about them. So,
Kulata.
Sir.
Kulata. Don't you think that
Joel.
if you go, Yeah, don't you think that if you go after the banking sector, then you create some kind of panic in the economy?
It has to be
Yeah.
targeted now. You don't go after, you can pick one executive that, I don't catch you. You are the one that did XYZ. Not like you shut down a bank or something. You just
But
target
Kolata,
people.
you know that this thing is done by most of these banks. So
It
if you're
is
going
now.
to start picking, you're going to pick almost everyone in every bank. So when you do that, you're going to create a kind of panic. And the state that we
No,
are
you
in
set
right
the
now,
example. You set the example
well,
now. What are you going to do? Are you now you're going to allow this to continue? I mean,
I don't
it's
know.
not like even allowed to continue. It's bigger. The problem is bigger than that because there's still excess naira outside.
It's bigger. It's bigger than the bank. That's my point, right?
You
So
know
if
one
you're
thing,
going to pick on the
Kolata?
banks, if you,
Kolata.
I mean the banks, you told the bank to release everything they got. They did.
I think
They did
And it
not.
went down. It went
I
down
think
like
the
2 days,
greater
and
mistake is Tinubu handpicking a banker from a commercial, a financial institution to head CBN. Why not do the same thing that they did with Soludo by picking somebody who is not even doesn't have anything to do with that industry per se, because he has the ball and the political backing for him to turn financial institutions, that sector upside down. That wasn't where that was panicking because they were freaking out of losing their, all their sweat. But eventually the sector capitalized and everything was straightened out. So I don't know. I mean, picking somebody, maybe echoing what Oshiomhole said or something, maybe that is also because he's kind of like, maybe afraid to throw some of his own boy or buddies under the bus or actually publicly blame them. Maybe that's, what the government shouldn't have done in the first place.
Yeah, but Tinubu has his crew. You know that it's going to be this is Lagos parties that he will bring, and it's the same Tinubu that I mean his cabinet is full of political favors. So you wouldn't expect him like kind of like to ditch there. Some people you just know they'll be constant, like the Cardoso and the Eduns and that guy that's is kind of like his personal secretary. I forgot his name, Muri Okola, and he has that crew that regardless they'll always be around him. So I wasn't expecting anybody else but this Cardoso guy. I don't think he'll ditch him for some pure economics, even though that might have been the ideal thing to do. Because do you expect Cardoso now to start persecuting his colleagues? You're right, Adewale. I mean, because those are his colleagues. Like, will he go after them? I'm sure he used to make money like them before.
Kulata, did you listen to Mr. Rewane in one of his interviews?
Is that recent? Has it come out recently?
About that? No, this interview was about like a week or two now.
No, I didn't watch anymore.
Yeah, if
anybody can contact him, by the way, I'd love to have him here. If anybody,
because according to him, right, he didn't want to say it because I think it was Shehu, he was on Shehu or something, and they were like poking him to just like say it. But what he was trying to insinuate is that we have greenhorns managing the economy. And that did not really sit well because Cardoso is someone that I really like.
No. How many economists has Bismarck managed himself? What has he done in public service to be an authority on anything?
No. One man.
It's just a Jerry called. It's just a Jerry called poser.
Oh my
just a
goodness.
Jerry called poser?
You know what it reminds me? You remember this song from Coming to America? Just soul glow. Let your soul glow.
Soul glow.
You know who he reminds me of? Who is that? You remember that lead? You remember that lead singer in Cameo? He reminds me, Larry Blackmore.
Larry Blackmore.
Yeah, with Jerry Calls in 2024.
One man. You see, you stay in the West, right? So we're not going to categorize people or try to gauge people by their looks. He got brains. And you see, one thing I tend to listen to now because all the theory and all that, they failed us. They'll come
But
and
he's
tell
a
you one.
theorizer now. A real one, Bismarck is a theorizer.
Yes, but even in theories, even in certain theories, you can still see some practicality in such theory. What is really workable. And there's never been any person that I've seen on TV
that made any statements about the economy that that's not referring to us, building our own exports. Everybody. So whether we are doing this thing with the BDC or we're doing with the banks, I believe that the core issue has not been addressed. Go ahead, Kulata.
That doesn't happen overnight, though. Like that kind of like revamping export. I mean, we've not. How many things have we exported outside of oil? We export. I mean, back in the day, rubber and palm oil. I don't even think we do any significant export from that. Then we have hibiscus, ginger, dry this. Nothing finished. A few finished things, but that's it. So our export can't just grow overnight.
You're exporting Igbo now these days, so.
Igbo, so it's raw. Are we processing it to THC? We're not. So I mean, we just can't all of a sudden start exporting. How many? Look in that country. How many? What's it called? Is it foundry? Do we have in Nigeria? Like how many? I mean, how much? We can't even create our own molds. The foundries in Nigeria, I mean, very few and far between. And okay, things we have competitive advantage in, like cassava now. If you start processing cassava into tapioca and all these things, garri will now become expensive. People will say, no, they're hungry. If you take rubber and start, manufacturing some car parts out of rubber, I know, I mean, well, before rubber grows, it takes a while. It's a cash crop. It takes a while for rubber to grow. Before people go to cocoa farms, but more into leather, are we going to drop more now and start? Yoruba people are never going to drop more now. And amala, it's not possible. So,
but Kulata, you see, like one of the low-hanging fruits that have been seen, like the target being given to the custom guys, the bottlenecks we have at the port, it's really hurting us. Now, I get it. The government needs money, and they're putting pressure on the customs, the customs, to meet up with their how do we call it again in banking, right? And they have to meet up with that. In order for them to meet up with their quota, then they have to charge the people, right? But the thing there is that the bottlenecks towards export in Nigeria is too much. So
I think they're starting to streamline that bottleneck. They are saying that the exchange rate as at the time that the process starts is what our customs should use, not at the point of clearance, but at the point of importation. The exchange rate at the point of importation.
I think Joel is talking about the export.
I'm talking about export, because if you want to send something, because that is still considered export, right? If you want to send something from Nigeria to abroad, maybe to your brother, if you go there, if you see the bottleneck, if you see the bribing going on there for you to export your stuff, I think that is what we are talking about here. The bottlenecks are too much.
But there are agents that do that. They are licensed for export agents. Those people
that's what I'm telling you. But those people, that's what I'm telling you. Even with the export agency you're talking about, right? Because you cannot just go, you can't just walk in there and say you're exporting. They'll tell you get your agent. By the time
you must have been using a wrong exporter. Let me tell you.
No.
Wait now. It depends on. See, now speaking of what Plata was saying earlier, my wife used to import from Nigeria, import from and sell it. Okay, and if there's anybody who is also exporter in Nigeria in the comment section, please let us know. And everything has been smooth, all this while. No, and the lady, the person in particular, has been very straightforward with us. And there was a time I think federal government kind of make a suggestion about the tide and also stuff that there'll be an embargo on it, and the exporter make us understand that look, we might not be able to be exporting this henceforth because of what the position of government and all that. But recently, that person let us understand that look, I think the government is not going to do much about this for now, but we can continue to export. So it depends on who you are using
Sometimes there's some items that are not, exportable, but they will want you to put it in there, and it becomes issue, and they'll be using that to exploit you. So it depends on who you're using. Bureaucracy around exportation is not that a big deal, but Nigerians, and what they're capable of doing sometimes. They will
But
do
while
things.
you are talking of air freight, it's different from
If it's container, it has to go through quality check
sea
at
freight.
SGS,
They
as
are
SGS or
two
one of those
different things
companies. And
entirely.
You see all those, you see all those quality checks, all those things you're talking about. They will tax the head. Nigerians will tell you what, if you carry like maybe like 5 or more or 5 fishes, they'll tell them, oh God, this one, no, they will know that it's for this one. No. If I did even did it to me, this one I'm coming back from Nigeria in December. Common.
yeah, but isn't that hand luggage? Isn't that like hand luggage?
Yeah. They say, because if you know, they say, go to agri. I went to the agri section. When I got to the agri section, they started telling me
That's
what
the
I bought.
quarantine.
Like
Health and quarantine.
Quarantine.
Baba,
That's what
Baba, it's not only common that we import to. We have other stuff that we put together in the container, and that person actually handled it for us. So it's not just common.
No, I know. When all the food team, people
oh,
take risk anyway.
All right. Let me take you to one more space, Kulata, and then go on from you to. I'll go to Baba because we've felt Baba for long enough. So Sunday Igboho is back in Nigeria, unfurling his plumage and acting like a Russian czar. So what are you making of this guy being back in Nigeria in open glare, not being accosted by anyone, and acting as though he was the lord and master of the terrain? What are you making of Sunday Igboho?
This Sunday Igboho matter is so funny because I realized that I've actually met this guy before he became anything. I think it was whether a mechanic or organizer back in the day. And he used to be in front of one place. It was someone that reminded me that, don't you remember that is this guy? And true. So the whole Sunday Igboho story now looks funny in my eye because how was he a mechanic or organizer? One of those two professions. That was what he was doing. That was what he was doing. And it was near that. It was near one place that we used to go and barber our hair back then. Anyway, I don't know what to make of the Sunday Igboho because I never took him seriously. I never followed that Yoruba nation. To me, it was like Nnamdi Kanu and those kind of guys. Just don't. I mean, I don't. Woman, go to Baba. I'm not really interested in Sunday Igboho.
All right, brilliant. So that's Kulata.
Yeah.
So thank you, Kulata. Flashing is expensive. And what was that wristwatch flashing we saw on at Rudolph's? Was that
Casio.
I did a quick check and and the figure came back at $500,000.
Kulata, you went to damages today.
I went to do 1 year anniversary since I left.
There was. How did they feel? I didn't watch it.
They gave him a softer handling, but let's go to Baba, who's waited long enough. Baba, you're up next. When you like to free flow, so do you want to free flow or just you want me to talk you through it?
You know now, one man.
Yes.
Good evening, one man. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. It's been a delight to. I like all these mellow, just chatting sessions. It's always a treat. Baba, carry on.
Yeah. Good evening, folks. I salute you all, and in the comment section, how are you all doing? Happy weekend. Of late I've been taking each topic. Yesterday, I think also was wage. We talked about rent on the other day. I just kind of know that platforms like yours are platform of record. We record our voice for posterity. Here we are, we're quoting some people back then. Somebody will quote us someday in the future. So what I want to talk today is about JAMB, that Joint Admission Matriculation Board. I think it's something that has, I don't know, overstayed on the shelf. since 1978. 50th anniversaries are approaching. And the main reason why JAMB was formed was because for affirmative policy. So to bring the North, so the North can catch up, or the North will have to fill their own quota in our tertiary spaces and things like that. I think the North have caught up. They don't need anybody anymore. As we speak today, we have at least both states, government, federal government, and private. We have over 176 universities. And I think the government still having or tie this thing and regulating it. I think is impeding on the quality of the education of our children. They are turning out these days, where they come out as half-baked graduates, and some even go and study something that cannot fetch them a living wage or cannot advance them in life. So like we do it pre-JAMB period, you go to any university you want, you apply, buy their form, they process you, you sit for the exam, they call you for interview, and they ask you a lot of things. So they're able to choose their own candidate, the candidate of their like, the quality they want, those who can afford them, and those who are, I don't know how to put this, who they believe they can mold. Because there are two things about university: it goes through you, and you go through it to become a useful person, upstanding in the society. Most people these days, they just go through the university didn't go through them. So we have to, that is why those that were turned out then were like hot cake. And they are the people making waves all over the world pre ICT thing, where it becomes all commerce, where somebody can even be a dropout and come up with a formidable app, and voila, overnight, he or she becomes a multimillionaire. But if we have to go into committee of academics, where we are talking about those who win Nobel in biology, in chemistry, then we have to allow our university to breathe. So JAM should be discarded. Let all invest. I think that's the only way they will make their money without going bowl in hand every day.
Is it that JAM should be discarded, or the affirmative action should be stopped within it?
The only way to stop the affirmative action is to stop JAM. Every state has their own university, and federal universities are present, I don't know in how many states, if not all the states. And then we have the private ones, both owned by individuals and religious bodies. So they are sufficient enough. There are spaces, no more an issue of we can't get in our children in these federal universities or not. So let everybody apply, so that, because in those days they have quality. It's like over Cambridge, London School of Economics, Oxford, Harvard, all the rest. You apply. They take their own students. So you can even know it. It will solve many problems, in my own considered opinion, about cultism, excess of this religious thing, where on campuses now, religion is something else. They would rather even go for a religious service than attend lectures, or they are in cahoots with their lecturers, who is also a pastor somewhere. So a lot of rubbish going on, because there is government protection, there is government money, and some of them, because of lack of opportunities, are even comfortable staying on campus for a 4 years course. They stay there 8 years, not minding the strike and everything. There are people who even do, I don't know if that is possible now, the youth courting. There are people who recycle themselves every year and do youth court twice, 3 times before. I don't know now if it's possible in this age of computerization. So all these things are, they seem insignificant, but they are drawing us back. They are really drawing us back. If we have to compete in the Committee of Nations, then we have to shed a lot of unnecessary loads, get a lot of monkeys off our back, so the federal government can have a space to do other things. That is my take. I don't want to take people's time, but
Do you mind
JAM
if
should
I
have,
ask a question, Baba?
JAM has to go.
Do you mind a quick question, Baba?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, are you not looking at it from the standpoint that taking out JAM is somewhat reducing that subsidized opportunity that that other people who are who are low income families are able to enjoy, because writing one JAM gives people now, I think, about 3 or 4 opportunities getting to one school. But you take out JAM, that means people will start having to pay for independent exams in multiple schools. And schools can always inflate the cost of the exams to eliminate, certain kind of audiences or demographics that they don't want.
Yes, Paddy. The thing there is, I mean, you choose. Maybe it's not something you do on a whim. When you are getting close, you already have in mind that, okay, this is the university I want to go. You go for the forms. If in any university price themselves too high, then they will lack the students. Then they will lack money. So they have to devise a way, bring them in one way, in a cheap way, but choose the quality you want, without stringing them with expenses for forms and interview, traveling and things like that. If you are in, let's say, Ahmadu Bello University, and you live in Lagos, they could do, okay, we're doing this zone, Western Zone interview in Abeokuta on so and so day. We're doing Eastern Zone interview in Port Harcourt in so and so day. They know how to do these things and get it cheaper, because we need quality education. The world is advancing. We have AI now. We have to, that's what India is doing. A lot of other countries are trying to catch up. I mean, India is all over the place leading. And we have the population. Now we have the number of universities. And that is why also, let me digress. When the lecturers are crying, I just wonder, why are they crying? Who are they deceiving? Because their salary may be low, 400 and something a month, but none of them is not having an appointment in one private university or the other. They are making money, but they want to milk the government. So if the government now says, if you're a lecturer and you are caught doing that kind of extra job, you will be sacked. They will go to Ajiro. They want to go on strike and stuff like that.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
I still, from your explanation, I still see no correlation between JAMB and the quality of education. And I say this because it is not like the universities don't have students. And when you look at the quality that are being churned out every year, there are some question marks. What the JAM does is that it prevents people from going into the university. Not that we don't have, I mean, we churn out about how many a year? About over, it should be over 3-4 million, if I'm not mistaken, right? So
no,
it's
not up to that.
Okay, even if not up to that, but I know with the schools we have, at least close to 1 million, if I'm not mistaken, right? So
it shouldn't be far from that. The amount of universities we have, I'll be surprised if we're not churning out 2 million a year.
That's what I'm saying.
And have you,
I know. I
Joel
know
of
it's on there.
Nazareth? Let me, before I forget that, have you noticed the number of first class students being shunned out? It's like they're doing it like competition now. This university will declare 60. The other one will say 120 first class. Where do you hear of first class in those days?
No. The issue there is that has to do with regulation, right? How do you? Most of these schools, it's like you give the school the license, you allow them to operate how they want, whatever way they want. Now, when you talk about the JAM, look, I am for scrapping JAM. Don't get me wrong. I am for scrapping JAM because after you take JAM, you still have to go to the school to take the school's exam. So you can pass JAM and also fail the school exam. So what's the point of having JAM? So that is, I believe it's just
exactly.
Like
that's another point. Yeah,
it's a duplication of duty, right? It's another way of making Nigerians. I made a statement here, I think last year, when I went to get admission here. After coming from Nigeria, I told my elder brother, "Hey, I want to go to school, or I want to start up maybe a program." My brother told me, "Go to the university now." I was looking at my brother like, "Can't you take me? Won't you take me? Like, I will need somebody to stand with me." And he was like, "Go." So finally, I got there. So one day I just decided to go. I got there. They told me to sit down. I sat down, right? They said, "What's this?" They say, "Oh, you look for admission?" They gave me Coke. The Coke they gave me, I didn't want to drink it. I just came from Nigeria. I was like, these people won't come begin tax me for Coke. Like, because it's not normal, right? So after they told me I should wait for like 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, they asked me, okay, that I should come in, that they want to test me based on placement. There is no failing, there is no passing. It's just based on placement to know if I have to take some remedial courses and all that. And what happened? I went in there, I wrote my thing, I came out, and they told me, "Congratulations, you have been admitted." Look, Babati, I thought it was fraud. I thought it was fraud. I was like, within 1 hour, 30 minutes, I'm admitted to the school, just like that. I thought it was fraud. So I was like looking at it. I came back home, I was telling my brother. My brother started laughing. My brother told me that's the reason why he told me I should go. It is not that serious. So I get where you're coming from. That's what I mean. I get where you're coming from on that aspect. But I feel that JAM should be scrapped. But there's no relationship between JAM and the quality of education. I mean, that's me. That's the way I say it. Thank you.
Joel, okay. I'm Baba. I'm different from Baba. We are changed to 616.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Baba. Sorry, Baba.
Yeah. No, I agree. Because I like to reminisce, I like to look back, because I look at the pride we have in those. I mean, even the premier universities now, I mean, those days, who are still there, Ife, Nsukka, Ibadan, Lagos, Amadu Bello and stuff, and the first generation one created by the military jaws, Delta, I mean, Edo's University of Benin and stuff like that, University of Port Harcourt. Those still have the class. You get my point. But the latter ones, particularly most of those states, some states even have 2 universities. And if you look at, you meet all these people and you start to even wonder, which state is that? Which university? What do you do? They don't even have laboratories, not because they don't want to, but because they don't have the funds. They can't raise the funds on their own because of government regulations. But I think seriously, we need every university to stand alone. So it's like you now say Great Ife. People like Ogbeni will hail back because they know the Ife they went to. That Ife is not the same as Obafemi Awolowo University of today. Thank you, one man.
My sister went to Ife as well. She will probably
when
slap
it was University of Ife, or
yes,
when it was Obafemi
no, when it
Awolowo.
was University of Ife, she will probably slap anybody that says she went to OAU. She'll tell you, "No, I did not go to OAU. I went to Ife."
I know, and let me talk about Baba OBJ President Obasanjo. I will talk advising the government. This man, let me just use the word man, not derogatory but respectfully, is a unique creature of God. I think in history, I'm yet to see the equivalence of an Obasanjo. He was vice president to Muritala as head of state, when Muritala was head of state. And when he died, he became head of state himself. And in this Fourth Republic, he became president for 8 years. I think that period he was with Muritala was like 3-4 years or so. So he unique in the sense that he ruled her country as a military president and also as a civilian president. I mean, why didn't he do something? All these things he's advocating about. He had the opportunity. If not as military president, didn't he go into himself and search his soul, particularly when he was incarcerated by Basha, or when he knew he would be made a president? Didn't he say, okay, these are mistakes I made as military head of state, I will correct it? People have discussed with after I left government. I mean, he was part of eminent persons group of the Commonwealth Group of Nations, even in those days, during the time of real head of state, so like Thatcher, like was the cowboy now, Reagan and co. You get my point. So he served, he knew all. So when he came in as president, he didn't do anything. According to sources, if you mention restructure, Baba will slap you. Baba will slap you. But today is coming and talking about, he's using a gap, devolution. Devolution is restructure. Yes, sir.
Baba, sorry to interject you. Don't you think that it would have been appropriate considering the time in 1999? The reason are this. First and foremost, there are times when you do things and you look back with benefit of hindsight and say, okay, this is what I would have done better if I'm given the opportunity to do it now. If I'm the one in this position. So you could be thinking, okay, yeah, if I'm opportunity, this is what I would have done, right? That's one. But in 1999, coming up with restructuring would have hit up the system. We had a military government that took over, that cancelled annulled the election, and then we are trying to attain some political stability by bringing a Yoruba man in. Yoruba man in comes and say, let us restructure. They are going to just hit up the system. Who are Nigeria now? That's the point. So
what about his second term?
That's what I'm saying.
And those people who were talking about restructure, were they not making sense?
No, it was not proper at that time. Let's be objective. It wasn't. If they had done that, it would have destroyed what we call Nigeria today.
Wouldn't it destroy it now?
No, but now our democracy has now matured a little. Let me give you another reason. If you had come up with restructuring, you had a civilian government that has not even held on to power. They would have overthrown him like 3 months after into that military, whatever now. What Obasanjo did was try to weaken our military, consolidate power in the military side of it, then political side of it, try to consolidate power. He won't go after and start poking into landmines and start blasting things for himself. No, that's not how he did that thing now. He wouldn't do that.
If he
Baba, if you don't mind, sir, let me just respond briefly, just 2 seconds. Patoski, you are trying to absolve Obasanjo of any of this wrongdoing. The two circumstances, hold on now, the circumstances that brought this man to the center of Nigeria issue.
Adewale joined it with Sharia he created.
He was in his 30 when he became the head of state, or towards 40. He was in his 30 when he was a deputy to Muritala Mohammed. Let's just take it that okay, he was inexperienced, young, and but it was brought back at 60 something. to become the president, to set the precedent, to reshape the political landscape of the country. Now, he couldn't see that. He couldn't put that together. Now that it's near his grave, he's now seeing it clearly. No matter how we try to absorb this man, he was positioned enough to see through and through what Nigeria is made of. Now, what he's trying to do now, because it seems that a lot of people making noise in the social media are oblivious of what this man represents, who he was, and who he still is. Okay, for those like old guard, old people that knows that was present when he was head of state and also when he was president, they could see through him. So there shouldn't be any absorption of his, whatever he was able to do or not to do when he was in charge of the affair of Nigeria. There shouldn't be. It was unfortunate. Thank you.
Okay, can I come in? Can I come in the defense of OBJ? I think that we are being unfair to OBJ. We are talking about different times. The economy wasn't this way. We've not had most of these killings going on. So we cannot just sit down here and start blaming OBJ. We cannot compare Nigeria of 99 to today. Neither can you compare Nigeria of 66 to 99. Times have gone by, and we have started seeing a trend. So if it's coming up now, there's no time too late to say the truth.
Okay.
And you see this is just a matter of theory. You have your own theory, I have my own theory. Like you said, somebody went to talk to him if he raised up the issue of restructuring. Who said that? I don't like all this ESA. Who said it? Put it in a book, let's read it. And let the man, he's still alive, he didn't defend himself.
Check what's his name? Clark, Clark. Check his book.
Edwin Clark?
I've forgotten the title. Check his book.
You mean by Edwin Clark? Is that the person you're talking
Edwin
about?
Clark's book. Edwin Clark's book he launched last year. Yeah.
Yeah, but at least he did something for the Niger Delta. At least under his watch, Niger Delta went from, I think, 2 or 3%.
But where we are talking about if it's adverse to reform, but this same President Obasanjo approved the Sharia for the North. Wasn't that part of the reform or restructure?
No. That's not part of restructuring. I don't see that as restructuring.
What was
I don't see that as my own understanding of restructuring is like, giving states at least they should have at least 50% or control their resources and pay back to the federal government, right? I think it was Patowski that said it. If you understand where Obasanjo was coming from, just off the death of Abiola, right? The reason why they brought in OBJ, I know that the House of the West was in it too. The reason was to stabilize Nigeria. And he came in and he did that perfectly well. Perfectly well. And to be frank, there is no government from 1999 till date that is better than OBJ's government. Let us be frank. Most of the things we enjoy today was from OBJ.
I'm not
you
saying.
understand what I'm saying? So
I
the issue
understand
of
what you're saying perfectly, but in the context where we are now, we could have done better. And as an elder, do I say elder statement? But statement is much more than that. As far as I'm concerned, you understand? It should.
You remember
Okay.
I heard Joel and Kulata saying that they could have taken maybe pick one bank MD and make an example, and it would have stabilized it. Do you know Obasanjo did that with SMB? Why is that man's second son the one that is MD of that bank now? Because his first son has been banned from being the head of any commercial bank in Nigeria. That was Obasanjo for you.
Hold on. I think I've discovered why Joel is supporting Obasanjo. Watch this.
It is the turn on the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. He came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
So now we know.
You're still playing this game. You still playing this. You're still playing this same game. Come on.
You believe that? No, we Nigerians, I mean, we are naturally comedians. We enjoy ourselves. Do you know I have a house guests in the last 2 weeks and they listen to all these things? You'll be so amazed at the comments they're making. They are not Nigerians. They are not Americans. They are amazed. They are amazed. So, woman, let's leave OBJ thing and let's talk about Lagos. Lagos, what I fear of all the things Sanwo-Olu is shunning out, the only fear I have is there will be more influx of people into Lagos.
Do you think there should be restrictions on that?
It cannot. You can't restrict anybody. People will start packing now.
Yeah, no, they should not be able to come into Lagos without being able to establish that they have somewhere to stay at least.
No, you can't do that. Not in the kind of federal system we run. Are you saying we should have the border post at
like a quasi border, not full border, quasi? Yeah.
No, it's not possible. That is the only fear I have for him. He meant well.
All these dusties from the north just turning up and yeah.
Trailer loads. Look, when Fashola started even giving out uniform, total free education in tertiary in Lagos State during Fashola's second term. Do you know they were importing children, other states, heavily? That's why you have so much pressure on the Lagos State education system. Then they were even giving free uniforms.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
It's doable to dissuade people from, urban migration. Is possible. It's not going to follow proper legal means, but it's a strategic something that would take maybe years to achieve, but it's possible to dissuade people from moving.
How do you do it?
Okay. Normally when people are moving, they are moving because of what? What is attractive is because of the economic
opportunities
in urban area. So, but when you now decided to, deliberate investment in those neighboring town or neighboring state, it helps to reduce the influx of people coming directly. So instead of people coming to Lagos directly, you see the state like Ogun State and the closest one, which is Oyo State, people will start making their stop. And it happens in the ancient day when people left Ilefe, they started moving in spartan areas and scatter themselves across the country. Now, when they get to a location, they get attracted to an area, or maybe they have some things in mind, a picture in mind, and they don't see that, or they don't, happens to get that, they continue their journey. Now, when you deliberately decided to partner with the neighboring state or neighboring city to build some, maybe investment like employment, industrial, starting of industrial in those states, then people will start, instead of living in Lagos because of the cost of living, then they will be started living in those places, and that will reduce the much pressure on the infrastructure that Lagos State has. So it's possible and it's doable. It's just like it's time consuming and it takes longer time.
Well, two things. You are not looking at the attitude of Nigerians. We are talking of people coming from far-flung states like Zamfara, like Borno, who will be attracted to the clear lights of Lagos from up Bakassi, and they want to be at the center of action because that's it, in their belief, that is where the opportunity lies. So they wear their flip-flop, a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, and a nylon bag filled with an extra clothing. Off to Lagos they go. The other people will load people in long trailers and dump them, or they come with train and drop them at those stations, they spread around. The pressure will be too much. So I'm only saying this, that if the whole thing is not working out, don't say this gentleman did not try, because I did not give him a chance. I did not give him a
You
chance,
know,
and I put him forward.
Prince, by the way, we can hear you but faintly. But you know, a lot of people thought he could not match up to Ambode, but would you say he
Exactly.
has?
I'm one. I'm one.
Do you think he has matched up to Ambode?
Surpassed him
Yes,
10 times.
I would say he has
Because this
surpassed him.
red line, for
And
instance.
Najale Koko used to champion him, or we used to mock him when he first came in.
Yeah. I mean, because it's somebody we all know. Let me use it. What we all know in Lagos. You understand? We know the unfortunate veering. Let me call it veering of his destiny, when he veered from his destiny, and how they brought him back on track. So coming from that place he veered to, it's like a Leike. This one can't do anything. But man, I won't believe it. Because this red line particularly, it is his handwork
He
from
did
the
the
beginning to the
groundbreaking.
end.
Yeah, he did the groundbreaking. So
Less than 5 years, I can't believe it. Lagos is highly indebted, but well, when you have enough asset and the wherewithal to pay what is debt, you can be faced by debt. So it's a unique, but that pressure is what I'm afraid of. Imagine a woman can get pregnant, let's say in let me use, because it's easier to use the north before they descend on me. Let's say in Kaduna, and when she's 8 months pregnant, they bring her straight to Lagos, particularly when they hear that this could be twins and you need cesarean, which will cost a lot of money there. They'll say Lagos is free, cesarean, come and stay with one allergy in Idiaraba. When it's time to deliver, they push you to Lagos Hospital to deliver. So these are the things that
and
make
it's
the
the
people.
perfect fit as well. His texture is his carriage, his presentation is the perfect fit for Lagos. It's exactly both in terms of the way he speaks, the way he conducts himself, the actions that he takes.
Oh, he's very respectful, and he's doing all the things that is
Very
expected of
humble
him in
guy,
Lagos.
you know, at least for the
Those
uptake.
social things, behind the scene things, and stuff like that. So I'm amazed, but my fear is just so I'm giving upfront warning. Don't come and yepere his achievement if it's not working because of undue pressure. We know how it is. People with slippers and jeans and one nylon bag will come to Lagos, and in 12 years' time, they will make wealth for themselves, and they will not even respect the space. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So that's the majestic Baba. Yes, we can hear you still. But maybe a bit louder. We probably would want, but go on, Prince. You know, between Prince Daddy, Paddy, and Baba T, you can mash them into one person. They talk the same, think the same. Are they the same? Are you the same person? Are you the same as Paddy and Baba T? Yeah, yeah, all princes. So that already suspicious.
Well, 3 and 1, yeah.
Yes.
Anyways, I was going to chime in real quick. If Adewale is there, in regards to this immigration stuff,
Difference one, Abiabuni.
no, no, I'm not. But in regards to the immigration stuff, see, how do you feel, for example, if you have, let's say, 3 kids, and you have a brother, a sibling that has maybe 5 kids, and you do very well with your family, you can afford everything, everybody's living comfortably, right? Then and your brother with 5 kids, okay, he's doing okay also, but he chooses to dump his 5 children to you to take care of. So that goes your resources, of course, stretch. Now the quality of life for your children goes down because you want to make sure everybody feels comfortable or provide for everyone. Not because the brother is lazy. He just chooses not to take care of his own children and have this wasteful lifestyle. Obviously, I mean, I was going to ask you, I was with you. Obviously, you will, I mean, you're not going to tolerate it or accept such a thing. Well, so is the case for this. You know, we can't call it illegal immigration in Nigeria, obviously, because we have freedom of movement, right? So that's what happened. That to me, yes, and I said it before. It's okay for people to around the country, but if the governors, they take their own money, their funds and whatnot. Somebody said it earlier. I think it was one man, Bielsa, Delta, and this other one. They have a lot of money. They have a lot of resources, cash, but they don't tend to do much for their own people. And some other people, they pack their bags, whatever. They move to Lagos. They are a burden on the infrastructure, the healthcare system, everything else. Whereas the governors, they have money. They have all right, yeah, they have money. They have everything, and they don't do what it's supposed to do. So I mean, I kind of suggested a solution to that. Every time Lagos State takes care of somebody from a different state, I think it's just send a bill to that state. You know, this BVN, all this biometrics information, all this information we have, identity information. I think it should be well collated and in a database to send bills to these different states to pay for their own citizens because really it is unfair, grossly unfair to other people, indigenous people in those states like Lagos and maybe Ogun State. Just a suggestion. I don't think it is fair, and it's natural of us anyway, the human beings. People would not take responsibility for what it's supposed to if they're not being monitored or held accountable. And that is just life. It's just that's what we are as human beings. I believe, back in the days of Okorocha, my understanding of that, I actually saw from the pictures, it was due to statues of African leaders of the people in his state. What value is that to citizens in Imo State? You know, these governors, they are wasteful, and many of them are quite useless. And we get talk all the time about this ability guy. I did dance as I think who calls him that, Kolata, and this is a Gapa building in Ogun State. This governor, you know, they are out of control. And if they have so much of a kind of power that no one can hold them accountable, they will continue to do what they're doing, and there's now be improvement in our governance in that country.
All right. Yeah. So well, that was Baba rounding off. Let's go from Baba to Bishop. Hopefully, still there. So, Bishop, thank you for holding. You are up next, Bishop.
Yeah, to some extent, I'm available. I'm still available. So it's difficult to catch up on some things. But yeah, let's see how we can push past. I'm available for some items.
All right. I didn't catch most of that, but do you want to free float or do you want me to
No,
leave?
you can guide me. It's the why you mentioned those things.
All right. Do you want to kick it off from the Lagos State space and the speed and acceleration of just development and advancements there?
Well, thank you once again. Good evening, everyone. And let me go because we'll really appreciate you for the time. Basically, I say that, yeah, Lagos is making it. There are little, so many challenges and encumbrances, but they are going at their pace, maybe not fast enough due to several challenges and limitations that we can point out. But nobody can say they are not going at the best speed. Really, that's good desire, and due to several challenges, but at least they are moving. If they can seize other things that's try to, uh, portray uh, maintain the way they are and take advantage of whatever is coming. And if other states of the country can at least begin to move, they used to say that little by little the monkey learns to jump from tree to tree. Therefore, they can begin to move so that Lagos State will not just be the one that will be receiving all the what do you call it, the challenges or the limitations of other states, I think it will be better off. Yeah, and the movie, they are moving. But it's really not fast enough. So I'll say kudos. But they can still do better.
All right, let me take you to the Obasanjo space. Urges devolution of power resource to states.
So somebody said something was that not too long ago before me. I would just say, look, I will adopt that. Like Obasanjo should really, I don't want to say shut up. Should just try and maintain. Let's just maintain. He was there. He has the opportunity to implement and experiment with all these things he's talking about. We knew how Obasanjo came. We knew how he left. So many things Obasanjo did that he was able to go away with the last when he was in government. I mean, people you will not be able to go with such now. I hate the fact that he had this know-it-all attitude that is too sanctimonious, like he has solution to everything. Yeah,
Wait, your voice is muffled somewhat.
It's not me. I'm not emotional.
No, it's not the. But maybe you're lying. Are you lying down?
No, I'm sitting down. I'm kind of half seated. So.
Drink water. Drink small water, beg.
Okay.
Drink small water.
Maybe somebody will give me one glass of banana champagne. I've been with you. Anyhow, so that's what the latter do. So
I didn't hear now. Which one you want drink?
Which one if you give me?
Are you old enough to be drinking Zeta? Show me some ID. I need to ID you.
Anyhow, so as I was saying, yeah. Well, it is what it is. It's always easy to criticize. The Baba was there. We saw what he did. We saw what he achieved. But now it's easy to point fingers and say you have all the solutions. You have the solution to all the problems, rather. So it's anybody that knows about it know that they are the same thing. So for me, I don't think it's really what the just continue to do our best. I know the challenges are not the same, even though they've been there like forever, because they evolve. Those challenges evolve. It's not the same kind of challenge that you left yesterday that you be today. So if you have the exact solution of today, before you come today, that challenge has kind of, metamorphosed, developed. So, but it's okay to point at I must just have access to most of any of the leaders of this country and give them those advices. So the pages of this paper should not be where Ambassador will be giving advices to the incumbents. You can always approach them. You can write them as usual. We know it's what do you call it for writing letters. So you can either write them, you can visit them, you can go to them, you can talk to it, and this messages we get to those leaders in the Chukov but Ambassador in this characteristic manner is always playing for the gallery, for the show of it. So, but it's okay if you have something and there is substance. We will tend to ignore the messenger and take advantage of whatever the message has to offer. So I will crucify him because your passenger for who he is. There's nothing different.
No. All right. Let me take you to the let me take you to this headline. Only 5% of Nigerians have 500,000 and above in their bank account. That's the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun. Does that surprise you?
Well, not really. He said it in the past, and I think it's something that many people don't know. Like I said in my interjection earlier on, it might not be very accurate. It might not be, too exact, but close to it. And yeah, is it bad?
Let's remember, he has the data. He has access.
That's what I'm saying. But let's remember also, one of the things is that number one, let's remember that more than 30, according to their data also, about 36 or 38% of Nigerians are unbanked as it is now. You go to some villages, some people, if you open under their back, under their bed or mattress inside there, whatever they are keeping, they will bring 500,000 out for you in cash, even before, so whether 30 something percent of Nigerians, they say are unbanked. Now, even there are some exposed, educated, learned. Some people are using phone, yet they are not banking their money. They don't put their money in bank. But let's assume that everybody is banking their money. Yeah, 5% maybe is low, but it's not the complete story. The complete story is that yes, even in some of the advanced countries, if you see the data, it is abysmal. And considering the fact that we are living in a cash economy, that whereby some people you are talking about that they don't have 500,000, they have their owns which they own completely. They are not paying anybody. They have farms, they have things, that they own. But in some of these advanced countries, some people don't even have anything, and they live paycheck to paycheck. They live practically on. So they don't own anything. Their house is on mortgage, their car is on car notes or whatever. Even there are some of the things they even buy that they even consume is on. So if they are just like 2 paychecks at the very best, 3 paychecks away from being in penury, being I don't know what to use the word for, being completely broke. Just 2 paycheck away, because if they cannot pay their mortgage, if they cannot pay their car note, if they cannot pay, before you know it, that man that you see that is driving a 2024 BMW that lives in a 4-bedroom beautiful mansion house on some very fancy area, we just you think of an eye, and it's really really happening in our eyes. It should be difficult for people to admit, but yeah, the truth is that, especially in this recent part, the amount of people that are losing their homes. So yeah, can it be better? Yes. Is it really bad, as in too bad that like it spells doom? I don't think so, because of the system we're running. But we can do better if it goes beyond that to because even how many civil servant? Let's assume that civil servant earns an average of 100,000. Let's even say 100,000. Let's raise the minimum to 100,000. That's 5 months paycheck that you are not touching. How many people can put 5 months paycheck without touching it, even in better economy? So it's not, it doesn't really spell the kind of doom that people want to pay that, I mean, people can afford to put 500,000 back. Like I said, it could actually be better, but it doesn't spend that kind of doom. Like it's the doom of the doom. Minimum wage is 30,000. So that's what percentage of 30,000 is 500,000. So if somebody is not even touching this money at all, let's even assume that minimum is 50,000. So that means you will be able to save your money for 10 months without touching it, without buying gas, without paying rent, without buying groceries, without giving tips here and there. That you should be able to save your money for 10 months. It's a lot of money considering where we are now. But yes, as I said earlier, it can actually get better. But I'm not alarmed. I'm not in that class of people that say, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because how many people in America can go how many weeks of their paycheck without touching that money, without paying any likely. So that's my take on that.
Yeah. That's a quick question. So it's one way of looking at the data. So yeah, 5%. Well, what's the actual number? How many millions of people we're talking
I'm
about?
hardly hearing you. I don't know if it is me.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better now. Far better.
Better now. Oh yeah, I was asking what is the actual number of the 5 million or 5% you're talking about? How many millions of people that have the 500K in the bank account?
I don't understand
that
question.
You should about 8 million.
That would be about 10 million. If we're averaging that we're about 200 million and it's saying 5%, then that would be about 10 million thereabout.
That's gonna trick you one man. Now because again, those 500K in the accounts, it could belong to one account, or one person could have multiple accounts. So if the data is quite is well parsed, we should know if truly individuals that own one account that accounts for the 500K. Because for all we know, the actual number may not be more than 2% or less.
Oh, you are quoting even less than because if about 10 million actually have 500,000 in their account, that's not you know, but relative, I don't know, man. That's a
But that's what I'm
sizable
saying.
amount.
But what about if individuals have multiple accounts? Usually the people that have
No, they have BVN, and they're
No,
able to.
I think
Prince Daddy, you can't have more than one BVN now.
Huh?
You can't have more than one BVN.
I understand, but how did they get the data? Okay, are you just looking at
Yeah,
bank
but the
accounts?
BVN now, banking verification.
No, you don't know that. I didn't say one man.
Well, that way we
know
didn't
that.
know. We didn't know the identity of. I mean, you have to have BVN to
No,
open a bank account now.
no, it could be a simple report. It could be a simple report from the bank. Bank, tell me how many accounts you have that have 500K or more. Finish.
Prince Daddy. So that data would not have been gotten from the banks. It would have been gotten from NIBS. So NIBS is like a central body, right, where you can actually get unique identifiers of individuals who own one account. So you could have like 10 bank accounts, but from NIBS they can centralize that through your BVN to the amount one person owns. So that's like the way it's been run now, and we actually have about 150 million active bank accounts, and that's because we have more tier 1, tier 2 accounts. So it's not up to 200 million. It's about 150 million approximately. So between 8 to 9 million people are the ones that we're talking about.
I think we are stretching it beyond the limit. Now, for example, if you have to go by your logic, then we have to say that okay, we say in Nigeria, they said that how many percent, 20 something or 30 something percent of the population are in primary and secondary school. Technically, they don't own accounts, so we have to factor that in. And we have to factor in the people that are actually not working, that are not earning, that are, so we are not breaking it down to that level. If you are getting to that level, there will be no ending to that kind of argument. I mean, the population estimate that we're taking put both infants and children, kindergarten, elementary, middle school, and we put them into factor. So if you are going to that level, then we'll be able to we'll definitely fault every of the data that is being presented, whether by SCC, whether by the NIN, Nigeria, whatever. What do you call this other person? So I think it's just an average, being able to have an overview. So if we are going to that level, then we'll just be stretching it, and there will be no limit to it. The truth of the matter is that that is random. It's a sampling, of the total of the number of data. That's where it's not really very 100% exact or accurate. So I think we just wrong with the figure they've given us, and then make whatever deductions we want to make from it. So if we are saying that the number of persons there, it's just like the NCC. When NCC gives us that we have 170 active million lines, and everybody assume that okay, what percentage of Nigeria owns a phone? We are not assuming that maybe some people actually have more than 1 line or 2 lines or 3 lines, and the rest. If we are stretching it to that level, then that's the same thing with every other society as well. Yeah, like I said, it might really not be very good, but it does not really spell doom. That 5% of Nigeria can afford 500,000 lying somewhere in a bank. I don't think it spells that kind of doom that is being painted, and that's my take on it.
Did somebody want to come in? I heard a voice trying to come through as Bishop was speaking.
Yeah, I was trying to chime in. Bishop, I think probably that the diasporans are forgetting that there's a new process back when it comes to banking and telcos in Nigeria. As of today, they're actually about 138 million active mobile phone networks. with individual NIN numbers, unique NIN numbers. And then for banks, there are about approximately 140 million active bank accounts with BVNs in Nigeria as at 2024. And I'm saying so again because we now have several models or modes where people can actually open bank accounts even as quick as your phone number. With your phone number, dialing a USSD code opens a bank account. So very many people have been able to open bank accounts using those, several media. Either you can use agents, you can use Momo, you can use POS agents, you can use USSD code.
So Patty, okay. So for example, if one person has multiple accounts that has a total of half a million in it, that counts as one person because of the unique identifiers. Is that what you're saying?
I think Paddy I think he's excused himself for a moment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that was the question I was going to ask you because, for example, I have more than one account. I have accounts in probably 4 5 banks because
Sorry, Bishop. I think the position Paddy is presenting is whichever account you have, they are linked by a unique identifier. So that 500,000 even it could be the culmination of however much you have in all your several accounts. So you have 50,000 there, you have
that's not,
100,000 there.
that's not correct. That's not true. That's not true.
How,
That's
how
not
do you
true at all.
how do you know it's not true?
I mean, the same way we know it's not true. If we say, okay, let's just listen to me, that there are 170 something thousand million active internet users in Nigeria, we know very well that if we are actually 200 million, we cannot have 170 active because one, we factor in the children that are not even owning phones, that are not old enough, the ones that are in primary and elementary and kindergarten schools, the infants, which are being, of course, they are part of our population. We factor in people that live in extreme rural areas. We factor in people that are either too young or too old to own the phone. By the time we begin to bring them in,
But that's a different space though. What you're talking about?
Well, it's still about data. It's still about random sampling.
No, it's not random sampling. And that doesn't dispel the active users. It's essentially what it is. They are active users. They are not saying unique users, but what they are I don't get the logic of what you're saying, but I'll carry on.
Anyhow, that's what I feel. That what with the argument, the discussion centers around whether 5%, what do you call it? How it's represented at only 5%, owes 500,000, and I don't see it as something that is fatal. I say, yeah, it might. I mean, let's assume that it is very correct. It does not really portray the level of how rich or how poor we are as a nation. That's my take on that.
It indicates that the vast majority of the country are living on the breadline.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That I don't think so, because of the factors that I actually initially stated earlier. That we live in a cash economy. That you see somebody that owns a home that has almost everything, that is actually living above average, but doesn't have 500,000. But his house is his own. He has a farm that he gets majority of the things from, and it doesn't really. It's not like it's a trader, so it doesn't need to keep that. How many people can actually, if we say our minimum wage is 30,000, how many 30,000 makes 500,000? So how many people can afford to keep their salary for 10 months or 12 months or 18 months without touching it? That means you can live on what you have and begin to save up to 500,000. So it's not, I'm not seeing it as being as fatter as it is. And now using it with some of the countries where we live, some of these Western countries, how many people in America can actually afford to put 5,000? Even $5,000 is too much. Let's even say just $1,000 sitting in their accounts because people live paycheck to paycheck. Yes, why it could be better, I don't see it as being fatter. That's what I'm saying.
All right. I think Zita wants to chime in on this topic. Zita, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, one man, how na day?
We did, Gangway.
One man, I don't know what the storyline is, but looking at the heading, the if he says 5% of Nigerians, it's only 5% of Nigerians that have up to 500,000 and above in their account. Is broad. In their account as it's not their cash worth. If you say in their account, that means the money they deposited in their account. But for all I know, 80% of Nigerians don't do bank. So if you want to know actually how much a Nigerian is worth, change the currency. And you know how much that will be brought into the bank. Because they stack their money somewhere. They do catch. So saying that 5% of Nigerians have 500,000 and above in their account in the bank doesn't necessarily mean that that is the worth of Nigerians. Unless he's telling me that.
No, but it's as close enough as you can pronounce, given data. You know?
One man. Do you know why I'm saying this? If you check your statistics, anytime Nigeria changes their currency, either they color it or paint it or transpose it, you will see the madness in the bank. People are going to the bank to dump huge sums of money. So the question is, where has that money been? That's what I'm saying. Nigerians don't actually do bank. I can assure you that they don't. Unless he's telling me that he has snooped around their bedrooms and everywhere, and this is what he can come up with, then I will agree. But if his statistics is saying what he is seeing in the bank doesn't necessarily mean poor. No, that doesn't work.
I think the way the country is structured now, with a highly digitalized economy, it'll be very difficult for you to function at any real level without having that financial digital footprint.
No, not yet. One man, not yet. Looking at what happened just about 4 months ago, will I say, a year ago, when they changed the currency, we were at that digital level. They were doing POS. Most people were collecting, you pay them through POS. But still, when they changed that money, what we saw, some of us almost, we couldn't believe that somebody could keep that kind of cash in his house. And remember what happened to this guy from Benue State. The money he stacked in his house got mold and went bad. So that doesn't necessarily mean that a Nigerian is worth below 500,000. No, I don't believe that. That's not the statistics. He's saying what he sees in the bank, that the people who make effort to go and dump their money in the bank. So that's just what I want to come in to say. It's not their worth, but that's what they have in the bank. They want to put in the bank.
Mamazita, I think what you are saying is right, but the statistics will say something. And I think that's what the man is trying to say. He's trying to say that the wealth of Nigeria is concentrated in the hands of less than 5%. Let's assume we take a sample of Nigerians money, and a proper sample would be, okay, the money in the banking system. That's a representation of the entire country. Like taking that sample, which is a very large sample. They are simply saying that only 5% of them have above 500,000. It means that 95% are in poverty, extreme poverty.
No,
Only 5%
no,
of Nigerians
no,
are above poverty. No, this is what
no,
I'm saying. It's a sample. Those bank accounts is a sample and a representation of the entire country.
no, no, no.
Okay, how do you take that sample?
See, do you know why I'm saying this? I always like to make a reference. Why I'm saying this is that Nigerians don't do bank. We are yet to get to that place where we will be doing bank. Every couple you spend has to pass through that digital process. We know how much you spend it, where you spend it, how you spend it. But we do more of cash. So saying that people went to the bank to keep some money, and then you said that this is what the worth of Nigerians, that's even a wrong statistics in the first place. It's a wrong statistics. Even in the United States, even here, you will not, not even when I'm hearing that judges in the United States pay cash for their dinner. So even in the United States, you use that statistics to say the level of poverty in that country is still wrong. Because
Madam Zita, who pays cash with cash? Who pays cash for dinner?
Huh?
I said, who did you say pay cash for dinner?
I said some judges in the United States pay cash for dinner.
Okay, I thought you were trying to refer to Miss Fanny Willis.
But you know who I'm referring to now. So
I know where you are going, the Colorado payment. Look at you.
Thank you, Madam Zita. I think maybe that was what I was trying to explain. Look, I'll give you an example, and this is very clear. I know if I am
my brother, before you go further, please. Before you go further, one man, you might not know what we just discussed now. I mean, for those of us that sit in America, they will understand where Madam was going to. So it's about a fraud that took place in Atlanta, where a defense attorney by name Fanny Willis, gave somebody that she was. I don't want to use the word here, but you know what I mean. Like someone she was sleeping with, the contracts or the file to charge Trump to court. So it happened to be that after much debate in courts, it was now found that he was actually sleeping with it. I think that's. I just wanted to give a background to that. So immediately she said that, I said let me just bring it up. Like it was so funny.
All right, brilliant. A lot of us were pretending like we knew what you were talking about, but we did not. So thank you for giving us the backdrop. Back to you, Bishop.
So, like I was saying, I'll just give you an example of the strategy that I can talk very confidently of. I wouldn't know where he lives. We know what I'm talking about. He lives somewhere in it's Oyo State. Let me say more than that. It's part of the I can tell you very confident that if Igboho does not have 100,000 in his account at any time, he has children. Confidently, I can tell you he has more than 11 or 13 or 12 children. He has 2 wives. He has grandchildren. He has a farm. He is a elder in this church. He does everything. He does not have 100,000, I can tell you, because it's somebody I know. I've not even changed his name. He has practically everything he wants from his farm, and they said, and this in cash. By any standard in his community, you cannot tell that. You cannot say that if Igboho is a poor man. You can never, ever say he's a poor man. But I can tell you, he does not have 100,000 in his account. So statistics is good for us to work with for the betterment and the uplifting, but it's good not to be too hasty to generalize. I think we cannot generalize that, especially in Nigeria. That's the cash economy that people have built their house. You see people's houses, and they will tell you they are not owing anybody any kobo to build their house, and they're still not owing anybody today, compared to a place like America, whereby people are owing
even for a one bedroom condo apartment, that a default, if they just default for 1 month, at the very best 2 months, before they know it, a sheriff is at their door. Their car, your car, they have repossessed people's cars. When they go drive in, they go into a store to get groceries, and before they came out, they were looking for their car. They called the cops, and before they knew it, it was the cop traced the car and said, "Oh, the car has been repossessed by some financial places that you are owing because you defaulted in your car note for 2 months at the very best." So I don't think it's the same thing. I don't think it's enough to conclude, to generalize. Yes, we can be better, but it's not like that scenario that is a. So for me, that's my thinking. But if it is a data that is going to help us to work for the betterment of the people, so that people can back more, if you can produce and we provide more credit facilities for people, then so be it. It's not going to be cash dominated economy, but as it is presently, it's a cash dominated. So if people can save, and our minimum wage is 30,000. 30,000. How many 30,000 makes 500,000? Please help me, mathematicians in the house. And we still have the percentage of people. So that's the angle we look at it. Because when we talk of everything, we use the minimum wage. So how many minimum wage earner can actually save 500,000? Then we'll make a headway. But yeah, it's good to work with the statistics for the betterment of the generality of the people. Or it's not enough to like to say, oh, it is doom and gloom. No, I don't agree with that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Bishop. So we go on from Bishop to Dewale. But on our way to Dewale, let me highlight what is coming up later on today, which will be Dupsi's show. She's looking at what's going on in the churches. A little girl challenges a claim made by a pastor that a severed finger grew back. So miracle water and the Holy Spirit and all that. So Dupsi will be discussing that later on today at 3 p.m. UK time. The link to that is in the comment section. So if you want to go bookmark that, go bookmark it. So thank you, Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. We go on from Bishop. Mike, are you there? Mike.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Oh, yes, I can hear you. So we go on to wow, there's some noise there. So I'll hand over to Mike as the conversation continues. So Mike, Adewale has still not spoken. Prince Daddy, Zita, Patoski, and Joel of Nashville. So still plenty of conversation to be had. If you check your Instagram, I sent you a message. So let me hand over to Mike. Thank everyone. See you later today. Now, not tomorrow.
One man, please, before you leave. When are we doing the stuff we talked about?
No, I've been trying to get the.
Kandu.
Yes, I've been speaking to Kandu, and we're looking for. It's looking for a tip that is able to use to drive that session. So it's not yet found anything that is confident that to recommend. So we're looking for is looking for the stock that is going to use to drive it. Because I've already set up an account on Webull, and I've populated it with a little bit of money. So we're going to use that account to experiment for the rest of the year. So he's now looking for where we're going to start it off with. So that's where that is.
Oh, okay. When next you talk to him, tell him I wanted to do the currency thing that he talked about. That thing, that's one of the reasons why I was calling. The currency exchange thing.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, well,
stick around. It usually turns up for the after hour session, which Mike is going to drive. So stick around. He'll probably join you fairly shortly. All right, brilliant. All right. So over to you, Mike. As Dewale takes the floor. Mike.
How convenient for one man to excuse himself from the platform and now call on me to come on.
You wait. Why you not staying behind to hear my own analysis? Why you?
I'm still in the back. I'm
So
still in the
what?
background, though.
What you're implying is okay. Go and put these people to bed and make them sleep so that I can go to bed as well.
No, no, no.
One man is ready to sleep anyway, so don't worry, man.
All right. Over to you. You know, we always save the best for later. Look at the company you are in.
Yeah,
You are with
yeah, right.
Zeta. You are with Joel of Nashville. You are with Prince Daddy. What better company can you be in? And
I
you have
was even on
Mike.
the show way before you today. Here you know.
Who told you that?
I was in the background before, way before you even started the show.
Well, that's true, actually.
Anyway,
Oh, oh,
so
oh, all right. Tomorrow, Diwali will be the first on the list. Diwali. To you.
Mike, what do you want me to talk about?
Man, I don't know. You're a grown man now. You talk about what you want to talk about now.
Yeah, I
Abi?
thought you know. One man didn't hand over to you properly. What are you talking about? I thought you
So you
have
don't
your
know the
own.
topics?
What do you mean you don't know the topic? I thought you have your own preferred topic. That's why I'm asking you.
When you ever see me come in with
You
topics?
want me to free flow? That's fine.
Yeah,
Well,
look
the
at the
grown
topics
man,
and
not the
jump on
grown
it,
man.
and you guys discuss among yourselves, man. I mean, I can't be more doing what one man does and be saying, "Let me go to you. You talk this one. You
If
talk
you
that
are
one."
not up to that, you say you speak up. Don't be coming there
No.
with a different attitude. I see.
So
I'm
when you were
asking
coming on the
you.
show,
You
you
are
didn't
the
have
mo-
anything. Wait. When you were coming on the show, you didn't have anything in your mind to talk about.
if one man has a multitude of topics that he laid down today. So you won't. If you don't know any of them, you let me know. I'm doing you a favor by asking what you want.
Prince
Which
Daddy,
of
give
them
him
you want me to
topics.
talk about?
Maybe just pick one and talk, or engage Prince Daddy. Just talk, man. Talk. They were, you know me. I don't just go and talk. You guys have conversation, man. I don't do all this. Have conversation, and the only my job here is when he's getting 10 people talking at the same time. Just say, guys, one at a time. That's it. I'm not here to guide you what you are saying. Just talk, man.
And then when they just pick one topic, he got no game. He just he almost
Exactly.
taking over
Joe, give
without
him
playing
topic. Give him
defense.
topics. You are the man of give him
You
topic.
know, like when Baba spoke about, Baba spoke about the Baba suggests new, should I call it new revelation about, reforming the country and devolution of power and all that. And I think it was Patostic. I was trying to absolve him of, what he should have done years back. And the man now, simply because he felt this epiphany of, oh, this is the way things should have turned, now decided to speak up. Honestly, it's now certain to hear somebody like Obasanjo prescribing, medication that should have been taken way before even the lot of obedience of today, even way before they were born. That it should have, you know, take Nigeria to the next level. Unfortunately, somebody said, "Oh, that was a different era." Who says that was a different era? Different era.
Well,
Nigeria was still in existence.
sorry,
Yeah,
Dwight. To that point, different era. It doesn't buy him any break because Obasanjo actually worked against the devolution of power. Actually, he did. So he doesn't get a break
What
for it.
what is your proof to that, Prince Daddy?
Well, if you remember his interaction with Tinubu when he was the governor, and when Tinubu was trying to expand the local government for Lagos State, Obasanjo vehemently opposed them in every way possible using the federal might. So it was never about trying to give the local government the autonomy to operate. So it was actually not just didn't do it; it was actually against it. Now, if the Lagos State model had worked, perhaps it would have been propagated to
Are you
other
ready?
states.
And he did it with Bayelsa State too. So I don't know why he's coming up with this bullshit of demolition. I don't know. But I don't want to continue.
it seems all of the previous head of state are now having diarrhea somehow. The same thing with Gowon, the same thing with Obasanjo. Honestly, there's no different era anywhere. It's the same country, and Nigeria has been in existence since 1960. If they had laid good foundation by imposing, because all they are known to be doing is to be imposing constitution was written by the military and imposing on the civilian. And all what you have done is thing by gathering people, and actually people come with their different issues and have a proper constitution that would deal with tribal issues, deal with all of our differences. But when you now have an imposed constitution that still think about states reliability on the federal, there's no sovereignty in any states. It's unfortunate. All this thing that the federal is facing today will have been a thing of the past. But you now have a situation where the state governors are not as powerful uh, before 1999. They became powerful since 2007. When Obasanjo was there, they started growing further, and that was the era where he was more or less by handling the state governors by declaring state emergency in some states. Some state governors were abducted, so to call it, and some that have the financial muscle were actually thrown to the wolf, and the Western power found them guilty. Not that they are not guilty, they are overly guilty. And at the end of it all, he tried to, but what he should have done is to have a standardized uh, 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 operation procedure like where it will be a guiding. But now you don't have the governor as powerful as the president. There's a little bit handicap when it comes to the way he governs, because we expect the president to have some level of authority over some things that actually the state government should have been the one in charge. So the state governors are powerful. That's why they could have the local government chairman kowtowing and prostrating before, and it's unfortunate because when you have things that should have been handled by the local authority, but the state government had to dictate. In fact, it was a known fact that when Obi was in charge of Anambra State, not just him but his colleague as well, they exercised that power, the power that denied the local government of the authority, and they don't even conduct any election to any of those local government, but keep appointing their own cronies and friends into that position. And before they started about to lead and started trying to, okay, let's conduct an election. Some of them did not even conduct election. So it's unfortunate that somebody like Obasanjo, because a lot of people didn't know the antecedent of this man. He had two opportunities. I think it was Baba that called him a Kandanian, special being, because God gave him opportunity at a younger age and at advanced age. He was in his 30s when he became virtually the deputy, and towards 40, but becomes the head of state. And then at 61 or 60 something, became the president of Nigeria. So he had those two chances. All right, he was more or less in charge of the at the time, because he was dictating the election of the principal officials of that assembly, and he don't like put his foot down rather than chasing the shadow of the third time. Legal we are talking today. Then his control was loudest agitation at that time. You guys remember the what is it called? Tinubu's friend now. What is that? That would be right. The rest of them in the increase, the comes again the government. They say no to our resources. That was when he put his foot down, but it was due beating of the North. Now it felt that epiphany of the Southeastern doesn't they were cheated out, or somehow it's their turn. And then now we have to dissolve the power. We have to devolve power to go to this, to go to the local level, so that people will feel the impact of government. It's unfortunate. I'm not saying that what he said wasn't right, but like Kulata said, it was a wrong messenger delivering a good message, which honestly, um, but of course,
kid born 20, 25 years ago would not understand the role this man played in shaping their own future, and the future of their unborn children, because he should have put a good foot down other than imposing a sick man on Nigerian. And at the end of the day, the man could not even do much. And the Bewudane from Bayelsa said that should have done, better, also felt like, look, one thing is, power is transient. One way or the other, you are going to lose it. All right? Do the right thing. I believe by the time you get to the position as a president, God has placed you there. There's no other position to aspire to in life, honestly. There's no other. And it's a privileged position. So when you get there, if it's one time that you have, just like this man, this congressman from the United States, put it one time. Needs to address, your colleague on the floor, and if you don't use it, you're damned. If you use it now, you don't use it right now. So you have to use that opportunity. Politically, it might be a lie. Don't damn all the consequences. Do it because of tomorrow, right? So that your name will be placed in that pedestal, the one that shares.
Is it my gadget or you? Or is it me? You are echoing.
Okay, it might be me. Like, I don't know. I'm still using this. I decided to stay away from my Wi-Fi. Can everybody hear me?
We can
Hello?
hear you, but it's like
Yeah, you were not clear. You were kind of. But continue, Sha. Maybe
Okay.
you're better now.
Oh, okay. So, like I was saying, the man should have been more. Should have done. There's no second chance in this. You miss, you fail, and just a reminder to Tinubu of this word. Now you are getting people probably would not know what you are doing to strengthen things. You're fighting some inner battles that ordinary person like me and will not privy to all those details. But sometimes you have to, do what is right and just. Because, I mean, look at it. Some of them are in their 70s, yeah, late 60s, about to get close to their grave. So do the right thing. Power. I understand the political dynamic of being in power, but sometimes you just have to do it. You just have to do it and do it right. And this same Obasanjo, like Prince Daddy put it the other time when he was the president, he fought tooth and nail simply because Tinubu took that opportunity, to establish more development center. I mean, I think we call it local government, but because it took, I think Obasanjo took him to court or something, and it delayed his federal allocation simply because Obasanjo said it was not constitutional. So, but at the same time, the positive impact of creating those local government. I mean, there's no way you can justify that the state like Kano should have more local government than Lagos State, because Lagos State was much more, populated. And this man fed it's not about geographical location, but human being. So when you now have people that that demand more or put more pressure on the infrastructure, then you have to create local government that will be able to cater to them, so that it will be much easier to be able to, distribute those resources evenly, But no, federal government say, headed by this Obasanjo, and said no, it shouldn't be. I decided to punish, you know, at the end of the day, the state has been prospering since then. And it was more of a pointer to other states to emulate Lagos State. Look, there will always be some downtown, and sometimes we might at a lot entrance. That is the case of the political fight now becomes the order of the day. So you have to do what you have to do to care for your people. So, Obasanjo,
Let me ask one quick question. Is it Kano City? Is it Kano City that has more local government, or is Kano State?
Kano State.
Okay. Yeah, the state is way
Kano
bigger
State.
than Lagos.
Yeah, they're looking at the land map, but the people Remember, there was a census that was conducted then. I believe it was in 2003. I'm not so sure, but a census was conducted there. Tinubu
2006.
says, God bless you, sir. Tinubu deliberately conducted his own parallel census. As you are having the federal census official leaving your domain, guess what? The Lagos state officials are following them so that they would.
Adewale, let me help you, please, if you don't mind. Hello, you are really not audible. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Can I hear you? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You know, I mean, one simple basic something is that before Lagos State and Kano State has similar census, even in the military era. And when Jigawa State was pulled out of Kano State and Lagos State, there was no sharing. More people were coming into Lagos State, and the state was shared, and Jigawa was created out of Kano. Even Oyo State, it was amazing that Kano State has more population than Lagos. There's no way to say it. There is a very big fraud going on in that space. There is no way that Kano is bigger than Lagos, population-wise, and Oyo State. We can trace the history back to as way back as 30 years ago. Let's just look at the trajectory before Kano was created, and before Jigawa was created, to the extent now that even Jigawa is almost competing with Oyo State. So that space is not clear at all. And that's why many people still doubt and question the veracity or how do I call it, how accurate our census or whatever the data we push out. Our sensor is not accurate at all. So to that, you are very correct. There is so much controversy that surrounds how is Kano more populated than Lagos. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bishop. Dewale, here's the deal, though, man. Like all these things, all this imbalance that's maybe some that we claim that they create, all these imbalance, like they have somehow they do something to favor the north. I usually happen during the regime of maybe a northern president or something like that, right? So now my own issue is, well, every time we get a southern president, why don't we now push it on them or put it on them to say, come, hey, these people when they were in power, they did this thing to favor their own the entire northern region. Hey, do change it or do something for us to favor the southern region. It seems like we don't talk about that at all. Whenever we get our guy in power, we don't even challenge them or we don't even bring it up. The issue we could put at them is usually something that's just irrelevant. That doesn't, it's not an issue about the south or regional. And also, we tend not to complain whenever about the issue, whenever the southern person is the president. We wait till the northern guy become president. That's when we begin to complain, like, hey, look, you're cheating us, you're cheating us. Okay, now Tinubu is the president. When Jonathan was there, none of us were even talking about, oh, why do you cannot have more this thing? Why this? Why don't you change this or give more local government to Bayelsa or something or some rivers or something to balance it? We don't push our own. We've had more since this democracy started. We have more certain president now than the North. So why are we not pushing our? If the North are so doing things to favor themselves, why are we not doing things to favor our own self too? Why do we only cry and complain? That's my only issue. The crying and complaining is just annoying. It's becoming annoying to me. So if there's an imbalance, shouldn't you be crying to Tinubu and like, okay, you are from the south now, do your own, make Lagos more, create more local government for Lagos or whatever. Do something for yourself too. I mean, am I making sense?
Yeah, I mean, there's a good point though. Let's go
I
ahead.
was gonna say you're making sense, but thanks. You're making sense, but the thing is that just like you saw Tinubu coming to power, there was a lot of division amongst the Yoruba people or the Southwesterners, right? But in the north, they all tend to embrace their leader, the chosen one, and they all stand behind that person. So the reason why we don't tend to move forward based on what you're saying, pushing certain policies, because we are divided. Even when we have our own in there, we always divided. Great idea.
Thank you, Prince Daddy. But you also, Mike, you also remember that when Obasanjo was the president, people were agitating for restructuring as well. They just didn't listen because he wasn't a candidate of the Southwest. That's just the way it is. And the only person that came from the South that should have done more was Jonathan. But Jonathan was able to manage to spend just one term. Let's even say that, if you had the remaining years of his principal. So his excuse would be, well, I didn't have enough time to effect some of those changes. But the bottom line is that you are right because, but you also look at the political fallback. But I believe all this thing can be done strategically in such a way that it won't come as a threat to the Northerners. Some of this agitation is mainly, most of the people that are clamoring for um, the evolution of power or restructuring generally are probably southern people. The northern people they are comfortable to some extent. So that's why you don't have that noise coming from that quarter, much like the way you see it from the south. And the southwest has always been the forefront of all this agitation. So how many chances have we had since the advent of this democracy? Not that much. That is why I'm so critical about Obasanjo for wasting the time that should have been, used to address some of these political fundamental issues. Okay, but he was pandering. He was pandering. Somebody said that he granted the North to have Sharia. It was during his time. As a matter of fact, look, when we moved from authoritarian regime, which people are so used to, it's just like when you are married to a narcissist person, you are used to that person, and one time you find yourself in the position of splendor, you begin to like, oh well, this is life, and forget about what you've endured in the past, and not making a concrete plan not to get yourself immersed in that. Now, when we left that military era, a lot of people were kind of seen because people were skeptical. That's why I'm so critical about Sir Josh should have laid a very good foundation. But due to his high-handedness, yes, the lives of Buhari of today had to, change ways to turn Democrats because some of the things that he would have put his foot in and say, you know what, I'm imposing not even executive order. People expect that to happen. Democracy is a little bit complicated, we know, but going by the way we practice it in this climate, we know the power that the federal government may, especially the presidency, can do. Jonathan conducted a confab, right? Bringing people from different sectors of the country to speak their mind. But till today, that report of that SSI has not seen the daylight. So why? What is the reason? Because some people are hell bent in suppressing it, and he doesn't have the political balls, to do that. But damn all the consequences. Do it once and for all, and see what will happen. But because we always attach the you know the oneness of the country to as if that will threaten the stability of the country, and damn all the consequences, damn everyone that is saying that will be in the hand of the country. At least give it a shot. When Obasanjo instituted the human rights panel, which is put that panel in, we thought there will be some form of reconciliatory, message that will come after that. But at the end of the day, it was a jamboree. He himself make mockery of himself. We have the issues of 60s, and even pre-independence issue was brought forward. So, and at the end of the day, those SSS were in fertility. We thought we were gonna do like the South Africa, where there's a reconciliatory, between the aggrieved people, but it was just a jamboree. So he had a chance. If you are, I'm not expecting him to be the expert in every area, but at least when something is for good. When you have a good argument
from your advisor, you can tell that this is going to propel this country to the next level. Today, the tribe, the religion, all these issues are continuing to resurface in everything we deal with in Nigeria. And why is it a recurring decimal? Simply because we have not addressed it. And that is why I will see myself as an Ekiti man first or Yoruba man first before I see myself as a Nigerian. So only mundane thing bring us together like sport and all that makes us one Nigeria. So if we had the opportunity to put down constitution that addresses all our differences to the point that is able to address it to the lower level of the government to the people. We've had issues in a country where local government were vibrant and they were doing their job, constructing road, rehabilitating roads in the local areas. And now we now have to depend on the local government, I mean, state government, and not just depend on it, but more or less like, when you are kind of like a Rawosiebe, joy. So any little dualization is like, oh, he has done the best. So to me, it's a good agitation, but at the same time, it shouldn't be coming from Obasanjo. Like Kulata said, the man should have kept his mouth shut, zip it, and go and eat and drink wine, and that's it. He can't even chase any younger anymore anyway. So that's where I say about him. He shouldn't even come. He shouldn't even feature in any of our politics anymore. These people have done their thing, and it's time for them to retire and rest. And
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say this Obasanjo guy, man. You almost usurped or altered democracy in this last election because it was one of the front people jumping up and down talking about stopping the count. Imagine that. An election is going on, and Obasanjo was trying to stop it because they estimated that his chosen guy, Peter Obi, was not going to win, and they was trying to stop the election. See, this Obasanjo, at the end of the day, Obasanjo might be a net negative to Nigeria. Actually,
he's a net negative, man.
You think
nothing
so?
to contribute.
I mean, yeah. Whatever it did, the damages it did along the way, and it almost did in this past election. It wasn't funny actually. If you say this past election, who was the man of the year? Was it Mahmoud? Or who won the man of the year in Nigeria? But anyway, that guy Mahmoud, right?
The INEC chairman.
The INEC chairman, Mahmoud. Yeah, that guy was instrumental in saving Nigeria's democracy. I'm telling you. The guy, you can look at the guy, everything aside, the guy is smart and is able to read all sides. And whatever the guy did, he saved Nigeria and he saved democracy, no matter what you guys are going to say. I'm not even sure which side it was.
Ekene is probably boiling.
I'm not sure which side the guy was on, but the guy read the whole situation. He saw what Buhari was doing with the Northerners. He saw the game I took. He saw everything, and he knew that. Look,
Obasanjo understand that the power is changing hand. Number one, I mean, there's a chance that power is going to change hand, and one thing is to have power reside in certain block, but losing it. I mean, these are people that shouldn't even be involved in politics. So he was doing all that to kind of like trying to see if he can reshape the way we govern in Nigeria by imposing his own candidate. And he tried. He recruited what is the guy, the Kulata's brother, Akion Shutoku and the rest, and even Okukwe, to see how they can make it more appealing to the people of the Southwest. And to some extent, they succeeded. But it's just that the power actually has really moved. The moment opposition being in power, it becomes a struggle to take it back from their hand. And PDP would try to get that power back. It is what it is. Anyway, let me quickly move before I yield the floor to other two. I think the first topic,
Adewale, before you move, You just referred to Akin Oshutokun. I don't know if Kulata is in the room to answer you. So I'm asking you on his behalf. Did you just say Akin Oshutokun is Kulata's brother? I want you to just be
They are from Washington State together now. Why are you doing this to
they
me,
can be
Bishop?
from Osun State, but I want is Kulata here. Because if he's here, I will not talk. But if he's not here, let me speak.
Don't make somebody sue me. I don't have the
Adewale,
money.
you are talking behind people's back, eh?
Adewa, Kulata,
I'm
are
just
you here? If
generalizing.
Kulata
You
is
see,
listening,
eh,
Shomo,
any,
because I did not say anything, no, but just for
anytime they mention Edo, that Japanese man will wake up from his sleep of 20 years and reply everybody. So that's why I'm
I
calling to
just want to be
Kulata.
sure. Because Aki Oshinuku was someone I used to think, about listening to him in the recent past or more. Sometimes I feel like crying when I listen to him, what politics can do to some individual.
It's not
Well,
him.
that's
It's his godfather that is doing wonder behind it.
you really made the best of that guy.
It's
Man,
not him. He's a good brain. He's just like him and his a good friend. I didn't know you, Joe. I know he's even more of literal word than politics, but of course he dabble into politics one way or the other.
Kulata is here. Oh, so I withdraw my whatever. Kulata is here, so he did not object. I just
Kulata
knew
is
that.
sleeping. Kulata will
Oh,
have
he's
him.
sleeping. Okay.
I don't know what you're gonna speak on next, but if you wanna add this to it also, I heard earlier that yesterday and today people talking like, look, Cardoso is not gonna go after these bankers because they are his colleagues, they work together, whatever, this and that. So my question then would be, if that been the case, and we know the bankers they constitute a huge part of the problem, perhaps over 50%, right? If that been the case, what is the purpose of these policies and everything they're trying to do? Is it just an exercise in futility, or what is going on?
I believe what they're trying to do is the what I proposed yesterday, that you call a dog and you hang the bone on their neck. The reason why I haven't seen any sign that is going to go after the banker. The reason being is that some of these folks, like Kulata said, is colleagues and they know each other. But that we have a way of sweeping things under the carpet in Nigeria. We try to make everything political in such a way that if
Adewale, I always say this: the Nigeria, the strong people are stronger than the institutions. That's the problem. That's just the root of the problem. The strong
how
and the reason is because all the strong people know each other. They are friends, so it's difficult to prosecute your friend, and it's easy for you to not care about getting caught and do something because you know that the person that's responsible to prosecute you is your friend, and you know him like, okay, you and him you sat
Mike,
together, you eating.
Mike, was it
What's wrong?
during the Sanusi era that the CBN decided to have the bank executive having term limit? I think it was Sanusi era, right?
Yeah. Sanusi tried, but even him going, he was catching them.
But
Those people
now
he called to record the other people. They say, they talk to Sanusi, and then
you
Sanusi
now
would say,
have them having a holding company, having the largest share in the company, and they still holding that company in ransom by being the largest shareholder. So they are now turning themselves to the director in those shareholdings companies. So it's
it's
more or
kind of
less.
difficult to, really.
See, you saw that video of Baba, what's his name? George, Olabode George, where he was talking about the bankers, the way they made them overnight billionaires and all that. Have you seen that video?
Which one?
Anybody? That was a video going online where Brother George
Yes,
was,
but
was.
it was not a recent video. He did it before
Yeah, it wasn't a
the
recent
judge talk.
video, but
Yeah,
it
but he
speaks
did
to
it. Yes,
the present.
yes,
And
he did.
honestly, these guys were made overnight billionaire. And look, I was at a banking 17, 18 years ago. And Okay, somebody tell me. How, it's possible, but also I need somebody to explain to me. How could a small bank called Standard Bank, is it Standard Trust or Standard Bank?
Standard Trust, STB.
Standard Trust swallow a whole what do you call it? UBA bank
UBA.
with much presence in Nigeria, with much asset. That only thing they were lacking at that time was because they've tapped 25 billion. So can somebody tell me how it's possible for a small bank I could not even pay. After that time, the bank I was working uh, with after that time is even more bigger than that bank. There was a bank called
That
Gateway
was,
Bank.
yeah, no Gateway Bank. That
Okay.
was
So
an anomaly. It was an anathema. But yes, it actually happened. If we begin to dig, we'll touch so many things. But yeah, it happened under a particular regime, and we all know the shenanigans what do you call it? All the anomalies and the malpractices that actually went under. But yes, it actually happened. Uh,
yeah, it happens, but because the system enabled them and they were able to. I mean, to me, I understood because today the old shareholders in the UBA to today won't be my shaking because they knew what the UBA was under Akim Osagi at that time. Yeah, it was under him there. Directly sideline the shareholders and anyway, I don't want to say much because this is a public forum. But that's to tell you some of the uh, sharp practices that the bankers have been engaging. How many times have we reside in abroad anyway? How many times have we worked inside a bank? We want to buy share, uh, dollars or any hard currency, and they will say, go to their bookie. They even have their own favorite bookie. Look, it's only in Nigeria I will see people hawking naira. Hawking money, dollars. They will be, engaging you right from the time you emerge from the airport. They will be asking you, you want dollar? Where do you see that? Everywhere we've traveled to, and somebody will say CBDs are not to. BDC are not to, be chased around that. Those people. Well, those people that are hawking dollars across the street that are, trying to engage in. Are they registered with people in the name of BDC? I mean, what is the possibility that those people are not even holding the money, the dollars in their own closet as well? Not quite long ago, former MD of NNPC was found stashing millions of dollars in his village. Somehow, is that not part of the money in the circulation as well? I'm talking about the dollar that was found in his house. All these sharp practices that not that the government can't go after them, but like we said, the political entanglement involved is just I don't know. Well, I hope and I pray and I wish because this government administration does not have a choice than to do what is just. And if there's a need to go after, go after. And if there's a way they can solve issues without, uh, because if you fact, bro,
I mean,
sometimes
what are you said go after? You just said it. They can't go after their own bankers, their own
it's
fellow
gonna be
colleagues. So
hard.
and
It's
they
gonna
can
be
so
hard.
they can't go after the governors that convert the allocations into a large percentage of the allocation into dollars. So who are they going to go after? They're just playing games
No, you
trying to.
see, there's been a contending issue with the federal government going after the state since 1999. That Obasanjo has been going after the likes of Iboris and all that. There have been some, constitutional challenges in
Did
terms of.
Obasanjo ever went after
No,
Ibori at all?
no,
I
no,
did.
no. I'm not saying go after the governors. What I'm saying is that go after the actions, what they are doing in the economy. No, you can, don't go after the governors directly. But if you know that they're converting a large percentage of the allocations into dollar, then obviously there are points, notes in which where to go. Of course, they work with the bankers or with the banks. Obviously, that's quite clear, and the bureau de change institutions also. Those are the points they have to go after. Okay, you can't go after the banker, you can't go after the governor. So who are you going to go after? The common person that's changing $100 on the streets? Is that the only person they're going to go after? They have a long way to go. If that been the
I
case.
mean, you can start from somewhere. It does not necessarily mean that you have to go after the big fish. Sometimes the smaller one lead to the big fish, and we're living in an era where there's no every news is on the net now, so you can make it out there so that they can have to, defend themselves. But the thing is that when it comes to the federal power and the state issue, the federal have limited influence on what they can do to curtail the excesses of the state executives. So when you now have that joint criminal involvement with the state and the banking, and you realize that the federal government does not really have much, but except there's a law, or should I say, new law that will actually help the federal government, because EFCS is compromised one way or the other, and ICPC is just in its own shadow of itself. So but you see, the people of the state really have to speak up.
I'm glad you mentioned EFCC. You know what I've always been thinking? That EFCC, that agency, first, if government wants to really solve the problem, they have to privatize that kind of agency, right? Allow private private companies, right? Where they'll get a license, where they have the power to be looking into searching for corruptions, and for every corrupt case they can sort out, they get some contract from God. I mean, it's like they contracted to solve corrupt cases, and whichever cases they're able to sort out, they get payments. So now what you're gonna have is you'll have a bunch of companies, people starting companies, such companies, and there'll be competition. So now you have a situation where, wow, I'm maybe an accountant. I'll open an accounting firm, then I'll get a license to be a private investigator or private auditor or even private prosecutor, whatever. Just privatize that investigative
Mike, good idea,
agency.
but it's not going to
You
work.
understand what I'm saying? So, Prince Daddy, what you have is this. You're not going to have a situation where one EFCC is the one that's looking into corrupt cases and uncovering corrupt cases, and then
But
hold
hold on one
on.
second. Hold on.
If I lie,
Hold on.
you get my point. You get where I'm going. You get my point. Just wait. What we have is EFCC guy, chairman. We look into audit, so that we audit a department, and they'll discover something, and then the head of that department will now call the EFCC guy to the side and say, okay, I'm going to pay this money. You hush, let it go. You understand? But if you have a bunch of EFCCs, like private companies that have the same role as the EFCC, maybe 20 of them. So you have 20 of them looking into the same, auditing the same company. So all 20 of them will see the same thing. So now, how can the owner of the that company or institution now be? How can he now call all 20 of them and say, okay? Because if you bribe one, the other one has already seen it. That means you have to call all 20 of them and say, okay, I will bribe all 20 of you to hush. It's going to be more difficult to get away. You understand? To do that. So that's what I mean by you privatize that investigative agency, give it to the public. Like, hey, if you want to be a version of EFCC, do what EFCC does as a private entity, you can get a license by the government, you go and do it. So now I'll be looking to become to make profit from uncovering discovering corruption. So you make it a big opportunity for Nigerians. You understand? If you can solve a corruption case, or if you can discover a corruption case, there's a revenue for you or something from the government or somehow. So just make it make
I
it an
don't know if you have
industry. Most
Mike.
of our
I don't know.
problem, let's create industry out of most of our problem. The solution to most of our problem, let's create an industry out of it. Even this insecurity, just make it an industry. Hey, if you can solve the insecurity problem, you profit. Everybody start looking for ways to solve one insecurity problem or the other so that they can make money. Just make it an industry, just make it an industrial complex. That's how you
Mi-
solve problem, man.
Like,
is that not what America does, Prince Daddy? You give private companies start looking for solutions to societal problem. Just and once they find a solution, the government give them
but
contracts.
the private company is different from government. Government is not about bottom line. All right, they're not maximizing profit, but their main target is the subject, the people. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the history of FBI. They've had issue of bribery and all that before too. Until the government now appointed the person that started the agency actually was the one that shaped the way it is today, and that's why the issue of integrity is very very paramount when it comes to the way they discharge their duty. So it was more or less saying you become the what do you call it, an eye on your co-worker. So I'm watching you, you're watching me. So they have a standard practice that you must follow, and they have a way of digging out people that are corrupt among them. So it got to a point where half of the agency was completely out because they have to do away with some of those people. So, and you also have the constitution that actually, make them much certain stronger to the point that even the executive that have power over it actually became a little bit more fearful of it because that was how powerful the
You know
FBI is.
why they were
And
able
it's
to do that when they eliminate that conflict of interest policy when they brought it in, like okay, the way process of employing people into agencies, they put, you can't employ someone you can't the hiring the the hiring process of people they have to change that. That's why they were able to create that kind of system where okay, it's not a party system, and Nigeria haven't got to that point. The process of being employed into agencies in Nigeria is through somebody. And through that person that even employed, he also got there through somebody. So now you have a web of people that are all connected to each other, running a society. There will be so much conflict of interest. So America have to eliminate that issue. They have to deal with that first. Like, okay, hiring process, there's not going to be conflict of interest. People employed are going to be come from different. It's going based on merit and opportunity, gift and ability and things like that. That's what they focus on. And once they know that, oh, you're connected to that person, no, you can't employ that person. So you have a American system where people are not emotionally connected to each other. So everybody making sure or not tolerating bad behavior became easier. Not tolerating bad behavior from one another within the agency, within institutions became easier because we don't have emotional ties or any kind of friendship with one another. So if I catch you doing something wrong, I will, I can prosecute you or charge you because I don't care about you like that. But in Nigeria, they all connected, they all know each other. I mean, they are party now. Someone gave was it Kulata that asked, like, if Tony Milu break the rule, with Tinubu arrest him? What now? They've been friends for so long. So it's that's what the problem. That's why even many times they've caught some people, politicians, red-handed. And did they go to jail? No. Some of them even came back and become trying to be Senate president. Some even bankers, they arrest them, they catch them. You find out it's a slap on the wrist.
sorry,
Oh, just
Mike.
give
I'll
us
be
the
right
money
back
back.
in a few minutes. I'll be
Okay,
right
bye.
back in a few minutes.
Yeah. So Prince Daddy, you get what I'm saying? Yeah. It's a party system. So forget it. For a long time, hey, we're just gonna have to.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. But here's the thing, though. See, no matter how good of a job the investigators do their own job, they still have to persecute anybody um, legally. They still have to go to the courts, and since we can't have private judges or in the courts, then that what you're suggesting will not fly. Will not go that far, because no matter how much work they do in uncovering theft and all this shenanigans, all they have to do, the bottleneck is going to be at the courts, and that's where the politicians win anyways, is at the courts. Every time EFCC or others, security agencies, they go after these politicians, but once they get them, they go to the courts, everything dismantles.
Yeah, that's another hurdle. That's true. But at least we can take care of one, and then we can look for ways to handle that, take care of the other one. Yeah, you got a point there. So Yeah, that's the disadvantage of when when someone creates a country for you or someone create a system for you. You didn't create it yourself. You're not going to cherish and value that system because you didn't create it yourself. You understand? Like if you think about other society that are working well, like China, when they were designing their system, they thought of everything everywhere. You when you're designing the system, you are thinking of you're having a vision. You understand? It's like you have a vision of trying to get somewhere and create a society. So now you're not designing a system based on that vision. So now by the time you finish creating that system, you do everything to make sure it works. But in the case of Africa, it was just a system that was handed down to us by the British, and everybody just started to occupy it to use it as a uh, avenue to become successful and become rich. So it's a that's just an unfortunate thing about Africa. It's like we find ourselves in a situation where a system was created for us and handed to us, and everybody just want to see that system as a way to go and become rich. So no one sees as a system that they own, like where they take ownership of you, like, oh, this system here, I understand it. It's about trying to get to somewhere, trying to build a society to um in this direction or that way to be, So that's the unfortunate thing about Africa. But hey, you know, it would have been easier if we were a mono-ethnic society. But when you have a multi-ethnic society, it will be very difficult to be able to say, okay, let's create this new system this way. Because now, if you have one vision to say, okay, let's create this system, all people from another group will tell you, no, we don't like that. We don't want it that way. So, uh, I agree when people say regional, it's a way or something. Yeah.
They will divide the country now, Mike. Now, if people will not agree for a good system, why all this? Some people will disagree. Some people, then everybody is going down the drain every time. We divide the country now. Everybody will stay on their own. After all, Nigeria is not one country. It's just that we are trying to live together.
Yeah, but
Make our
most of us, like, that's the thing. Some of us agree. I mean, in fact, we all agree to divide that the country. We probably all agree that the country should be divided. But unfortunately, we haven't. All of us haven't figured out how to divide it. That's the thing. Like even you yourself, you don't know how to divide it. If they ask you now, how do you want to divide it? You start saying come on.
how else is to divide a country? It's just to come together now. Define how you people should govern yourself. Go to your region, develop your region. What is there? Even even
Mike,
your government is not making
Mike,
the policies are not favorable. Even
Mike,
just like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said before, in a way to give state their resources back to control is
let me interject you. Why is it that your own solution always so let us divide the country, let us divide it? Why is it that that simplistic approach is always your father say? Who is afraid of dividing the country? Every time we talk, you say, let's divide the country. Do you think everybody is afraid of dividing the country? Do you think the Southeast will be better off if we divide the country? Let us divide it. The way you always come with this very simplistic, very myopic and simplistic idea, let us divide. At least it is the solution to every problem. Let us divide, let us divide, let us divide, let us divide. Do you think if we divide, every other person will be? I don't think you have a deep thought on these things. Look, let me tell you for a fact. If we divide the country today, the Southeast will be the most disadvantaged. And I will tell you why. You will not remain in Lagos. You will not remain in Kano. And I have been in Southeast. Probably I know Southeast more than you. We've had this debate here before. We can resolve our issues. Even mouth and tongue, they fight. Mouth and tongue will say, okay, you go your way, me go my way. It is not every time we have disagreement, little disagreement, and I just think that the solution is, oh, let us divide the country, you go your way. For how long will you continue to divide? For how long will you continue
Mike.
to do this?
I mean,
Let me
Bishop.
finish. I'm not arguing. I'm just telling you very straightforward. Because I know we can have a solution to our issues, no matter how long. Every one of us, we have made mistakes.
I'm not saying that the Southwest have not made mistakes. I'm not saying we have not been wrong in our judgment. But for you guys to always think that you are this sanctimoniously, you are the saint, you have not done anything wrong, everybody has wronged you, playing this victim mentality and thinking if we divide the country, every other session will suffer, it is only you that will live in paradise. It is a lie. It is delusion of grandeur. It is it is a self-defeat, and sometimes it can be very, very, very annoying. If you think that is the only way, it is just simplistic. Oh, when you divide and everybody go their way, oh, you will live in Kumbaya and then you will live in. It is not true. Wake up and smell the coffee. Wake up, bro. Wake up.
Yeah, Bishop,
Be
Bishop,
very
you
pragmatic,
said your
very
mind.
open, be very
My mind.
open, be very open, be very open. Don't let's continue to remain very myopic about these things. They are more serious. We're talking of state. Look, all we need to do is look at people that have passed through these challenges and problems before. How did they resolve it? What is the consequence? What were the consequences of their resolutions and decisions? And how are they
Bishop,
going
let
to
me
come
tell
out of
you,
it?
let me tell
What are you
you,
talking
let me
about?
tell you,
You
the
cannot be
country is already
intimidated.
divided
It's
because
not. Look, we
in a
can
country where
overcome.
you feel,
We can
let me
overcome.
come in
We
now.
can
In a
overcome.
country where you
When
feel
I'm
that,
feeling, when
where you
I'm
feel
done,
that
we can overcome
some
this
region are superior
so-called
to other
division.
region, why is the
Listen,
existence of that country?
there is look.
Some
Even
region in this
God,
country feel they are superior to other region.
even God did not create all the figures equal. That does not mean those other regions are not important. Some can be superior, some cannot be, but that does not mean that
If
the
you feel you are
those
superior,
ones.
if you
Listen,
nobody in a
listen.
country, nobody should
That
be
does
superior
not mean
to each
support.
other. Everybody are
Nobody says
equal. Everybody have
nobody
equal right.
nobody says
Everybody
you are
have
not.
equal right to
Nobody
govern.
says you are not
Everybody have
superior.
equal right
No,
to
no.
register in a
Look,
country. So you
right.
don't come and feel so
It
superior to
is a
other people and
lie.
feel to make the
It
country
is a
work.
fallacy. It is a
Until you
fallacy
create
of the.
that
It
equality
is a
among
fallacy.
your people, that's when
It is
but
a.
when the
It is
ruling
a
class has already
fallacy.
do that,
It is a
you divide the
fallacy
country,
of the highest.
then let them
It
go.
is a fallacy of the highest order to think that everyone is equal. It is a fallacy of God did not even create all fingers equal. It is a fallacy of the highest order.
Not in a
Look,
country.
in
Not in a
whatever,
country.
that
You
is a
cannot tell me
lie.
that you cannot tell
It
me
is
that
a fallacy
you are not
of the
nobody is a
highest
superior
order.
citizen in a country.
It's nobody.
It
So
doesn't happen
let
like
us
that.
subject that thing to a popular opinion. If it is democracy as it has been defined by default, but the way you make it look, stop this victim mentality. It's not going to get any one of us. And this threat of like, if Igbos go, look, me, I'm advocating for a Biafra. I tell every of my friends, I think we should experiment with that Biafra. And let us see how it plays out. If you think it is the panacea, if it is going to be the solution, it's going to be the kumbaya, it's going to be Hureka, it's going to be the Uhuru of every of the
See,
problems we have faced,
Bishop,
then you will
let me
realize,
say something.
you know,
Let me say
let me finish.
something.
Let me finish. If you will let me finish, that will be fine. If you think it's going to be the Uhuru, the kumbaya, it's going to be the Ureka, it's going to be the solution to every of the problem we have faced, then you have a long thinking coming. Stop this idea and let people go their way as if it's a threat. I am not threatening. In fact, as it is today, I have been pushed to a position that let us have this Biafra and let us see how very paradisical that Biafra is going to
Okay,
be in
okay.
another 10 years.
Let me finish.
Let us divide. Let us divide and see.
Bishop. Let me
We are
come in.
not afraid of dividing. We are not afraid.
Nobody
I
said
am
you
not
should be
afraid.
afraid now. Let me come in. I just made my opinion. So nobody said you should be afraid. My problem is that the elders are supposed to make this country work are not thinking towards that direction. When you see them speak, they speak things that don't even bring unity in the country. Like you just a few days ago, somebody like Gowon visited President Tinubu. The only solution he could give him is to when I started the civil war. That is how people criticize me, but I succeeded. That's the only solution he could give to him.
Because he
So
has one,
those
he has
guys, when
only
you
one
see them
ambition.
speak, they speak with much hatred in them.
Because you are not even
You
open
understand?
to understand.
So how can an elder
Hold on,
come to the public and say that
finish.
I succeeded in civil
Because
war, you
he has
succeeded in,
only.
and you take pride in that. You
Would
are
you let me talk?
you take pride in that. That's your achievement as a government. You succeeded in killing millions of particular legion.
Let me answer you, because as at the time that the melee of the civil war rear its head, the only ambition, the only objective, the only aim, the only focus, the only whatever is to keep Nigeria warm, and he succeeded. Whatever you want to say about him, he has only one ambition, and that ambition was to keep Nigeria warm, and he succeeded. Look,
okay, his ambition to come into government is just to keep Nigeria one, kill people and take pride in it, not making a strong.
Not take pride in winning a war.
What argument did he tell
started
them?
the war, Ekene. You
What
don't know what
argument
you're
did he?
Ekene, hold on.
Bishop, allow me to speak now. I pick up this call before you came in. You didn't allow me to make my point.
You will not let me complete
Bishop, let him come in. Let him come in. Because let him come in and then you come back.
I was not the one that was talking. I mean, I was not the one that came in. I was talking.
Let him come in. He's been trying to come in between you. Let him come in, then you push back.
No, I don't think you were listening, one man. You were not listening. You are not going to have. No, you were not, because I was the one talking. He wanted to cut me in. He spoke. I've listened to him. So telling me to keep quiet for him.
Jashiba, my woman said, take charge. Jashiba, okay. We shall land, make a statement and let him respond, and then you will land and then you respond. So that way, will be balanced.
Let me just go ahead. When he finishes, if I am still in the mood, I will.
Okay. Can you make your own point now, and then when you land, Bishop will respond. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So, Mike, thank you. It's just that I feel disappointed in the way the ruling class are handling the affairs of this nation. When I see them speak, sometimes it doesn't glorify the unity we talk about. Yeah, everybody wants one Nigeria, but for Gowon to come out and make a point that the only achievement you made as a government is try to kill people to make Nigeria one. And he admitted that you started the civil war, but in many instances, many people said Ojukwu started the civil war. But towards his last comment when he visited Tinubu, it's obvious that he started the civil war, because that's the only achievement he wants to make. You understand? So an agreement was made in Aburi. Even him, Gowon, was the person that disobeyed the agreement. At the end of the day, okay, let's make Nigeria one. Up till today, nobody is working towards that unity, because I believe that one of the major problems of this country is unity. It's unity. Nobody is able to. You just ignore some people because you feel you have the power. If you align with the Southwest, Northwest and the Southwest, you can just grab power. You are just rotating power, and then you feel you are a superior citizen. Therefore, the country should be good. See, all this thing, we are just playing in this country. Honestly speaking, the way I see this country, the way to start it, I've made it clear, and I thank God some people like Shane Wakin don't understand it. Allow state to control their resources. Allow state to control their resources. All these guys you see there, even you fighting for them, you have nothing to gain. They go there to share the oil money.
Okay, can you make one point? Let Bishop respond to that point just me before we go to another point. Bishop is very responsive.
I think it's a shame when we interpret things based on a very biopic and parochial understanding of issues. People I've read so many comments about what General Gowon said, former head of state. It's no longer painful. It's just embarrassing when people make interpretation based on what they think, what they feel it should be. Yes, starting is he is the commander in chief. And I like when people take responsibility. He has taken responsibility. Yes, he took the decision to go into war. Starting it is not. The man that breached the constitutional order of leading a secession, an armed secession, not secession, armed secession, actually started the war. That the commander in chief decided to restore the order and maintain. Ojukwu was actually advancing to the west because he had only one aim, to take over the south and to take over Lagos. And the biggest battle took place in Ore to resist Ojukwu advancing to Lagos because
We all
of
know
what
Ojukwu started
was
the war now. I'm on Google.
I mean, not Ojukwu. Yeah, no, I mean, everybody knew the records are there, but because of what Gowon said, everybody is jumping at it. Very, very. Don't let me use that word because I don't want to ruffle any more further. We cannot rewrite history. We have people that participated, and we had their views. There have been more than 10 books about the Civil War. That is records of people. But the fact that some people that we thought are learned are jumping on the fact that
Bishop, you know what's funny? Bishop, you know what's funny?
Ojukwu hold. Yeah.
Oh my God, you know
Just
what's funny?
Yeah,
Let me
go
say,
ahead.
before you go, it's like saying the Nigerian government started the war against Boko Haram.
That
You
is
know?
what they are saying. That is what he's saying. So when people jump on this thing, it is completely very nauseatingly irritating that they are saying Ojukwu admitted that he started the war. Ojukwu was the commander-in-chief to defend the sovereignty and integrity of Nigeria. And one individual has built up, has gathered a ragtag army to challenge that sovereignty and integrity of the Federal Republic. And everybody is now jumping like some kindergarten that Ojukwu has admitted that he started the war. He has admitted. What are you guys talking about? Are we capable of thinking at all? And you are coming here to say he has admitted that he started the war. Are you kidding me? Somebody came to challenge the sovereignty and the integrity that was established by that section. Look, Obasanjo, Awolowo wanted to put a clause. He was supported by was it Okpara? Azikiwe was against it. In 1963, because of some of this nonsense, they jailed the same Awolowo. Let us have a clause. Let us have a loose confederacy. And you guys said, no, we cannot. And you had your way. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. You had your say. And I kept quiet because one man said so. So if you just allow me to rant, if you call it rant, let me just rant my rant and submit my submission. So we cannot distort. At every front, we try to rewrite history. For how long are we going to continue in this? How long? Look, let those that think they know how to talk remember there are others that know how to listen. Because they are not they don't respond does not mean they don't have answers. Nobody is afraid of a breakup Nigeria. And if that is what is going to be, so be it. But I can assure you, we know those that will flourish and prosper. We know those that we beg, that we crawl back and beg. The better thing is that let's open our mind and let's be very accommodating. This attempt at writing history at every front about who started what war and not what not. The Southwest was not taking a war. Don't tell me, okay, let me just finish. When I land, I will call you. Don't worry. The Southwest was not taking any war to the Southeast. We only defended our land in Ore. We only defended. We all know what happened in Ore. We all know what the Southeast did in the Midwest. We all know the conquest. It was not the Southwest that conquered Midwest, Edo and Delta and Bende. We all know who took people who those that I don't want to use the word. We all know those that so stop. Don't come here and this playing of victim, this victim mentality and playing the victimhood is not going to get us anywhere. I support. I keep saying, if it's going to give us peace, I support Biafra. Let us remove that clause that said Nigeria is not negotiable. Let us negotiate it so that we will know where we are going. I think I'm sick and tired of all this nonsense that we keep playing, we keep throwing up. Playing victim is not going to get us anywhere.
The only thing I know is that for leadership to strive, it's all about the example. The example you put out there is what makes your leadership to strive. So when our leaders, their example is not portraying towards one Nigeria, but at the end of the day, they go to the back and say one Nigeria, one Nigeria. But in example, the example they portray out there doesn't show anything one Nigeria. So what do you want the followers to do? You just like it. That's why you see people like Obasanjo today. When Igbo people support him and defend him, it's not as if Obasanjo. But at the end of the day, people from the southwest will say, "Yeah, it's because Obasanjo is an Igbo man." What kind of narrative is that? You cannot hide the fact that Obasanjo wants the unity of this country. There is nothing you cannot hide it.
Well, go on. Also, one is unity now.
Let me finish.
Go ahead. I'm not stopping.
Obasanjo go from east, west, north, and south, wherever, to make sure that he unite this country, and he still do it up till tomorrow. And when you see his statements and what he says in terms of uniting this country, you find so much wisdom. You find the leader. You find someone that command respect from east, west, north. Wherever I want to find him.
But that's the same with Gowon too now. Gowon is the same.
Let me finish. Then if I finish about Obasanjo, I'll talk about Gowon. So if Obasanjo, wherever he's stepping his foot in any part of the region, he's well accepted, no matter how you want to say it. But when you see somebody like Gowon, as old as he is, 80 years, you went to visit a president just to give him a solution on how to make this country work out. Then the only solution you can bring out to him is that when you fight a civil war, that's what people we are talking. We are saying, do you do this, you do that. At the end of the day, you succeeded in killing people, and you take pride in that. You didn't even tell him, go this way, try to unite these people, bring this out, bring this solution out, unite this part of the country, then bring everybody in the table. Let's work together. The only thing I heard you say is that you take pride in killing people. You started the civil war. At the end of the day, you succeeded, and you are prideful as old as you are. Then you compare him to Obasanjo that move in every part of this country, speak unity, talk about unity and all that stuff. I don't want to hear what happened in the civil war. I don't know what happened in the civil war. But at the present day leaders, the example they portray when they preach unity is opposite of it. And that nobody can deny it. If you want to deny it, you can deny it. But for me, what I see is hypocrisy in all their lifetime. Hypocrisy in all their lifetime. You understand? So you can continue whatever you want to put it. That's how I see it. This present day leader, they irritate me a lot. So that's why you see, if people from the south is defend Obasanjo, it's not because Obasanjo is the best, but that man is still the father of this. He's the only father I see in this nation that wants the unity of this nation. Forget about this, all this Gowon and all those stuff. Gowon, in fact, the only achievement that he can say he made as a leader is that you fight the civil war and kill your citizens. That's the only achievement, and you take pride in that. Tell me what he did as a government.
Okay.
Please give me 2 minutes. Let me just quickly respond before you go on.
Yeah. But hold on. Let me say this real quick. Gowon didn't kill his citizens. Okay, war kill people. So it's war that killed people. No, Gowon. And unfortunately, it's just an unfortunate thing. Okay. Bishop, do a quick response. So I can, after you, now give other people voice, because these people are having all to say something.
I'm going to say now, you see, it's okay for anybody to believe whatever they want to believe, but it's very painful when people just hold on to one position. You are deliberately misinterpreting what Gowon said. What Gowon said was very simple: that getting results. Gowon got results, keeping Nigeria one. He took painful decision to fight brothers, and those were his words. If you listen to the words when he was taking the surrender, the instrument of surrender from the Biafran leaders, it is still there. So he was saying to the incumbent that, look, you need to take very painful but necessary decisions. That when you are taking those decisions, it is not going to be pleasant. People are not going to praise you. Those decisions are likely to cost even lives. So if you don't understand, I'm breaking it down. So he was encouraging the incumbents that look, you know what you are going, you are focused.
Mehmet,
I have been
good
there
morning.
before. I took that decision because I know that ultimately the goal is going to what it. So, but because of your very, very myopic and parochial way of, you have chosen to interpret it in the way that suits
Before when
the
you are talking, don't say
narrative.
that I'm myopic. Don't say
It
that I'm
is.
myopic.
It is. It
Don't
is.
say it. Don't say
I
it.
mean, I'm not. It's not.
Don't say that I'm whenever you are talking. Don't refer my thought as myopic. Your own, you
Listen,
can refer your own
support.
as myopic, but don't refer my
You
own
have
as
said
myopic.
worse things.
I don't
Forget.
derogate my
Ignore
thought.
whatever you don't
You
want to.
understand?
It's not
Don't
you
say
as
if
an
you can make
individual.
your point, but don't say that
People
I'm
that
myopic. I'm not
it is
myopic. Don't use
very
that word
myopic
again.
and parochial. Very
If you say it,
narrow-minded view.
don't try
It
it
is.
again. Don't
You.
say that I'm myopic. You understand me?
What
Let's
do
not
you
If you
talk
mean?
can
I
about
make
should not try
okay.
it again. Ekene, are you mad?
Yeah.
I should not try what
what is
again?
the
Are you
problem?
mad in your head?
Okay.
Are
Are
you
you foolish?
crazy?
Don't say that I'm
What
myopic. If
else?
you try
What
to
else
use
does it
that
mean?
kind of word
You are
again, me,
myopic
I'll just
and you are
you are very
All
parochial.
right.
foolish.
Let me
You are
move.
How
narrow-minded.
Okay.
stupid is
Are
All
you
that?
of you
That's
have
mad?
to put
depending
down
on
That
your
I should
you
not
voice.
talk
try
to your
what
brain.
again? Are you mad? That I
Very
should not try what
disgusting
again?
human being.
Are you mad?
Look at your the statement.
Are you mad? What do you?
Oh, okay. Let me. I'll put both of you in backstage for now to cool off, and I'll bring you back. Okay, so that way, it looks like I don't want you guys. I want you guys to have conversation and not insult each other and fight. I think you both were making points. It's good to have conversation, express your point. So I'll let both of you cool off, and then I'll bring you back, and you continue. And no need to fight. Just address your point. But for now, who came first? Who's it? Drill. Is it Drill? How do you say that name?
Yeah, Drio. Hello.
Okay, you go and then Gani come after you. Okay.
Me, most of the time I'm always listening, but like what Bishop said or what's his name? Go on. I mean, I think it's old. It doesn't make any difference. The most important thing that we have to, the most important thing that we have to get is, or like for Tinubu, is to get everything that we need to get, in the sense that like, I'm for restructuring. You understand? I don't think like all of us as Nigerians, everyone's made mistake. Learning from the history, So I think we just need to get our hands, get so that the parts of the Nigeria can start moving by themselves. Do you understand? And the other part that wants to stay should stay. But at the end of the day, we should still be a brother's keeper. That's my view. But again, start doing the things the right way. So not using the wrong things to do the right things. Don't use the wrong way to do the right things. Start doing the right thing. You understand? So that's my view.
Okay. All right, thanks. Gani, and then after you, Remy, Ola, whoever came first. Okay. Gani, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. Yeah, it's just all about what Ekene is talking. It, people get annoyed when somebody is changing history and lying to to people. People get annoyed. I can understand where Bishop is going to, is coming from. Like you can hear Kenneth saying that go and kill his people. When it was Ojukwu that started the war, everybody knew that you are coming to the west to come and kill people from the west, and we stop you from Ore. And I don't know what's wrong with Ekene. People like Ekene shouldn't be talking. He's a full IPOB member. He's a full IPOB member, and I keep telling my people here on this.
Hey, Gani, have you seen his membership card? Have you seen his membership card?
Gani, we don't know if I don't think Ekene is IPOB. I think he's just sympathizer.
No. Water. No. I'm telling you the facts.
He just sympathize with IPOB.
No. It is, and you see some of my people, they don't really understand this game. I keep telling you, people like Rational Mind, he's a full IPOB member.
I think Rational Mind is the IPOB member. I think that one I suspect, but I don't think Ekene is IPOB member.
I'm joking, I don't know rational.
You see their you see their behavior, yeah, you will know the utterances they utter from their mouth, you know the kind of person they are. And that's the fact. And there's nothing you can tell them. They will continue with their own narration. They can never believe. You understand? They believe Obi because Obi, that's why they all supported Obi. And some of my foolish Yoruba people that supported Obi doesn't know the history at all. So that's all I want to say.
Okay. That's good. Good point.
So this is the only thing you have to say in all this discussion.
Yeah. Yes, because you are IPOB member. When you come to this
that's the only observation. Everything to build Nigeria, the only thing you have to come here to say is that Ekene is an IPOB member. I'm sorry for your children.
No. Ekene, wait. Do you want Nigeria to be one? And you'll be talking, let us go. Go where? Who said you want to go? If you want to go, you people should just take your load and go to your Anambra, Enugu, and stay there. Nobody is stopping you not to go at all. You just pack your load and go.
These are the people that want now one Nigeria. These are your kind of thinking. One Nigeria.
I don't want one Nigeria because you don't want
it. You don't know what to say. If you think if you come my POB member will be crying. Or you
are a stupid man. You don't want one Nigeria. You should go back.
There's no need to call him stupid. I know insulting. Come on, no insult. Just make your point, sir. Don't call
you should go. You should just pack his thing and leave Lagos and go back to Anambra. And you come here and change. You want to rewrite history. You think everybody will stay and be looking at you rewriting history? You think we don't know what happened during the war? What?
Can I come in now, Daniel?
Let me. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's rather an interesting topic. What I see here is very simple. Unfortunately, that country have a war in the 1960s. But what bring out the war? We don't want to go back to history because so many events happened before the war. And so many things happened after the independence. Everybody knows it, except you are not being objective with yourself. The war has come and has gone. But unfortunately, because the way the country is wired, we have 3 major tribes. And after the war, it is the presidency has rotated between the north and the southwest. And because these southeasterners, they have not gotten that power since that time, that thing is still bitter in their mind. And they also want it. But as we all know, democracy is a number. And how do you pull majority number is very important how you play your politics. The South people, they are the only region in Nigeria that they have different ethnic nationality. Like if you go to Southeast, majority of people are Igbo, and the Southwest, they are Yoruba, and the North, majority are Hausa and the Fulani. But when you go to the South, they have different from Edo State. People are totally different from people from Cross River, from Akwa Ibom. Rivers also have different nationalities. But they were lucky. They played their policies right. We don't pray for the demise of Yar'Adua, but when he died, then they have Jonathan to be the president. And I think till today, our brother from the Southeast still believe that if not because of that war, I think they're still bitter about the war because they thought that the whole Nigeria gang up against them and they were defeated. But they must also know what have they done from 1960 up before that 1966 war. Now, if you want to be the president of this country, you have to play your politics right. Unfortunately,
hello, Remy, hold on one, please, just 1 second. You said the North, the East are still bitter about the war. We too, the Yoruba, we are still bitter about Akitola.
So okay, fine. So everybody is still bitter about the war, but some people have moved on, and some never move on at all. War has happened. Every nation have an history. Some nations, the so-called big nation you see all around the world, they fought a bitter war among themselves. But they all came together that this has happened. And then we must come together and forge a common front. America, as it today, they fought a bitter war. Europe, they fought a bitter war among countries, among themselves. Today, Britain can probably take a train to go to France. And these are two rivals. They fought a lot of war among themselves. But if our brothers still in the Southeast still bitter about the war, and then they still want the presidency, and they are still talking about the war, and you still want the presidency, that will not make the other part of Nigeria to trust you. You must know how to play your politics. It is not every time that, unfortunately, that you always say, okay, no matter what happens, we want to go our own way. If every region go their own way, nobody know what might happen to any region. Do you want to fritter away some of Yoruba people that are staying in Port Harcourt that make living there, or some of the Igbo that have make a lot of living in the north, in the south, in the west, maybe 25 years of hard work, so many things. Do you think if a lot of people go back to the southeast, do you think the land is enough for all of you? It's not going to be enough, and there will be a lot of trouble. I think what I see
Remy, wait. If entire group of people, like or a group of people, say they want to be on their own, don't you think they have right to be on their own?
I understand you, but when you,
hold on now, whether it's justified, whether it's good for them or not, don't you think it's wrong for you to tell them that they can't be on their own?
Mike, you will be utterly surprised if you poll majority of the Southeastern.
But that's not the point. It's not relevant. Whether hold on, Remy needs to that's what the argument needs to. I understand where you are going. Whether majority of them want it or not, it's not you and I's business. We are not from there. But what I'm telling you is a scenario, a situation where if majority of them, if all of them say they want to go, don't you think it's wrong for you to be telling them that no, they have to stay?
Sir, Mike, I totally agree with you. You have a point but you put
okay. So I just don't like when people trying to tell other people that they have to stay in Nigeria.
It's a conditional statement. But if they decide to go, nothing we can do. We just let them go.
All right, simple as that.
As simple as ABC. Like this agitator they are fighting about, they are not taking it the way they should take it. This is not the way. You think you can just get it by force, by killing your people, by destroying your property. Now that you have destroyed everything, you have killed the people that have died. How will you bring them back? The same set of people you want to protect, and you are killing them, and you are giving a trauma to your children that were in the primary school. You are flogging them and with their teachers. Do you think that kind of child will not remember what you have done? The same set of people that you really want to protect. So I think the way they go about it is not right. And no any country in this world, I repeat, no country in this world or not a leader in this world will now allow a part of his country just to succeed like that. No, they will bring all the military might into that region. Even as we are talking.
So you agree that Gowon was right? When
of course, it doesn't have no choice at that particular moment.
So that means the statement he made that he succeeded. There's nothing wrong with that statement.
I think Ekene is quoting it out of context, and I don't think Gowon is trying to boast to Tinubu that there might be. Let me tell you, Ekene, the first development of Nigeria came during the 7 years of Gowon regime, because that was when the oil boom happened. You see that Lagos you are seeing is the handiwork of Gowon. The National Theatre and so many other stuff. That is the guy that did everything.
Okay, Remy, let's allow other people to get voice into.
In conclusion,
let's allow. Is it Batu? Let's have Batu talk. Yeah.
Of course.
Then we'll give a chance to reply to you. Because you guys mentioned his name too much.
In conclusion, I just think our people or our brother from the South, they should just let the civil war go and sit down. It has happened. Let it go away. Find a way to make yourself into the mainstream politics. Play your game very well. And what you really want, you can get it easily. Thank you.
Okay, Batu.
Yeah. Good day, everybody. Anyway, I'll just keep on saying this. Anytime I come on this one-man platform, I keep saying it. Look, there is no need we beating around every day talking about Nigeria, how we're gonna develop. Look, Nigeria is not gonna develop, never, because the same thing that happened to what do you call Buhari regime is just choosing people to run Nigeria for 8 years. The same thing Tinubu is doing. Nigeria is not going anywhere. What we should be discussing in this one-man platform, how to separate Nigeria. Let any region, let them go their own. Igbo people, we are tired of Nigeria. I don't want to be in Nigeria. I want to go back to, I want to develop myself. Because we keep giving, all the time we just, the same excuse. Igbo people did this, because of Igbo people bring Nigeria together. Since how many years? I was not born by then. Up to now, we are still in the same excuse. Because of Biafra war, you have to do this. If you don't do this, you can't do this.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. You say Igbo people just want to go their own way, Abi?
Yes.
So, let me ask that question. And Gani ask that question. So, why are you not going your own way? What's stopping you from going your own way?
Yeah, what happened is we fought civil war.
Nigeria... No, now.
Now?
Yeah.
What is in Nnamdi Kanu?
That's not what I ask you, man. Nnamdi Kanu is in jail because he committed crime. I'm asking you, what's stopping your people from going their separate way?
Yeah, Nnamdi Kanu did not. Okay, you asked me a question. Let me answer you. Nnamdi Kanu did not commit a crime. Nnamdi Kanu want Nigeria, Biafra people to leave Nigeria.
Okay. That's not what I'm asking. Nnamdi Kanu is not the Igbo people. I'm saying Igbo people as a people, not Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is one individual. We are talking about you as a people. What is stopping you from all going to your region and leaving Nigeria?
Yeah, that's what I answered. Nnamdi Kanu is not an individual. Nnamdi Kanu control crowd, Igbo people. Nnamdi Kanu is a leader of IPOB, and we're gonna clamp through him. We want to leave Nigeria because.
Okay. Hold on. When Nnamdi Kanu is saying, okay, let's leave, why didn't all of you follow him to the southeast?
Sorry.
They were Igbos there. You guys didn't follow his command. Nnamdi Kanu say everybody Igbo living in the north, south, all over Nigeria, come to Biafran land. Well, you didn't listen to him. You didn't follow him. You were all still in Lagos there, just singing songs. You were singing songs for him, but you didn't follow him.
If where you are done, I can talk.
Okay, go ahead. Respond to that.
Okay. Yeah, you live in United States or Canada, wherever you are. You are not in Nigeria. You are in Nigeria. I can reside wherever I want to reside and become a Biafra. It does not matter that I have
but
to.
But not in other part of Nigeria. You can't say no. Bato. Let's be. Come on now. Let's not do this. Hold on, Bato. Wait. Wait. You are in Nigeria. I'm not talking about Igbos in London or Canada. You can stay in that one. But you are inside of a country and you don't want to share. You don't want to live with the people. You want to be in your own space. You want to have your own country in your own land.
Yes.
So why are you still other people? Why don't you? The way to show is to leave that person's land and go to your land and start your country there. But you are not leaving. No. If you want to start your own country, you have to go and start your country in your land now. Or you want to start Biafra in Lagos, in Kanu.
No,
you can't start Biafra in Kanu now or in Lagos. You have to leave, move to your land and start Biafra.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Really?
Yes.
No. Let me just talk. How does it work? Tell me.
Yeah, South Sudan leave Sudan. All the citizens of South Sudan do not leave Sudan. They are still there. So
who told you that?
Yes.
They left.
You are kidding.
No, listen,
so you be a refugee in Kano and Yoruba land. Is that what you're telling me?
No, sorry.
Allow me to talk. Okay.
Remy, hold on. Just go let him talk. Okay, go ahead.
Better 1 second.
These people doesn't have brain. They don't have brain at all.
Can I come in?
What you are trying to say that you want to have your cake and eat it. You want to form your own country, and your people still want to continue to trade in other region of Nigeria, still collect the money. Is that?
Oh, no more law.
Bato, you can't be a Biafra and still be a citizen of Kano, citizen of Lagos.
You don't want me to talk. So
okay, talk. Go ahead. Okay, let's let him talk. Talk. Go ahead. Yeah.
What I'm saying is this. Look, if Biafra exists in Nigeria tomorrow, all the citizens of Biafra are not going to live the same day. They will be there paying tax, doing the right thing. Where you are in the United States, You are a citizen of Nigeria. You live in the United States. You are paying your tax here.
Batu,
So it doesn't matter.
Listen,
Let me land.
Okay, land. Yeah.
You go take visa, come back, you know.
Sorry.
Okay. Batu. Listen. When you enter Europe, you came with your passport, right? You had a passport. You didn't just enter and become unless you are there legally. When you come to America, they give you visa to come there. You go Europe, they give you visa to come there. What I'm saying is, if you you can't have Biafra and still be a citizen in Kanu or in Ibadan, Lagos. You have to need visa. No, Yoruba people have to give you visa for you to remain in their land. So you can't now we Yorubas are telling you. So you can't decide. Hold on. Brato, wait. You can't decide that you want to stay in Yoruba land and have Biafra at the same time. No, Yoruba people have to decide whether they want you to stay there. And Kano people have to decide whether they want you to stay there. And Yoruba people here on this platform are telling you, no, if you have to have Biafra, you can't remain in their land. They get to tell you that, not you telling us that. We are telling you that you can't remain in our land and be Biafra at the same time. You have to go back to Biafra and then apply for visa to come back.
Mike, can I say something? Can I say something, Mike?
Let Pato finish. You coming. Let Pato finish. Go ahead.
So what I'm trying to tell you, if Biafra exits Nigeria tomorrow, it's left for Yoruba government or Nigeria government to tell them what they want. It's like, okay, I want you people to say, I want you people to go. It's easy. Nobody's gonna force you what you do on your land. That's what I'm saying. It's simple.
Okay, I can come in.
Yeah, I can come in.
Okay, Mike. The issue that brought me or that made me say all this is the kind of leadership we produce in this country, and that's why I'm becoming annoyed with all this stuff. Because when you see politics that made up a leader and all those stuff, you know that we are not close to that, the kind of leadership we have today. Because most of the time,
you are talking about, does it include your own leaders from the east also?
Both my leaders, both from the east, west, in the country, in the country,
including your people.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Including my people, not only the north or the southwest, but but the people also is a problem because they come up, they believe all these leaders. At the end of the day, they let people that don't want to interest of the people. You understand? Because when you elect them, you check them, their history, what they do to unite, even the nation you say you want to be united, what their duty to unite the nation is even worst. They don't make any attempt to even make any comment that calls for unity. That's why I become so irritated with Gowon in the last few days. You understand? That's why I got irritated with him. It's not that there is any other thing, because when a leader like him that calls himself a leader that goes to the president to admonish him, to counsel him, and that's the only even you saying that we should forget about the war. What of Gowon that brought the issue of the war? He shouldn't say that in the first place.
Why should he not?
Why would he make such statement in the first place? Why? If he knows that he wants the unity of the country, nobody should be talking about the war. And the leader himself.
Just like Germany saying, or Britain telling Germany they lost the war. Like, do you understand? They tell them, you lost the war. Nazi lost the war. And it's easy. I mean, you just have to take it. That's life.
If he has to put it, you just have to find a way to make it look good. Not to say that I succeeded in killing. You understand? You succeeded in killing my people, then you want me to be happy with you?
Just think about your people. What are you talking about?
Leader should be.
Can I explain how Gowon killed your people?
Stop talking this way, please.
That's how I understand it. That's how I understand it.
You understand it wrong.
You can't take pride. You can't take pride in saying that you succeeded in war. In all those stuff.
You have to take pride in
at the end of the day,
sorry. Remy, hold on. If Biafra had won the war, would you not take pride in that you won the war?
Yes, he would. He would be very happy. So
let me finish. Maybe if we have won the war, maybe it would have been a different country. Then if I take,
but you have taken pride, right? You have taken
yes,
pride.
if I'm taking pride in it, I know that I'm not in the same country with you.
So you
not
take pride, but you don't want someone else to take pride in winning. Okay, okay.
Yeah, you fought. The only reason why Gowon fought was to keep Nigeria together. He didn't fight to have a Nigeria.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Ojukwu fought to separate from Nigeria. And
no.
If he has, let me finish. If he has succeeded, there would have been a Biafran nation today.
Let me wait. Let me just give me 1 second. Wait now. You come. Wait. You come after me. Ekene, first of all, Gowon wasn't fighting simply because he wants to kill Nigeria. He was fighting a rebellion. He's the head of state, and you have a armed rebel within the country. The same way some armed rebels in Northeast came into the country. As the head of state, you have to crush that rebellion. You understand? So if it's not a question of whether that rebel group wants to break a country or not, it's not that. You have to crush that rebellion first before you even discuss whether it's right to split the country or not. So Gowon didn't fight to keep Nigeria one. He was fighting to crush a rebellion in the country that he's the head of state. Hold on. Let me land. Wait. Hold on. That's
what this guy
one.
talking about?
Hold on. And because Ojukwu didn't discuss succession in Aburi, that's one. So they never discussed succession. So the war wasn't about succession at all. And two, Ojukwu wasn't taking Igbos out of Nigeria. He was invading other territory that doesn't belong to the Igbos and conquering them, occupying them, and calling them his own. Example, you go and take Ogoni land, take Ijaw land, take Calabar land. All these people are not Igbos, and you want to conquer them and make them your territory. So Ojukwu wasn't fighting the war to take his people out of Nigeria. It was just doing something that was illegal and wrong.
Mike, let me say this, Mike. Let me say this, Mike.
You say that, Remy respond. Go ahead.
Okay, let me make a point.
Sorry, Ekene, one thing I want you to know is this. All the regions of Nigeria, they all have their own story and they all have their own history. They also feel unnecessarily marginalized. They also feel that during this, the first coup in Nigeria that was carried out by your brothers that killed the other people, other time, and then left on your own, they also feel injustice. And when you talk about they kill your people, do you know how many Nigerian soldiers also die? Maybe Yoruba, Hausa, or other type, but they also die. It's not only your people that die in the war.
So, what about other people that your own people kill? Okay.
Yeah, also kill.
They believe other people died. Yeah, it's not. But if let me make your submission, let me comment.
Let me conclude finally, so that you can talk. The way you are talking now, and if you have a lot of people still continue to talk this way, what you really want, you also want to be a leader. You want to get that presidency of Nigeria. You won't get it because you don't let the other region of Nigeria to trust you. You need to play your politics very well. This sentiment you are wiping. What happened? You yourself, and I guess maybe your father too does not even participate in the war. Let it just slide away. The thing that happened, let's slide it away.
Okay, Remy, let me. I beg you, Mike, move that guy near you. That guy. I don't know whether he's sleeping or not. The guy just irritating somebody here. You see, Remy, I'm not.
Something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. You say I'm irritating you for saying the truth.
Sorry, my brother. It's just that I don't know the kind of noise we are making. Sorry. But you see, Remy, my point is this. You see, honestly speaking, I become angry with Gowon in his last visit with Tinubu. Honestly speaking, I became angry with him. Honestly speaking. And I cannot hide it.
Do you think the way you are talking now, do you think the people from the north, they are not also becoming
No, don't forget about the north. Forget that. It doesn't matter. If you want to let me the point still remain. Let me You have made your point now. Let me say something. Let me say something. Whether they not want to support me to be the president, it doesn't matter. After all, you have had it.
Wrong with you guys?
Let me finish. It doesn't still matter. It doesn't still matter. It doesn't still matter. The reason is this. It doesn't still matter. We have got your share. The Northwest or the North has gotten their share in the presidency and all that. So if you still say that Igbo man don't have the capacity to rule, that's less for you to think that way, because I said my opinion and the way I feel about us. My only problem is this. My only problem is this, that leaders ought to behave like leaders. You act simple. They don't act simple. They go to the extreme. They dig out things that are not supposed to be digged out. You understand?
Sorry,
but when you
hold on. Your complaint is that Go on talked about the war. But now, let me ask you, who are the people that talk about the war the most? Like, literally all the time. Is the Southeasterners now? You know, Nikano was the one that brought, even the whole Nigeria forgotten about the war. It was the one that brought it back up, talking about it every day, telling the story backwards, brainwashing.
No matter how you want to.
Hold on. The fact of the matter is, people that is bringing that war into everybody's consciousness are from the Southeast. They're the one. If you go on the internet now, Biafra, all the stories of Biafra, is Igbo people that are talking about Biafra all the time. Biafra war. So hold on.
The Southeast has paid a price for that.
Let me land.
The Southeast has paid a price for that, so they will always talk about it. The Southwest didn't fight any war, so the Southwest are still neutral in the Nigerian space.
The point I'm making is
the South is going to the war with the Nigerian government. They have already paid a price.
Before you say that,
so when you talk about war, just like when you didn't fight anything, you have every right to think the way you want to think. You have the right to say what you want to say, because you never paid any price for it. So you can't compare the people that go into it and pay a price for it.
No. I'm not. Hold on. Wait now.
You understand?
That's not the point I'm making. I'm not saying you shouldn't talk about it. But what I'm saying is, don't you think it's hypocritical of you to be saying Go on should not talk about the war? The other side, the person on the other side should not talk. Only you should control the narrative. Only you are allowed to talk about it.
Well, I have the right to have the majority say on that, because I've already paid a price for it. Even if I'm not born that, even if I'm not born,
everybody else should shut up and not talk, Abby. Everybody else should not talk about the war.
Can I answer this question? After the war, I want you to be truthful. How many Igbo people moved to the north, moved to the west, and moved to the south to do business? Can you tell me how many people from your side moved there after the war to do their business? Till today, how many of you guys? Can you give
a lot of people move. A lot of people move, but that's not my point.
A lot of people. No. Answer another question. How many Yoruba, how many Hausa, or how many people from the south moved to the southeast to do business today? Compared to
moving, Remy, let me. You know, I don't like the. It's not every question you ask me. I want to make my point. See, all these things doesn't matter to me. Where I do my business, if you take it like, I can decide to go to London and do my business. Yes, if I have let me tell you, Remy. If I want to do business in London today, I have every requirement to go there. I set up business.
But the moment start telling the Londoners you don't like them, they will send you out.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
But the moment
I can go anywhere and do my business. The only thing I have to do is to meet up with their requirements.
Mike.
Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. Who wants to talk? Who's that?
It's me.
Oh, Bishop. Okay. Wait, let me say this and you come. Ekene, if you go to London,
I've not made my point.
Hold on,
No,
you've been talking. Hold on. No, you've been talking. Wait. You've been talking. Hold on. We talk for a long time. If they say you're going to London to do your business, begin to constitute nuisance to the British people, they will deport you. That's just a fact. So, Bishop, come in.
Okay. Sadly, very regrettably, very sadly, in retrospect, I think it was a big mistake for these Yorubas of the Southwest. We know what happened about the abandoned property in the South. All the properties on Ikwere Road in Rivers, I know the story. And I know what happened in Lagos. I think in retrospect, it was a big mistake that the Yorubas of the Southwest opened their arms, celebrated the return of the Southeasterners after the Civil War. We opened our door to them. We welcomed them and we give them the undeserved privileges. I know Southwest landlords that gave their tenants that don't worry for the period, don't pay rent, even though their properties were there and their houses were locked up for them. I am saying it because my father was one. The tenants that left, they came back after the war. Their properties were intact in their houses, and they did not charge them for rent for those periods. I know the houses that were abandoned and they came back, and that's the one that they were owned by Southeast, the businesses. And it is evil to the extent that the houses that were built by Southeasterners and abandoned in the Southwest, they collected their rent on their behalf. And when they came back, they gave back those rents to them. I think it was a big mistake. I think our magnanimity had been taken for granted, and I pray that never happens again. Once again, my prayer is that let us have Biafra as soon, very quickly than ever. Let us have Biafra so that we can resolve this issue once and for all.
Okay,
let me just hold on. When I land, I will tell you. When I land, I will tell you, Abladet. That is my wish. That is my desire, and those are my prayers. I listen to one irritating non-entity, Chioma. I read your post, not today. I thought if you have any modicum of sense, which what Enigmatic said to you earlier today, I will not descend to that level to address a woman. But if you have any modicum of decency in you, you should be off this platform, which the way Enigmatic addressed you earlier today. But with what I have seen, you have sub-zero, that is -0 shame. So I will not dignify you with any response. You can continue with what you are saying. I know what you are. I won't name that thing that you are. I know what you are. So go ahead. You can continue for 1 million years. I will not even respond.
Yeah, Bishop, it's okay. Forget that one. Let's
Not
move on.
even once. I won't respond to you. It's just a thing that you are. Just a thing. And people that have use for a thing like you
Bishop, it's okay.
will
Now let's
make
leave that.
use of
Let's
you
move on, please.
and dump you the way you deserve to be dumped. So that's my submission. Thank you.
Okay, can I come in?
Can I just say 1 minute, please?
Okay.
1 minute.
Bato, come in.
Yeah, 1
Okay,
minute.
wait, Bato, before you come in, let me say one thing. Ask you and Kennedy. You guys agree that it's a fact that what Bishop said about after the war, the South people and even the North, they took your property and they didn't even welcome you back to their community. The Southwest welcome you guys right back, gave you do all those things.
But is anybody fighting Southwest here? Why is Bishop making
no.
Is anybody
Okay,
fighting Southwest here?
maybe not you directly. But what I'm saying is, if you go,
you just talk as if we come there and we are fighting Southwest.
Wait. Okay, maybe not you. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying for a fact that the people that is Southeastern that are bitter about that war, the people that express that bitterness towards the most are the Yorubas, and no one can deny that. Yeah, go ahead, Bato. Yeah.
My question is, I'm putting this in maybe I'll be recorded today, so we have it on tape. In 20 years or 30 years coming, or 40 years coming, or 50 years coming, how are you people gonna describe Nnamdi Kanu by then? Like, are you gonna say Nnamdi Kanu want to take over Niger Delta, or Nnamdi Kanu want to take over Lagos, or because this is what you guys gonna say. Like what is happening to Ojukwu now. Thank God this man is alive, saying all this thing. If I thought that this man is dead, it's the other way around. We're gonna be hearing by this time. But thank God this man is alive today, saying all this thing for a month. After we have agreement with them, and they go back and forth and said no, they started war killing people. Now today they're taking pride of it. So what you people gonna say maybe 50 years coming about Nnamdi Kanu?
You will say exactly what he did. He committed crime. The guy's a criminal.
Mike,
He's a
can I come in
terrorist.
here, please?
Okay. Can I want to comment? Okay, let me say something.
Mike, let me say this. I didn't come here and start speaking about the Southwest. Yeah.
just the way Mike want to portray Southwest is the Southwest. That's not my point.
No, I'm not.
Speaking
I
in
didn't say
general
you. I
terms,
didn't say you. I didn't
yeah,
say
and
you.
speaking in general terms, the kind of leadership that is causing problem in this country, which I pointed out, the what Gowon said in visiting President Tinubu, which got me irritated. So if somebody like him can got me irritated, I don't know what he's trying to do to move the country forward, because the example they portray is
But
what
Gowon is
got
not
me
the
angry.
president now.
No, I know, but he's a leader. He's a leader.
He's not a
You
leader.
cannot tell me
No,
somebody
he's
has
not a
governed the
leader. He's
nation
not a leader.
for how many years, lead a war and all those stuff. He stand a better chance to even reshape this country more than Tinubu, because
How?
he see his
No,
body,
How?
he saw his
but
fall.
it's old now.
How?
No,
Look
whether
at
he's old or
old.
not,
Wait. How? How? Explain to me
old
now.
age. Yeah, in his old age, that is what he's supposed to be doing. Obasanjo is old. Obasanjo, that's why I recommended Obasanjo to you. The kind of behavior he's portraying today is well commended. Whether let me tell you today. Let me finish.
Because it's supposed to be right. Because
Allow me to
Obasanjo
make my
supposed to
point
be.
now.
Ekene,
It's not
listen.
because of he supported
Obasanjo
Obi.
even done more
Even
harm
before
to you.
he supported Obi,
You guys used to insult Obasanjo, man. Before he supported
of this
Obi.
nation, when he was the president of this
Do you
nation,
want me to
you saw
play
how
one Namdekanu and Uche Mefo was saying about Obasanjo?
Mike, I think you are the
Do you want me to?
coordinator. Allow me speak
Okay,
now.
go ahead,
I
go
think you are the
ahead.
coordinator.
But you also have to let
Even
people interject.
when he was the president of this nation, how his appointment and everything, how he carried the whole nation along. I know he had his own flaws. Even in the Civil War, he has his own flaws. But today, nobody will say that Obasanjo is not welcome anywhere in the Southeast or in the Southwest or in anywhere of the country, because he has paid his due and he's still trying to do that. When he was the president, he saw the brains where they are. Whether they are in the Southeast, he go get them. Whether they are in the Southwest, he go get them. Whether they are in the North, he go get them. But today, what do we see?
Okay,
The only brain. Let me finish. The only places you have your brain to develop your nation is in your region when you become the president. It happened during Buhari, and it's happening today. It's happening today again. So the only place you have your brains to develop to make your leadership to move forward is only in your region. You only see competence in your region. You don't see competence in other regions when you become president. And you still divide the nation more and more. And you tell me that's the leadership that wants one Nigeria. That's the problem I have. Leaders should be simple. They should be simple in their promises and keep to their promises and make people to believe them. That's my point.
Good. Ekene, let me tell you. Let us speak fact to fact. When Obasanjo was the president, he had more Igbo people in his cabinet than Yorubas. I'm talking of facts. If you want to challenge this, let us go name by name, both in the ministries and the parastatals. He had more Igbo men in strategic ministries, departments, and agencies. I challenge you to let us go fact to fact. That is number one. And I repeat again, when Obasanjo was president, he had more Igbo
and he's
people.
not an Igbo man now, but he had Igbo people
There
in
is
his
a
cabinet.
reason.
What does that speak to you?
Hold on. There is a reason to that. It was not because of competence. It was because of politics, because Obasanjo knew that he did not win any state in the Southwest because he was not a Southwest candidate. It was a candidate that was contrived by the North and the Southeast to and imposed. Obasanjo did not win a single state, so he did not pay back. And in fact, there was no national development that came to the Southwest under Obasanjo. The federal highway between Lagos and Ota that leads to Obasanjo farm was not touched. So let us keep that as a fact. That's one that we all know. So stop pointing to that. When in 2011, ACN was the instrument, very instrumental to Jonathan winning that election.
Thank you.
The only way Jonathan could pay Southwest was to marginalize them as never before. There were 13 federal positions from the president down. There was no single Yoruba man there. So stop painting this narrative. Stop. It is just cheap blackmail. There was no single Yoruba man in the top echelon of Nigerian political, what do you call it, echelon. Under Jonathan, they begged him for secretary to the government. He did not. Even ordinary CBN governor, he still went and brought another Igbo man. So stop it. The only thing Yoruba did was to re-strategize. We did not bring Nigeria down. And you were talking of the civil war earlier on. I omitted that. 7 years after the civil war in 1970, 7 or 8 years, and Igbo man was nominated and he became a de facto president. What I mean by de facto president, he became a vice president. And if anything had happened to Alhaji Usman Aliyu Shagari and he had died, Chief Dr. Alex Ekweme would have become the president. That was magnanimity taken to a different level. I think we should begin to think and reason. Others are not fools.
Okay, in addition,
nobody's paying anybody in this nation, because you are putting it as if somebody is paying somebody. Everybody's Nigeria. You understand? You are taking it.
Now
You are putting it in a way that
it is
you are paying
convenient for
anybody
you. Now
in
we
your
are
nation,
bringing
in
facts.
the country
Now
that
we
I
are
belong to.
bringing
You are not
facts.
paying me.
Now we
Nobody
are
is paying me. I
bringing
just have
facts.
equal right as
Now
you
we
are.
are bringing facts. Now we are bringing
You
facts.
understand?
to
There is nothing. There is
discussing
no
it.
fact in
You
there.
are
Anybody.
telling me that everybody, hold on, and let me talk. We are having the conversation. Now we are bringing facts. You are twisting it. Everybody is blah, 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 blah. We
Bishop,
are
let me
bringing
have this.
facts.
Let me have this, please. In 1999, during the PDP convention, I was a youth. With my group, we went to Jos. We lost our way. We first went to Kaduna. From Kaduna, we went back to Jos. In fact, in that shadow primary election, we all thought that Ekweme is going to be the winner because he has a very good chance to become the PDP presidential candidate. But I don't know, just within 1 or 2 days, things turn around. And before you know it, then Obasanjo was declared the winner of their primary in Jos. Because seeing is believing. I will always say this. Most of us, sometimes we talk in a simplicity and layman matter. I know the grudge of the Southeastern president. You cannot have your cake and eat it. You cannot want to be the president of Nigeria and at the same time you also want to go away. If you go away, have you ever asked yourself, all the money you made, all what you have acquired, you acquire totally different from your homeland. Let's ask yourself question, or let's ask ourselves question. If you or other of your brother were not allowed in other part of Nigeria, are you going to be successful? Were you people going to be successful like that?
Then if we are okay, then push us away now. What is all this? Allow these people to? What are you allowing? Push us away. What is all this thing?
Let me. It's easy to say push you away.
Prepare yourself. Come to Lagos. Push everybody away.
Remy, I have to go against you. Kenneth, this is the first time I will align with you. Remy,
come to Lagos, push everybody away now. Let's see.
Remy, that argument, I don't think it's a good argument to be making that if someone made it because in a territory because other people allowed them. I don't think so. Everybody work for what they achieve anywhere.
Mike,
if the environment is hostile to you,
so I get that. If you say hostility, I get it. If they were hostile to you, to them, yeah, that's a better argument. That's a better way to put it. But if you just say someone allow,
you don't get nothing.
Now it makes sense. If you put it that way, you make sense. If you put it that way, that if others were hostile to them, they won't do it. I get it.
Listen, guys, I asked a question the other time. I said, why are not other major tribes in Nigeria, why are they not going to your southeast and do the same thing you are doing in their region? Because your environment was hostile to them.
Nothing like that. Yeah. I have a Yoruba man living in my village. I can go and get him to you.
What are you telling me?
What are you? I have Yoruba man living in my village. They gave him a very big mansion. He's living in a big mansion, not paying any rent. A very big mansion. The man just gave him the place. He was just doing his work. No, he cannot even know that he's a Yoruba man. He speaks good English. He's living in my village in a very big mansion, not paying. He's not paying 1 naira. What are you telling me?
my own.
Yeah, you
My
don't
own
have to if
compound.
it's only Yoruba. Where I'm living in your Yoruba woman's house. I'm paying rent.
Okay.
I pay. I
Okay.
increase my
Okay.
rent every day, and I pay
What
it.
kind of
But I'm telling you, a Yoruba man living in my village in a very big mansion. He's not paying 1 naira. He's not paying penny. He has a work. He's doing his work.
What
You
kind
come
of
here, you think as if you're the people
But
or the
that
people.
Yoruba man
If you're
still
not
on
comfortable
Monday.
with that, that push everybody away now.
Ekene,
If you think that a Yoruba man living in my village in a very big mansion, not paying any
calm
rent,
down now.
you
We
think
hear
you
you
will be
already.
happy
Okay,
hearing this
okay.
thing you are saying here?
Ekene, we get your point. We get your point. It's the Yoruba man living in your village. But that Yoruba man is still on Monday. But anyway,
I got one question for Ekene. Sorry.
okay.
Ekene, how many states will go with you if you're going for Biafra?
Ask me the question. I will answer the question.
Yeah, I said.
What did he say? What did he say? I didn't get your question.
Sorry, I said how many states would go with Biafra right now?
I'm not talking about going in. I'm not talking myself. I'm not even talking about going in. I'm talking the attitude of our leaders.
But you
and if they think that they should be the one to say that, if they think that this nation is not working,
you the one that said that they should allow you go. So how many states they won't?
I said that they should divide this nation. If they're not comfortable leading this nation to a better place. If they don't want to do the right thing, let them divide it.
Already divided.
That's the point I made. So I don't know the state that will go with me, and I'm not ready to go to talk about any state. If they're ready for that, then we'll talk about that. It's not as if you are talking about one Nigeria, but when you go there as a leader, you behave the other way around. That's my point.
Mike, please, can I just say something? I've said this before on this platform and before. One of the ways you have 15 senators, 43 House of Reps member. One of the way to show that you are really serious about this is that let those 15 senators withdraw from the National Assembly. Don't let them appear. Let them go to the Southeast. Number one. All the House of Rep member, let them go. The state governors, hold on and let me finish. He will not bring caterpillar. That is a lie. Don't assume. Let me finish. Let all those states, when all the senators go back, don't let them go to the National Assembly. Let just withdraw in protest. All the state, the Federal House of Rep member, let them not go. Then take a very bold move. Do what do they call this? A clarion call. All Easterners in Lagos, in Ibadan, call them to come back home.
Another civil war.
So that the business. Let me finish now. So that the business, because people have said that if Igbos withdraw from Lagos, business of Lagos will crumble. So let all those businessmen in Lagos withdraw their businesses to the southeast, so that Lagos economy will crumble, so that we come begging and groveling. Call the peoples in Abuja, Igbos in Abuja, come to the southeast. When you invite them and all of them go to the southeast, and we now see both Abuja and Kano and Kaduna and Lagos and Ibadan, and we now see that our economies are crumbling. Both the National Assembly is crumbling. We will now come begging and say, we are sorry. That is the way to fight. It is not just by talking. Talk to your leaders, all your National Assembly members. Let them go back to the southeast. Whether let all the businessmen in Lagos.
Leaders are leaders. When I talk about leaders here, I talk leaders from the west. I talk leaders from the east. I talk about leaders from the. When you make your point, you think as if it favors you. But let me finish. When you come here now, you say, if you think you want to go, pack from Lagos and go. All those things you say here, what unity does it bring in the nation? When you talk about you people want one Nigeria and all those stuff. You understand? But I don't. For me, I don't have time for this argument anymore. The only thing is this. Any day that Yoruba people feel that the Igbo are making them uncomfortable in their space, they should come and they chase everybody away. That's all. You understand? So come and beg. For me, somebody like me, I've already put it at the back of my mind. I'm ready to move any day, anytime. So don't say as if anybody say I'm ready to move any day, anytime. If you feel Yoruba, if you feel that Lagos State, we are making you people uncomfortable, I will not go. I will not chase myself, but just come and put your caterpillar, chase everybody away. I've already put that at the back of my mind. So when I prepare for the worst, leaders that in the house, then ghost that delivers in their theaters. These are the kind of people we have in this nation. Bringing the shit.
You're ranting. Let us have a conversation. Ekene, calm down.
Okay, guys. Okay, let's calm down. Let's calm down. Hold on.
Calm down. Let me
Let's keep
answer
civil.
you.
Let's keep civil.
Let us have a conversation.
Okay, Bishop,
Listen.
speak, and then after Bishop speak, and I'll let Des come in because he has been here for a while. Okay, Bishop, go ahead.
Now, Ekene, look, all this ranting and noise will not cut it. Whether you want to believe it or not, we have been so very magnanimous and liberal in every of our dealings. And we are now saying, look, the gloves are up, the chips are down. Let us face the reality.
You collect my rent. I tell you, stay. You are magnanimous, but I pay you rent. And you increase my rent. And I pay you.
Calm down. You get your chance to respond.
Will you shut up and let me speak? I listen to you.
You say you're magnanimous, but I tell you that I pay my rent also.
Okay,
I'm living in a Yoruba woman's house. I pay my rent. I don't live there alone.
Will you shut
Wait. Bishop, I'll put Ekene in the back. Just don't insult him. Just I'll put him.
I'm not insulting him. I'm just asking.
No.
Now, what I'm asking is, why you are paying rent? Is it a must that you must pay rent? If you are not going to pay rent to your landlord, then leave his property.
Can I calm down, please? Okay, Bishop, continue.
Nobody is forcing you to pay rent. Nobody is forcing you to pay rent. I am saying we can mutually agree to self-destruct. We can mutually agree. So look, self-destruction can be mutually agreed. So if we say we cannot continue, look, we can break up without war. I am saying to you now, there is a panacea. And that panacea is that there is a better way to protest. From the southeast, Nigeria is not working for us, and we want to opt out. We don't need to make noise about it. Look, the National Assembly will not function if the 15 members of the, from the southeast opt out. Everybody will know that there is a problem. If the 43 members of the House of Reps, if people begin to withdraw from Lagos, Nigeria will be on, and we will be forced to discuss and renegotiate the foundation, the purpose, the fundamentals, the reason, the basis of our union. We don't need to shout. We can talk over these things. Now, you paying rent to your landlord, nobody forces you. If you don't pay rent to your landlord tomorrow, we only ask you, if you cannot pay rent, leave. And if you say, okay, landlord, I'm leaving in another 3 months or in another 6 months, even in another 1 month, landlord will say, it's okay. Before you even exit, another person has paid. So if you don't want to pay rent to your landlord, please leave. I'm begging you. It is not a force. Look, I really want Nigeria to continue. But it is a continue. No, wait, let me land. I will land in just another 2 minutes. But in this unity that we want, it must be a give and take. And because you did not get what you want today, you don't need to begin to throw tantrums. What did they call it? Oh, that because I don't have, it's like a kid that does not, when you don't get a toy that you want or a treat that you want, we must always be ready to how do I call it now, to make sacrifices. It does not necessarily to come your way. It is not necessary. It must not be. It's either your way or the highway. So what I'm saying is this: I don't want war. We can actually go our different way. Like me now, if they say I am entitled for a referendum, even though it is against my will, but I will vote for Biafra. And I know 1,000 other people that because of the development of what has played out in the past couple of years, who will vote for Biafra. I really wish I am young. Unfortunately, I am not. I really wish I am as young as some people on this platform, unfortunately. But with what I have seen, what I have had, what I have learned, and the sacrifices my family in particular and especially have made to the unity of Nigeria, I think it gets to a point that we will say enough is enough. If we have to have a Biafra to have a peace, so be it. So we are not saying we should fight another war. I support Biafra. So again, you don't need to pay your landlord. If you just pack your bag and packages, you don't even need the permission of your landlord to leave. Please leave tomorrow and pack to Nnewi or Oka or Amobia or Ekulobia or Umunze or Oko, anywhere you want to go to in Anambra State. Please leave ASAP, and nobody is going to question you. Thank you.
I beg, Mike, let this man talk.
Okay, that's
Let
the
man
test,
back.
man. He's been patient. He's been here for so long. That's what do you have to say here.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you can see me.
Des, when did you come back? It has been long ago.
Des, how are you?
I've been back for a while.
My guy, he just run, no.
I've been back for a while. Just been kind of busy.
Des, you say, give me 1 minute. You remember what you said?
Welcome back, my bro. Welcome back, my bro.
What?
Welcome back.
Yeah, just give me 1 minute. Des, you remember what you said before you leave? Before Christmas, you said we are bringing another Pro Max, and that's what we are expressing now. Dex, you are welcome to the platform once again.
Thank you very much. you know, it's been a while I came here, and it's surprising to see that it hasn't even changed. Like, some people are still pretending to be who they're not, and the enmity is quite a lot. But I'm gonna say this: people that are actually trying to bring Nigeria together and trying to make Nigeria work, can they even listen to themselves sometimes and see the enmity in their voice and see the kind of how disgruntled they are with the system, and they're still talking about being in Nigeria? How can you even have some sort of marriage without love? I don't even see that happening. You're in a marriage and you don't have love in it. How does that even work? Nigeria can be as good as it is. It can be. There's gonna be so much infrastructure in Nigeria, but without that love, we're still gonna be here talking about Igbos, Yoruba, and whatnot. And if you can actually move past this one Nigeria, and you don't want Igbo to leave because they hate them or whatever, you don't like Igbos, then you're basically doing yourself. I mean, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. You say it's not gonna work. You can't do anything about it. But anyway, I'm still new in the political system right now. I don't know really what is going on. I'm hearing that Nigeria is messed up already. Fuel or whatever, cement is up. Everything is up.
Des, I don't think anybody understood your point, man.
I don't understand. Just
I understand you very well. If you don't understand,
okay, can you help us break down what he said?
It's so funny.
His point is that people that take the leadership of this country.
So why are we still there? It's simple as ABC. That's what he's saying. Nigeria is
the people that talk about the people that are leadership that talk about the unity of this country are the one portraying hatred and all those stuff.
You guys that think Nigeria is in Jaga, you don't want to
do that. Government.
Hold on, guys. Let's calm down, man. Let's just not talk over each other. Let's calm down. Let's try to make sense here.
I think that's what he's trying to say.
So so was there saying the leaders are not showing love, or was he saying something?
What he's trying to say is that Nigeria.
Yeah. He made a very big point, but you might not understand him.
Some people are still believing in Nigeria that the country that's already messed up, cement is high, price of food is high, blah 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 like that. So he's surprised. In a nutshell, he don't want to belong to this mess country or Jaga.
Is that what he said, Kekene, or is it something different?
That's what.
No,
That's what
the people that take the mantle of leadership in the country that are supposed to unite the country are still here.
No. We are talking about
all
this.
this stuff.
Tell us what this meant.
Yeah, that's the point he made. That's the point he made. Then he put a point that he had that things has been going up in the country, cement and all those stuff. So he made his point clear. Unless if you don't want to understand him.
Okay.
But for me,
Ekene, I want to say something.
Narration is also.
So does that mean because of the situation of the economy, you just now want to leave?
Yeah, that is it.
You should just leave now.
For me, we think everyone is you think it's only Southeast that is suffering. All those stuff because you are a leader and all those because your person is in the affairs of the government. So the Southeast is the one suffering. Well, for me, that's how I see it. But I don't know.
You know that everybody is suffering, isn't it?
Well,
that comes to this question.
Everybody's suffering, but for me, I have a different view that if you know that you cannot just pack everybody in the same place and begin to deliver bad. Let me finish. You cannot just pack everyone in the same place.
Sometimes I think you don't have brain. Sometimes I think you Southeasterner, where your brain is, I don't know.
How can you say somebody don't have brain?
You don't have brain. You
Mike, can you take away
brain.
this guy? If you don't take this guy away, Mike, if you don't caution this guy, I will not take it easy with you. If you don't caution this guy, I will not take it easy with you. How can you bring somebody that don't know his left and right to come here and then
but you insult you now?
What's your problem?
Hold on.
Ghanaian, that was not right. Ghanaian, that was not right. I will not say if Ekene reacts violently to that, I support him.
This is kind of people in government.
Ekene, can you please calm down? Can you keep quiet, please? I beg you. I have disagreed with you, Bio. But Ghanaian, please, I beg you. If actually Ekene reacts violently to that, in all honesty, I will support him. You should not have said that.
Support him. I don't care. I have
please, I beg you.
In my mind for him.
I beg you. You see, I beg you. Look, in my heart of hearts, I want a Nigeria together. I don't want a Biafra apart. I have lived a quarter of a century in the Southeast. It is just an having pushed to the wall, but you were not right in that statement. But I don't blame you because sometimes we can be pushed to the extreme to express our displeasure. So I beg you, please. I beg you, please. And I beg Ekene, please don't take it too much. It's just the heat of the moment. We're having conversations here. If we have all of us on this platform at this moment, 10 of us, that at least on this chat room, we have opportunity of sitting together. We will clink glasses and we will share whether it is calabash of palm wine or whatever anybody, pounded yam, which is my favorite. And for you. So please, I beg you, but Ghanaian, please, that statement was a little bit harsh on Ekene. I've had my disagreements with him. It is not because I hate him. It's just because we must speak some realities to ourselves. And we must disagree to agree, but we must learn not to be disagreeable. So please, I beg you. Yeah, that it was a little bit too harsh. If you have the magnanimity to withdraw it, please do. Please, I'm begging you, so that we can proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Bishop, thanks, man. Thanks, I got that. Okay. I think Batu.
Can you hear me?
Is that Batu?
No, that's Des. I don't know if you guys
Okay, Des. You were saying something before you left off.
Yeah,
we didn't get what your point. We don't know what your point is.
Oh, my mic was bad, so sorry about that. So I was saying that a lot of people, here are basically talking about, I don't know, one Nigeria this, one Nigeria that.
Who's those people? Who are those people here? Give us their names.
They want Nigeria to work, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that if a marriage is gonna work, how is it gonna work without love? Because I've been out for 6 months, and I'm back, and it's still the same whole stuff. I mean,
what do you mean by that exactly? Marriage without love. What do you mean? Who are you referring to? Who's not loving each other? Who?
I'm referring to all of us, Igbos, Yoruba, Hausas. We don't got no love for each other. If you guys actually listen to yourself.
Hold on, Des. I
Let me
think.
finish, Mike.
Okay, go
Let me
ahead.
finish. If you actually sit down and listen to yourself, you would know that you don't got love for these people. And
For which
we
people?
For which people? For which people they did not get love for?
Igbos, come on, I don't have to say everything. Like you
Speak
don't got
straight,
love for
man.
this tribe. You don't got love for this tribe, which is cool. You
Okay,
know,
okay. Wait. Before you go, calm down. Let me tell you this. Uh, Desmond, if you see me now and you push me and I push you back, me pushing you back mean I don't love you? Is that what you're saying?
of course.
So,
I
if you push me because I love you, I should not push you back. Okay, now if you push me and I don't push you back, you keep pushing me, and then at one point I'm like, oh, I have to push you back. And then you're
That's
telling
not
me
what
I
he's
don't
saying.
love you. That's why. Hold
That's
on.
not what he's
The thing
saying.
is this. Hold on. Desmond, you have to let's get it to perspective. The point is this. What a lot of people complain about Igbos is you are very bitter about what happened in the past. And then when people try to understand where your bitterness is coming from, the explanation you give is usually based on some false narratives or some fallacies. You say the Yorubas, you some story like some Biafran generals told you guys, and are just a bunch of lies.
Mike,
And
there's nothing.
hold on, and you are expressing so much bitterness of something that happened to your grandfathers in the war, and people, and you are constantly being bitter towards people, and people are like they are pushing back. That
Mike,
no, you can't keep pushing us. Like you're saying, there's no love. Are you
let
kidding
me
me?
say,
If you want
we don't,
love, then stop pushing at people. Stop
we don't,
disrespecting people and expecting bitterness towards them. Because
we
we're not going to
don't
sit down. Hold on. Particularly, and you guys are one thing I noticed is this: the people that are actually more easier, softer with you, we tend to be more harsher on them. Like the Southwest are people that are more gentle with you guys than other people. This, but you guys
That is
tend
a
to be
lie.
more harsher towards the
That is
Yorubas
a
because you
lie.
think they're cowards.
let
That
me
is a
say this.
lie.
There might be less harsher in the past, but in recent times, the Yorubas has been the
Yeah, because you
problem.
caused it by
That's
yourself.
the truth.
You
The
caused
Let me
Yorubas
it.
are
say,
what?
You push
there's
them
been
to the end, and they're
in
fighting
recent,
back.
Oh, let me hold on. I didn't hear what he
How,
said. Say it again,
how
Desmond.
recent? How recent? How recent is that past? How recent? Can you explain?
I would say for the past 3 years, in recent times,
Only,
Yorubas has
only,
been a problem.
only
Since
3 years. Kidding
But
me?
let me
Hold on, please. Hold on. Let me answer you. You just said 3 years. That is
yeah.
2021. So the only problem you have with the Yorubas is, so are you saying the hostility, the bigotry, the hatred, the animosity against the Southwest only started in 3 years ago? I want you to hold on to that so that we can delve a little bit into history. Are you saying it started only 3 years ago?
I said it more like amplified only 3 years ago.
No, you did
It
not say amplify. You are just redefining
more
what you said.
amplified.
Now, I want you to hold on to whatever you say because I want us to go onto historical facts, not just fallacies and not just hearsays. So, if you are saying, look, I have a video that showed us just after the Civil War or during the Civil War in the South of about two locations in the South. What is the response of people of Southeast coming back and they ejecting people from the Southeast? And I have a video in the 60s, just during the Civil War, how people in the Southwest were so anxious that they really loved their brothers. And even after the Civil War, how people celebrated the coming back and they gave maximum cooperation to people. So I want you to be very clear in what you are holding on. Are you saying that from historical perspective, the Southwest have been very antagonistic and hateful towards people of the Southeast? I want you to be very clear so that we
That's not
can
what I
bring
said.
facts.
I said in recent times. I'm not
He
saying
said
you're
In
talking
recent times,
about
our
about
history
3 years.
did not just start 3 years ago, and that is very extremely fallacious and
it's not.
debatable.
It's not, because if you, like I said, if you listen to yourselves, if you go back and listen to yourself, you understand that there's this animosity that you can actually drive away. Whether you
When, from when,
try to
from when,
whether
from
you
when
try to
we,
use a
from the
different
abandoned property.
let me say something. Whether you try to use a different mouth,
Okay, Desmond, can you explain this animosity? Explain it so it's clear to
bro, I
us.
cannot explain it. Just go and listen to
You have to
yourself.
explain it. You have to explain it.
Explaining what
I
you
think
know,
we should
Well, then
allow
we don't
that
know what you're
person to
talking
talk.
about. Then you can't
There are
say
some
explain
people
because you are telling me something. I'm trying. If you ask me to explain your own, I can tell you about bigotry from Cameroon and
I
your
think,
leaders. I can
I
point at
think,
them.
I think this victim mentality is real. We must confront it, and I think it's become a thing that we must address. I've lived in the southeast for more than 25 years. I lived
guys.
in Anambra. Hold on, let me finish. When I land,
Guys,
you
the
will come in.
sooner
Just
we
hold
start
on. Let me land. When I
pushing.
land,
Mike,
you
I
will.
want to
When
say
I
Let's
something.
land,
let Bishop land,
I
man.
want
We
to
allow
let
say
you
me
to talk
land.
to.
When I land, let's have a conversation. I think it's becoming a very serious thing for people like myself. And I know I judge myself as being very liberal and accommodating because I have lived in the Southeast for well over a quarter of a century. And I did not get to Southeast as a child. I did not get into Southeast as a young man. I came into Southeast as an adult, a very full-blooded adult after graduating from the institution. Now, I lived and I've been to a lot of places in the southeast across all the states, and I know more places in the southeast than some southeasterners. But we must be very objective. Something is lacking in our analyzing of issues, especially my brothers from the southeast. They are not very truthful in our analysis. The truth of the matter is this: we need to be open-minded. We need to be very objective and truthful. There is no section of the country that is perfect. There is no section, not a single part, whether it is the north, in the south, or the west, or the east. Other people are always very quick to admit their errors, their mistakes, and their whatever. The only part that think they are perfect in everything is the southeast. The only region, and I'm saying this, I lived in the north in the 80s, and I've lived in the southeast very well in the 90s, from 1993 to almost till date. And it is painful. We make mistakes, we are humans. But when you think everything you have done is perfect and other people must lap up to it, then something is fundamentally wrong with you. And it's difficult for us to make amends. It's very difficult. So every other region have offended the southeast, whether it's the south, whether it is southwest, whether it's the north central, whether it is the northeast or northwest. But the southeast have never offended anybody, despite starting the only civil war we have fought as a country. How can we really get out of this?
I'm sorry. Southeast did not start no war.
How
No, don't
stop
say
that?
that
eh,
Southeast started
Stop
the
that!
war, please.
What do you mean?
Let's not say
How,
that,
how
please.
how can you
The
say
war
that? I will not
the war
descend into that conversation with you.
the war
Hold on,
the war
hold on,
was
hold on, hold
let's
on.
not
I will not hold on. That is a newfound love.
Bishop.
That is the hold on. Let me finish now. You will come in. That is the newfound love. That is the newfound conversation that you guys are lapping onto because somebody is just cutting. We know the facts. We know the truth. If
You know the
anybody,
truth, but I'm
hold
not
on now.
well in the
Hold
past.
on.
I'm talking
Hold on.
about now.
Hold
Guys,
on.
guys, give me
Let
one
me
second.
land. When I
Hey,
land, you will complete your saying. You
Bishop, give me
cannot
one second. There's
rewrite.
somebody in the background. I want to see his face. Let me ask him to show his face so I can see if it's not a true. Hey, C2, can you show your face real quick so I can see who you are to know if you're not um a what they call it those people. C2, can you show your face? If you don't show your face, I can't let you in. I have to kick you out. C2. I doesn't want to show his face. Bishop, continue that. Continue. Yeah.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is this: if we are having debates because we want to foster a way forward, then we'll have a very constructive conversation. But if some people have already conditioned their mind that their region can never do anything wrong, and people are seeing Ojuku as a saint, a man that started the war, we all know the circumstances. I have read, I think, 3 or 4 books about the Civil War. And the irony of it is that I keep engaging and discussing people that have never read a single book about the Civil War, a single history or record of the Civil War. And I keep engaging and discussing and conversing and arguing with them. It's painful. It is really, really very painful. So back to what I was saying. If we can sit down, take a step back and look at and be ready to admit that okay, maybe we made mistake. It might not be me or you. It might just be people that were there then that made that mistake. Look, I had an experience and that was very instructive with people that actually experienced the war, the people that were there that fought the war. And they told me that one thing that the Southwest were known for was their hospitality and their liberality, how liberal they were. That even the way they were before the war, and these were people that were in the Southwest before the war, that even after the war, the way they welcomed people and they celebrated them and they gave them advantage. Can you imagine that before the war, you had a neighbor that was your neighbor in a trading station, trading spot, and that had to run back to the southeast because of the war. And when they came back, that the both neighbors in the left and the right that are southwesterner gave her or him or her a more advantage that just to help you to catch up. But when you were away, they the because you couldn't take away the wares in your store, we help you to sell them, and this is the money they brought. Huge money. Imagine store one. Just wait, let me finish. Please let me finish. I'm telling you experience now, real life experience. We have store 1 is occupied by a Yoruba woman. Store 2 is occupied by an Igbo woman. Store 3 is occupied by a Yoruba woman. When the war broke out, the woman in store 2 could not carry her wares. She had to run away to the southeast. And there was a 3-year war. When she came back after the war, because there was nothing for her in the southeast, her neighbors, the both Yoruba woman in the right and that store 1 and store 3, they told her, when you were away, the wares in your store, we break open your door and we help you to sell your wares in your store, and we sold them, and this is the money, including the profit and everything. And the woman in store 2, which is an Igbo woman, could not believe it. The reason is that even though they kept her store, they maintained her, they still gave her money with profit. But that did not happen in the southeast, at least in south, at least in rivers. And these are the people you are considered and you are regarding as your enemies. And we have a thinking.
Mike, can I make my final submission, please? I want to go.
Okay. Sister Kelly wants to go. Let me just say this, Bishop. You didn't know even during the war, there are a lot of Southeast Igbos that were still living in the Southwest, like Ibadan and all these places. Even this guy, Patu Tommy, told the story about during the war how he was in Ibadan the entire time, and they didn't feel any hostility. They were just living normal among the people, nothing, no this thing. But during the war, the Igbos living in the South, the South people, like some, like in the South, there's no way you can tell who's Igbo, who's wherever. They said they were when the Nigerian soldiers were there, the South people were fishing out Igbo and telling Nigerians, yeah, that person is Igbo. This way. They were just fishing them out. And of course, we know in the North, they couldn't even be there. So basically, during the war, it was the Southwest where it was the safest place for them. After the war, the people that looked out for them stay Southwest. But today, they love the South people. In fact, they will see, if you go to all these platforms, it's them and the South together, brothers, insulting Yorubas, spilling bigotry towards Yorubas. The South, our brother. They don't even talk shit about the North that often. They're not even bitter towards the North as much as they're bitter towards Yorubas. And now, what I would ask, if you ask them what's the bitterness, they'll say what happened to them. Now, it was the Nigerian army that fought war against you. Yeah, there were Yorubas in the army. There were South people in the army. There were Northerners in the army. Today, in the Northeast, Amnesty International is complaining about the atrocity Nigerian army is committing against civilians there. In the Nigerian army today, there are Igbos there, there are Yorubas there, there are all tribes there. Now, should those people in that Northeast that experience that atrocity now come and say they hate Igbo people because they were Igbo in the Nigerian army? Yeah, it's the army that committed atrocity. Should those Kanuris in the Northeast now say because there were Igbo in the Nigerian army today, so that atrocity the Nigerian army is committing in the Northeast, oh, we hate Igbo people? What concern Igbo man we want a Igbo soldier in the Nigerian army is doing? So in the civil war, Nigerian army is Nigerian army. The Yorubas in Nigerian army, they are soldiers. They are not Yoruba. They are not doing it on behalf of Yoruba people. So what is this animosity towards the Yoruba tribe? I think the Yoruba tribe declare war against Igbo tribe during Biafra. What is this hatred and animosity that we are getting from you guys over this Biafran war? That's where my confusion is. And you hear stupid story like Victor Banjo, Awolowo, a politician. What's it concern Yoruba population? What has Yoruba population done to you guys? And did the Yoruba population declare war against you as a Biafran war? So that's where we are confused. And that's where my frustration is with Igbo people.
Question, Mike, but can I just go on, please?
Okay, for me, Mike, I don't have much to say, but you see, these days is becoming Igbo leave Lagos, Igbo leave Lagos. That message is getting very clear.
It's clear because you're big
you have made your submission. Yeah, but when indigenes, they're not political leaders or leaders, come out to support the view, Igbos leave Lagos, Igbos leave Lagos, it means that even as a people, we don't know what we want. We don't even want that unity. You understand? Because if your leaders are saying, if your leaders' character are saying Igbos leave Lagos and the followers are buying to that, then it means that everybody have to think on their own. You understand? But my problem is the kind of leadership we have. And you know, I always say it here, that the support we give to these leaders is still the problem, because they see that no matter what happens, even if they fail, even if they bring the country down, their region must support them because it is their own. You understand? And that's the mentality that's been killing this country. So,
sorry, can I?
Yeah, when it continues to go like that, nobody finds Tinubu not performing. Everybody knows that Tinubu is doing well. Yeah, even we Igbos, we have supported him. He's doing well, and let him continue to do well. Nobody is going to, no Igbo man is going to protest, and no Igbo man is going to bring down his government. Let him do whatever he wants to do. But let me finish. Let me finish. So, but if you think we are fighting Yorubas, nobody is fighting Yorubas. We are even helping the government, because many people have said, come and they protest. And we say, we are not going to protest. This man must continue his government and we finish his government. But my
greatest lie. That is a pure lie.
My greatest, sorry, let me finish.
No, you are lying. You are telling lies.
No, I'm not lying. Let me finish. The greatest annoying part of it is that the citizen that are supposed to come out and they condemn the attitude of this our leader.
Wait, sorry, let him get across and then you respond.
Okay, my problem is the attitude of these leaders that are supposed to.
Wait now. Let Kenneth land his point. You come after him.
The attitude of the people that are supposed to talk about the evils of these leaders are not portraying even the unity, because it's their own and nobody is condemning them. Look at our leaders today, the way they are bringing the country down. Leaders think about the future of the nation. Look at our educational system. What are they doing about it? The educational system is nowhere to be found. They're not even talking about it today. If you want a good nation, the first thing to do is to educate your people for a better future.
Okay, can I get your point? Oh, guys, hold on. Can I get your point? So your issue is with the
Let me finish, Mike. I've not finished. Everybody make their point. You don't just cut me out.
Finish now. Go ahead.
You understand? You don't just cut me halfway. So Leaders must build for the future of the nation. We don't see it in Nigeria today. What about that? Leaders must first of all also understand our diversity. Everybody cannot be one. I cannot be an Igbo man and be thinking like a Yoruba man and an Hausa man. I have my own culture. So you have to understand that diversity and know how to manage it. You get that in your thinking school as a leader before you get into that position. You cannot force me to behave like an Yoruba man or an Hausa man. I have my own way of thinking.
You to behave like a Yoruba man.
That's what you are trying to do. You are trying to force to where you belong. You force people to behave like you. I cannot behave like you. Manage it well. If you cannot manage it well, then you're not capable to be a leader. Think about the future of the nation.
Let's allow Ekene to land.
Mike, I beg you for 2 seconds.
Only few seconds, go land. Ekene, you have 20 seconds to land. We're talking too long.
Okay, Bishop and Mike.
But let Ekene land his point in 20 seconds. Ekene, finish up. Oh, yeah, have you landed? Okay.
I'm not landed though. It's just that they're talking too much. I decided to keep quiet.
Okay, let him land.
I just decided to keep quiet. But my final statement is this. My final statement is this. All these leaders in our nation, elders that are in the house, and the ghosts are delivering in their teethers. These are the kind of people we have as leaders. I experienced it in Gowon, and that is why I bring this topic today. You understand? Gowon experienced touch. In his last visit to Tinubu, he couldn't portray a leadership character. Before we work in a leader or an elder that is in the house. That's very, very, very big disgrace to me.
Okay, let other people respond.
Please, can I reply?
Let me just give me 2 minutes. Please, 2 minutes.
I just want to go because I don't want to forget.
Bishop, go ahead real quick.
Ekene said that we defend our leaders. Who was the first tribe to protest? Who was the first tribe to say a being power? That is a bloody lie. In the Southwest, we have always, in fact, the reason why you have independence is because Yoruba people protested. We have always protested our leaders. We have never, ever defended our leaders.
What do you do when you party Yoruba people in government? Only Yoruba
Can they allow you to talk now? You said you don't know what I interrupt you. Well, you now allow other people to do their own. Give me a chance to talk now.
So this narrative that you guys are always doing is always hearsay. You never confirm your things. You never read. You never go through facts. You just go through your hatred. Somebody tells you something, and because you are so bitter, because you hate the person so much, you believe it. Who defends their tribe the most in this country? No matter how bad the person is, who does it? You are talking about they are trying to make you like a Yoruba man. Who is the most intolerant towards every tribe? You always portray on every single tribe. Whatever you do, you expect other tribes to do it to you. So before they do it to you, you start portraying it on them. Everything you said is a lie. Everything you said is what you believe. It is not true. It is what you believe. You carry that hatred. You take it to other tribes and you expect them to love you. You are going up and down, insulting everybody, and you are expecting votes. What kind of madness is that? They said, Tinubu, I can't even go on social media without being insulted just because of my tribe. And the worst part is that when we tell you, instead of you to tell your people that stop, or this thing is not good, you will keep quiet. Imagine every tribe treated you like you treat everyone. Imagine every tribe woke up every morning to be insulting Igbo people. Imagine every tribe woke up every morning to be saying they hate you.
Hey, Desmond, let him land, man. Come on.
Let me finish. This thing that you are doing, you know it's not good. You imagine every tribe treated you the same way you treat everyone. Do you think you will survive in this country? Do you think so?
Going through that millions of years. What are you talking about?
Everybody is tolerating this nonsense, and we are tired. We complain to you. When we complain, you say that we hate you. So we should take rubbish. In Lagos, we did not want our leadership to change because we saw the project. So because you came, we should now change everything so that you say that we even when we do good for you guys, you still hate us. Even when we do good for you guys, you still find a way to insult us. They rejected meeting for Qatar. People are celebrating. The country is burning. People are happy. Do you know who is the most happiest that the country is going down? Who? Only one tribe. Only one. Out of
Yoruba people.
And you come here, you lie. You say that we defend our leaders. Who was the first to protest? We are protesting. You are laughing at us. You are mocking us. Who does that? Who does that? You come here and you lie. No matter how much facts, no matter how much proof, no matter how much
evidence. Tomorrow, the worst part is that tomorrow, after we've given you proof, after you will start it again tomorrow like a madman. They change. They change.
Let me make a
like
point.
you, will you like it?
Hold on, Bishop got to come next. Bishop, hold on.
Imagine every fucking day.
Are you crying or you're talking? I don't even understand. What
Get
are
out!
you crying?
Get out!
Bato, be respectful, man. The man is making his point.
Bishop
low IQ. If I said the same thing about
so I don't know why
Bishop. But hold on now, everybody. I have to. Bishop's supposed to go after him now.
If I said this thing that you just told me, am I shouting or am I talking? If I said the same thing about you, would you like it? You like giving what you cannot take. You don't have common sense. And if I saw you face to face, I would have slapped the
okay. Sorry, let's not go there, man. Okay. You like your point. Bishop, you want to come or you wanted to go?
Yeah, sure. I actually was struggling to know who was that I was speaking. Who spoke last?
That was Soli, yeah.
Oh, Soli. I really recognize and admire and appreciate the passion with which you spoke. Honestly, you have said it all. I might not have the what do you call it, the wherewithal or the courage to be able to say what you have said, but you said it all. But I want to say something. Ekene, if Lagos and the Yorubas are not accommodating and Nigeria is not suitable to you and your life, please do the needful. Move to the southeast. Allow the economy of Lagos to crumble, to collapse. Please go to the southeast and build the southeast business. Please, I'm begging you, do the needful. Since that is all we want. I am very liberal. I love my southeastern friends, and I have done everything to make sure.
Mike, you have marginalized somebody here. Oroyo has not spoken here. He has been here since you.
Yeah, I just put a message in the chat that is next. I just put a message in his private chat.
Why is it that you always jump into other people's? Why? How you always like this? Wow. Why? You speak, you hold your ground. People respect that. Let others have their say.
Bishop, you've been speaking for a while now. Like how?
No.
I don't get it.
I've just even spoken.
You are next. Let Bishop land.
What are you talking?
I spoke for what? 2 minutes and interjected me for like 30 minutes. And now
how very, I don't even know
Bishop, I have a standard response to that. And
come on now, let Bishop. I'm the one that says Bishop. Let him. He just started 30 seconds ago. Let him speak for at least a little bit.
I've not even spoken for 60 seconds. How are you so uncomfortable? Are you so allergic to truth? I've not even spoken.
I'm talking about me when I spoke last. When
I don't care. No,
let him talk.
I waited until you finished what you were saying before the moderator gave me the floor, and I will only give you the what do you call it? The credit to the person that spoke before me. I have not even spoken for 60 seconds, and you were coming rambling in. What about we like this?
Continue,
so I was addressing Ekene. Ekene, look, you can have a little grant, whatever you think. And the only way to prove that you will not see, if you don't like a food that somebody has presented before you, the only way you will show that you don't like that food is that you will not eat that food. You will not finish eating that food. You drink water, you wash your hand, you clean your mouth, and you say, I did not like that food that you presented to me. I only ate it because I did not want to offend you. That is nonsensical. If you don't like the food, don't eat it. If you don't like the Southwest and you are so obsessed and angry, please leave. Move to the southeast. Let us have Biafra. Ask your leaders to leave. I am tired of trying to be liberal. I ceased being liberal. I am ready. Look, I have 2 houses in South House and Southeast together. To build it, they belong to me. I built them. I did not build them 10 years ago. Some of them are as old as 20 years. They are my own houses. I don't owe a penny on them. So if I have a house built in the Southeast as long as 20 years ago, you know what that means. So please, if you think We hate you so much. Leave. I am ready. I'm willing to leave. If you take the houses there, I will let them go. We must find a middle ground. I think the Southwesterners have sacrificed more than enough. We have shown that we are liberal. But if this is all we get in return for all we have done, then look, Tobale Yakuya, Tobale Fire Kufaya, let people go their way. If you want to go to the Southeast, please go. Ask your House of Assembly, National Assembly, let them withdraw. Let your governors withdraw. Let every business interest in other regions of the countries withdraw. Then we will know that you are serious.
Mike, please,
Quick response. Let me finish now. Let me land before you say your quick response. I waited for you to land before the operator and before the moderator gave me the chance. So you cannot continue to intimidate other people. To think that it is the only way that you say things. I hate it. But if we have to come to that, then so be it. Please let us have the Biafran Republic. Thank you.
But can I let Oroyo say something? Respond now. Oroyo,
just quick
you are
response.
the one even advocating for Oroyo. Then you tell me I'm
I know. I advocate for him. Just quick response. Mike,
because if you go now, the other even.
You know, he referred to me. He referred to my statement.
But the thing is, now you will say something now that will require.
Yes.
Response.
I advocated for him to speak.
But before let Oroyo just make his point. Then
no, it will not be good if I don't. This is a quick response. It's not up to 20 seconds. It's not up to. I would have finished now. You see,
okay.
Bishop has made his point that we should leave and all those stuff. Me, I'm not against that. But I've made my point clear. If the Southwest feel that the Igbos are too arrogant and they don't love the Southwest and they're destroying their land in Lagos or in every other part of the nation, what the best thing that Yorubas can do as the people that owns the land is to bring in their caterpillars, push out the Igbos. And that is what I expect from them. Not all this talk. I'm very prepared for that.
When they are
destroying everybody away, let's leave.
That's a very foolish thing.
That's my response.
That is very foolish thing.
I've already prepared that in my mind that one day I'm leaving Southwest. So come in,
that's a
push
very
everybody away. Let's divide this country.
That's a very
what is that?
That's an extremely very foolish thing for anybody to say. If you don't want to live in my house, I don't need to demolish my house. It is you that will leave my house. I don't need to demolish it. How can you say I should come and demolish my house because you say you don't want to live in that? It's a very foolish, extremely foolish.
Come and push down all the houses of people, push down push on the market, push everything down. Let's go.
Why should they waste their energy doing that now? Why should they use their energy to come and push you out? Why will I come and demolish?
Why will I come and demolish?
The easy way is for you to demolish your own house and go to the Southeast.
That's the best thing to do. Come and demolish it. You cannot just leave me to be living in the building that I don't elect.
Why don't you demolish your own house?
Just come and demolish everything. Let's go.
If you don't want to,
why don't you use your own hand to demolish your house and then move?
If you think if you demolish any house in Lagos today, I will cry again. I will not come here to complain that the house are demolished in Lagos. If I do that again, I will feel stupid man. I will not say that again.
I remember you come here crying about Alaba being destroyed. You came here crying that they are destroying the property in Alaba. I remember you. Now you are telling us to come and destroy. Come on, man. Stop this double talk, man. Oroyo, go ahead. Is Oroyo there? We can't hear you.
Well, see, if Oroyo does not want to talk, I want to comment on the last thing.
Can I say
you are saying as in this lack of accountability is a very, do you know, it's a very feminine character. It's a very feminine character. You say
why are you talking about women like this now?
No, it's a very feminine character. I'm not, it's not an insult. Men have things to do, men provide, men have their own character too. Men cheat, so you are saying they don't want you. And we are telling you, if you are really sure they don't want you, go. But you are now saying that no, you will not go, that they should bulldoze everything. You know what you are doing is what women do. They will attack you first so that you attack them, so that they will now call police and say, he attacked me. You want a reason You want a reason so bad to say that Yoruba people don't like you, so they bulldozed everything and sent you away. That's just what you are looking for. If you cannot play victim mentality, you set yourself up for being a victim. What a strategy! What a good strategy from the businessmen of Nigeria. You know, that's just, where's your accountability? And you claim that we defend our leader, even though we are the ones screaming a being power, even though we are the ones protesting all over Nigeria. We protested for the independence you are enjoying. We protested for the democracy that you are enjoying. We protested for literally almost every single thing that you are enjoying in that country. But we are the ones.
Sorry, I don't know about protesting for independence. We didn't protest for any independence. It was actually the Igbos that protested for independence.
No, what's the name of this Fela's? Is it not Fela's grammar or Fela's mother?
She didn't protest for independence. No, she was fighting for women, not for Nigeria independence. No. It was the people really for independence. The people that really wanted Nigeria, one Nigeria, they were advocating for one Nigeria independence were Igbos. The rest were more like they wanted to be on their own.
What the point I was trying to make is that him saying that we protect our leaders is a lie. Any leader,
I know that one. Yeah,
any leader in Nigeria.
Because I don't see Yoruba protecting Obasanjo. I don't
Yoruba
even know.
people.
Tinubu is the second Yoruba president now. Obasanjo has been the only president. I don't know when Yorubas were protecting Obasanjo or protecting him. I don't even remember. They didn't even vote for him.
Shebi Igboho has come out to go and talk to your elders for them not to talk against Tinubu again. I think he has done it a few days ago. Igboho now.
Bros, I don't even know why you keep calling Tinubu
and your Southwest leaders and tell them not act against
Tinubu. I don't even know why you are calling Tinubu the Yoruba leader.
Igbos are keeping calm. And I guess that's the reason why he released Igboho, to help him talk to the elders. So now the elders have now listened to him. You understand? The elders has listened to him. They will not talk to Tinubu again.
Mike. So how would they have released Igboho?
Yeah.
Mike. He's not the president of Benin Republic now. I don't understand.
I can hear you.
Mike, please permit me. Ekene.
Wow. I dropped.
See, the point I'm making, a lot of people are basically misunderstanding, because I made a statement before. I don't know why Bishop started going. In fact, everybody basically went away with my statement, going different angle. You know, it didn't even make, you actually agreed to the point I made, actually, when I said that this whole hatred is recent.
Okay. So, please, can I just complete my thought? Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good. Ekene, do you know how many Yoruba leaders have spoken against the coming in of Igboho and calling for his arrest? Do you know prominent Yoruba leaders? If this had been in Igbo land, they will be celebrating him.
Even me and you, Bishop, on this platform yesterday or the other day, when we found out Igboho was in Nigeria,
almost everybody.
They should have arrested him. They should arrest him. Even on this platform,
a lot of people are calling for his arrest.
What do you say, Mike?
Even me on this platform, were you not here when I found out on this platform that Igboho was in Nigeria? And I'm like, the guy should be arrested.
Exactly.
And even Bishop said he should be arrested. I am telling them that
but I'm not lying now. He went to the Obas are angry that they were killing them. So the best thing that Tinubu can do was to release him. He went to the Obas, was pleading with them. Please don't talk against Tinubu. Please don't talk against Tinubu.
Let's talk.
But that is it, yeah. No wahala, I'm not angry about that.
Let's talk one after the other. I will be very angry if they don't arrest Igboho. I will feel very betrayed, and it will be minus another point for Tinubu. That is how we are.
I don't agree on that though. But I mean,
no. I'm not saying I am right. I'm saying that is my position.
Yeah.
Because Igboho, by law, was declared wanted, and there was an extradition request for him from Nigeria that was submitted to the Benin Republic. That's the Beninese government. So when he comes back, according to law, if the DSS declared him wanted, they raided his house, he cannot just come in. He was a fugitive in law. I am not saying he is guilty or he is not guilty. I'm saying the law must take its place. If they don't do anything about Igboho, the government is morally, very morally wrong to continue to hold Nnamdi Kanu. That is my position. And I will say that over and over again. If the government did not arrest or will not arrest Igboho, then they have lost every moral right to continue to hold Nnamdi Kanu. They should release Nnamdi Kanu as soon as yesterday. That is my position. I'm not saying they are guilty. I'm saying there were enough reasons to put Igboho on trial. I was not born yesterday. So if they did not arrest Igboho, they don't have anything. Then I will accuse Tinubu of being, what do you call it?
A tribalist.
Tribalistic.
That's exactly what I said too. Ekene. I said if Igboho doesn't get arrested, then Tinubu is practicing tribalism. That's what I said.
So what else?
But if it's Ekene now, you say it's my brother, so they shouldn't arrest him. You defend the indefensible.
I have said
because
that
it's Igbo.
before.
That's the problem. That's the issue people have with you guys. When something is wrong, you guys gonna defend it because
somebody was saying yesterday, and I said maybe they just want him to attend his mother's burial. But if they don't arrest him in 1 or 2 days, I will accuse and I will come. And I will come. Oh, please. I will come on this platform and I will say I am not. Before now, I have called off Nnamdi Kanu's release. If you remember, about 2 months ago, and I said if that's going to bring peace to the Southeast, because I'm considering the life of people. So I have tried. I'm not saying Nnamdi Kanu deserve to be released, but if it's going to bring peace, let government just look for a middle ground, because we have to look at the bigger picture, the lives of people. I'm being very objective and considerate, and I'm being very, very factual here. If Igboho is not arrested in another, as long as he's here, then Tinubu is tribalistic, and I will call him out.
So I mean, I don't believe that. I don't think they should arrest him. Do you understand? Because at the end of the day, and this is where I think some of the evil people are not thinking or looking. Do you understand? Because if he comes, then he opens up something which you're supposed to see as something positive. Do you understand? I mean, that's how I'm just going to say.
But why should they not arrest Igboho?
Why should they arrest him? I mean, to be
he
honest,
committed offense. I was wanted by legally to be arrested.
The government killed his people. They went to his house, they raided him, they did all those things, all because he talked against some of the things that he didn't like. Or
what government did wrong is irrelevant to why him, whether arresting him or not. It's irrelevant. We can say government. Hold on. We can say government did something wrong. That's another case. We can fight case against government. That's separate from whether the legal fact that he should be arrested according to the law. He was wanted, and you enter the country. He should be at least arrested, and then from there we can go from there. That's whether he was guilty or not is not what we are talking about. By law, by legal, according to law, if you are wanted before you left that country, the moment you step foot into that country, you have to be arrested.
Mike,
we can't say because it's our brother now we just ignore the law. We can't do that.
But Mike, we know that this government they're not very real. Do you understand? They're not very real. We know that it is. And
no, I'm asking what you are saying that he should not be arrested. I'm trying to know why. Is it based on what?
I don't think it, because all he's just done is spoken for these people. Do you understand?
No. Hold on. I got a question. Wait. We're not saying whether he was right or wrong for speaking for people. We are talking about legal matter here. We are talking about legal. If you are a good person, okay, we know you are a good person. Now you break a law. We can't say because you are a good person, oh, they shouldn't arrest you. It doesn't make sense. The law is the law. If you break the law, you should be arrested. Whether you are the biggest angel in the world, the law is the law. You can't be above the law because you are. So whether he was doing right thing or wrong, it doesn't matter. It's not the point. We are saying by the law, you were wanted on your way out of the country, and you're declared wanted. So if you're stepping into the country, the first thing that should happen is you will get arrested, and then from there we can find out whether you're guilty or not. That's what we are saying. You can't just say that you not arrest somebody because something. No, we can't do that now.
If he gets arrested, we will protest everywhere. We burn. Do you understand? And they don't want.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Do you believe in rule of law?
I don't wish rule of law. There's no rule of law in Nigeria now.
There is rule of law in Nigeria.
There isn't a rule of law in Nigeria. Nigeria is a lawless country. You know
no, it's not a lawless country. There's a law. There's a law that. Listen, I can agree with you that we don't follow the law, but there's law.
There is law for some people. And
no. Let's not do this now. Let's not do this.
Let's not do this. What we're talking about.
I know what you're saying that we are very it's a corrupt country and things and that like that. I agree with you. But let you and I let's speak on morality here. No, let's speak on you. Okay, a lot of Nigerians don't follow law, they don't believe in law. But you and I, if we have to declare us, if we have to claim that we are decent people and want to have rational conversation, we have to agree that.
Yes, but
we have to agree with the law. Do you agree with the law that law is important?
In Nigerian law right now, when you have the leaders, they're different, they're separate. Do you understand? The laws that some tribes have a certain what's it called? Some tribes they don't get charged for anything. So what are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. It matters. Wrong doesn't also. I should be wrong because someone else is wrong.
You got to be wrong.
No, I can't be wrong. I'm sorry. Well, okay, you can be wrong. That's fine. Okay. It's okay.
Time when they were doing it,
I don't care what Northerners did wrong. I will not stand for the wrong thing. That's just a fact.
Let me tell you.
If a Northerner, listen. If a Northerner refuse to arrest their criminal, if Igbos refuse that they are hold on. If others decide they want to be wrong, I'm not going to do the wrong thing. I'm not going to support something wrong. That's just what am I going to get from this? Am I going to get paid if they don't arrest Igboho?
Because that's your view. But in others' view, Igboho is a savior. It's
it's fine. I don't disagree that he's a savior, but I'm saying
that's because you leak the ass of the government and you leak.
No. My position has nothing to do with it. I'm not taking anyone's side, whether government or anyone. I'm just saying the law, what the law say. I can't go against the law. Now, I'm not going to go out there and be protesting. I should be arrested or go and put my life on the line.
But let's be real now. They know what the problem is now. There's insecurity in the country right now that everybody knows is deep. Do you understand? And what is causing it? It's only one part of the country that has gone or that has criminal, like all those things. This guy is fighting for the people. Yes, do you understand? And if he was Tinubu that was there, they probably not even arrest Nnamdi Kanu. But because it was some other people, and let's be real, like we need to start speaking out. You guys need to start speaking out.
Nnamdi Kanu is not fighting for people.
No. What I mean, I said if Tinubu was
this Nnamdi Kanu that you keep on talking about is the same Nnamdi Kanu that was slaughtering your people. That said that they should take the heads of 100
many people still love him in that country. Many people don't see it in that view. Many people still love him in that country. So no matter how you want to put it, my point is still clear. It's just like the last time we came, when he bring out the law, defended everything. That's why I'm even surprised on what Bishop said at the mic. But the last time we are here, the last time we came here, it's Obeni that defended it. That the government have every right to release him. Today he has a let me finish. The last time he spoke to the elders of Yorubas because you know that the elders are angry, especially the way the monarchs were killing Ekiti State. He came there and calmed them down, tell them to behave well, that Tinubu government means well for them and all those stuff. They should not protest again. And the last time he said that Tinubu killed his family and all those stuff. I mean Buhari killed his family and all those stuff. That Buhari is going to die a mysterious death. That's the worst of Igboho. Few days that he was released. You understand? But if we see that, that is, I saw it in the news English. I saw it, yes, he said it. So for me, I don't know what to defend here, but I'm not defending Igboho. I'm not saying that Tinubu should not release him. He has the right to be free, to free him. But what is also good, let me finish. let me finish. If you know what is good to you, what you know that will be good to you. That's the golden rule. Do it to other people also. What that thing that you know, that's that thing that you know that if you do it yourself and it is very good to you, do it to other people. That's the golden rule.
Ekede, can you defend this statement by Nnamdi Kanu? He said that they should bring the heads of 100 Igbo girls. Please defend it. Ekene?
What I want
to say. What did you say?
Nnamdi Kanu said he said they should bring the heads of 100 Igbo girls.
I'm not a defender of Nnamdi Kanu. I'm just making my point clear. What is going on in the country? I'm not defending Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not defending Igboho. I am making my. Don't make me a spokesman of Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not the spokesman of Nnamdi Kanu, and I've already said it here. But I'm speaking in generality and the unity that you people preach in this country. Do unto other people what you know that will be good for you. Do it to other people. That's my point. It's a country we are building. If you take it like that, if you see it like that,
they are not the same. The severity of their crimes are not the same. It's the same way people commit fraud and people that commit murder. They will not give them the same sentence. They will not put them in the same prison. If you cannot tell the difference between that, then I don't know what to say.
Solly, give me 10 seconds. First and foremost, I want you to understand one thing. What Igboho is fighting for, 95% of Yoruba people does not support him. That is number one. What Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for, more than 50% of your people supported him. More than 50%. Now, what he has done is different from what Igboho is fighting for.
Remy, more than 90%.
Let me finish.
No, let me just add. I just want to give you one word. More than 90% of Southeasterners support Nnamdi Kanu.
I'm just giving a benefit of that let's say 50%. Let's say more than 50%. Okay, at least that is more than average. Okay, so when they put it. So the crime or what Nnamdi Kanu have done is totally different from what Shawari has done. It's totally different from what Igboho has done. Igboho case was outside Nigeria. And they took him to court over there. And at the end of the day, he was able to be freed over there. Nnamdi Kanu is here. His case is still in court. Let the court run its process. Don't stampede. Let's say Igboho case is in Nigeria also, like Shawara case is in Nigeria. Let the court process goes ahead. If your leaders know that, okay, fine, we want this guy to be free from prison, why didn't you play the politics and work towards that and let him be free? If that is the only thing that can give you peace in your region, why not work toward it politically or any means you can? But if you think
if you said I have not worked it politically, then you are lying about that.
No,
let me. What are we saying? Even Okwadike, the former Anambra State governor, I know the entourage they took to Buhari's house to beg him to release this man, not because of Biafra, because of peace to reign in Igbo land.
Oh, okay,
they took an entourage. All the gray-haired elders of Igbo land has visited Buhari, visited even Tinubu. Governors have talked to Tinubu. Even the Enugu State governor, Soludo, has talked to him. A lot of Igbo governors have talked to the federal government. Do this politically for us, especially for the peace of Igbo land, not because of Biafra, not because of Biafra, because of the peace and somebody like Buhari and this recent government. Look at Okwadike with his grey head and the elders of Igbo land. Whatever you want to put it, you disrespected them. You never obey them for once.
Ekene,
and you want the one Nigeria.
Wait, Ekene, sorry. Hey, Remy, wait. Ekene.
What the hell are you Igboho? And you now come here to
hold on. The very first time, Ekene, Nnamdi Kanu has been arrested twice, right? There was one first arrest where he was released. And this is the second one. That first one, when he was released, it was the same Igbo elders that say, oh, you should release him. They should release him. That they will talk to him. They will control him. And Tinubu released him. And these Igbo elders didn't talk to him. Hold on. This rule. They didn't talk to him. They didn't control him. The guy created even more terror. Then, in fact, after he escaped, they were even supporting everything he was saying. They didn't even condemn or control or caution what he was saying. They all kept quiet. So, Tinubu now, why you now find a way to arrest him the second time? Now, this same Igbo man, as you said, with that gray hair, now going back to Tinubu and Buhari again to tell him to release him again to them. Why should he now listen to them after they've betrayed him the first time? So what are you talking about, Kenneth?
Apart from that, Mike.
If you don't want to listen to them, if those Igbo men are not enough, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me respond to you. If those Igbo grey men that even a lot of them
they don't act like people with gray hair now. Why were they not questioning Nnamdi Kanu when he was praising terror?
Let me finish. We are building a nation. Those men, no matter whether you are the president or what, those men represent some certain people in the region.
No, they don't make sense, man.
Mike, it doesn't make sense to you, but when those guys, they are not enough to be respected. Tinubu, to say, okay, let me finish you now.
You are not finishing anything.
What I expected the government to do, what I expected the government to do is not expressly releasing Nnamdi Kanu. He would have called a round table with them. Okay, this is an option. This is an option. Go and think about it. Then if you are ready to come back, then we'll release Nnamdi Kanu. But nothing like that happened. You just dish them out.
No.
Go ahead, do whatever you want. Then, Mike, let me finish now, so that your last statement will not be used, because you made a point that I recognize. So that point will not be useless to me again. You understand?
But you're not addressing the point.
We're not defending Nnamdi Kanu. We are defending one Nigeria. What do you think that
you are defending one Nigeria? Come on, man. Get out of here.
Yes, that is the point.
You're not defending one Nigeria. You're defending Nnamdi Kanu, man.
I'm not defending Nnamdi Kanu. I'm saying the respected elders of the Igbos.
No, they were not respected elders.
What should be respected? Then you went ahead without
telling anybody visiting you. When Kanu himself doesn't respect them.
You went ahead, you released Igboho. A few days ago, Igboho was in the house of the monarchs, speaking to them on behalf of Tinubu and all those stuff. Then come back again, making some sort of statement against the former president.
Stop this thing.
See, all these things we are doing in this country, until we tell ourselves the truth, we must understand our diversity and manage it very well. If you cannot manage our diversity, we are not ready to live as a country. And that's the point I'm making here. That's the point I'm making.
That is another lie. Tinubu did not release Igboho. Igboho was released in Benin Republic. Tinubu is not the president of Benin Republic. Why are you making? You have every point you make is based on a lie. Who released him? Was he arrested in Nigeria? No.
It's Tinubu that released him. It is his government that released him. However I want to put it. Do you want to take Tinubu out of it? I say it clear, sorry. Tinubu released Igboho. I said it very clear.
What the fuck is this?
Go and argue that.
This guy is a liar. This guy makes all his points with lies.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You can also ask Ekene. Those leaders that went to go and meet Buhari.
And he's making his point. The first time he made his point on a lie. It is the second time he's making another point on a lie. Is he the president of Benin Republic?
He wasn't arrested in Nigeria now.
What was this guy saying? You like making points.
Wasn't Nnamdi Kanu arrested in Nigeria? Wasn't Nnamdi Kanu arrested in Nigeria? Sometimes you make an argument that doesn't make sense.
But he was arrested in Nigeria. Why are you lying?
Was he arrested in Nigeria?
No.
Was he arrested in Nigeria?
Both of them we are doing their stuff outside the country. You understand? At a point, the authority pushed them outside the country, and they were doing their stuff. One was arrested, being brought back in Nigeria. Then a judgment was given. Release him. Take him where you kidnap him. Take him where you bring him from. Another person came back. You gave him freedom. You gave him freedom to be going to Oba's palace, speaking to them to help the government, all this and all those stuff. Then making the regretting statement against the former president that he would die a painful death because he killed your father. Who didn't kill him? Didn't they kill their father also and his mother? Sometimes we come here, what I'm saying is this. If you want to be truthful to yourself, be truthful to yourself. What is good for you? That thing you know, if you do it to yourself and it will be good to you, do it to other people. That's how to build a nation. Don't tell me you are too wise. You are too wise to other people. No two wise men can run a country. Two wise men cannot run a country. You understand? Sometimes you have to let some things off for the unity of the country.
Ekene, let other people talk now. Okay, can you comment?
Hello, Ekene. Yeah, nobody is supporting Igboho. Igboho should be arrested and be killed. We don't even care about him. Okay? And I don't care about Nnamdi Kanu as well. But stop, when you come here, you stop lying. Igboho never went to any Oba. Did you see any officer there? He went to community chiefs. So that's his problem. When they catch him, they should kill him. We don't care about him. You understand? Igboho himself, he came out. Let me tell you, Igboho came out, he said they should. Igboho came out, he said they should shoot Tinubu at the back from the back. He said it by himself. And you now he's saying they should leave Tinubu alone. Who is he deceiving? You understand? We are Yoruba. We love ourselves. If you do something bad, we call you out. Igboho did something bad because he's calling for secession of Nigeria. And we never supported him. You supported Nnamdi Kanu. And Nnamdi Kanu is calling for people to kill Tinubu, kill Sanwo-Olu, kill everybody. And Tinubu has never
You
done
did not
anything
follow
to
me right
Nnamdi.
from the time of this platform to say that I support Nnamdi
Hello, stop. Wait. Let me just talk. Nobody saw.
I only
When
defend my
Nnamdi
religion.
Kanu,
I speak for my people.
Can you allow you to talk now? Let Kanu talk too now.
yeah. So when Nnamdi Kanu was calling for Tinubu to be killed, to do this to Sanwo-Olu, has Tinubu ever been the governor of Anambra State before? What's Nnamdi Kanu business with the Southwest? You understand? What's Nnamdi Kanu business with the Southwest? And now when you talk about the civil war, you say, they are doing what? They kill our people. Who is killing your people? Is anybody sending Ojukwu to come to the West? You should stay. And now when they tell you to go back to your place, you say you want Nigeria, and they are telling no. You see, if you don't want one Nigeria, there's no problem in this. Just pack your load. Everybody go to the southeast and stay there. When you stay in your southeast and you come say this southeast is Biafra, if you see any Yoruba people there, you send them away. And I'm very sure my Yoruba people will never leave Yoruba land and go to southeast where you kill yourself and hit yourself. You understand? So we are Yoruba and we know what we are doing. We are too calm for you guys. And anytime you come with your hatred and you think that some other people don't have hatred for you, I'm still bitter because you came to Yoruba land and killed my regional prime minister, Akitola. I'm still 100% bitter. So you are not the only one that is bitter, okay? And anytime you people come here and start talking nonsense, when you come to this platform, you think that you should just listen to yourself before you talk. And you know that there are some people that is listening to you. That so many times I'm on the platform, I never talk. You always abuse me. You always say everything you want to say about me. And I know you people. The other one that's a full Igbo man. He will come out, he say, that Tinubu is a criminal. What has Tinubu done to him? You live in Lagos, they pay his school fees. That national mind, they pay his school fees when he was in Lagos. He was living in Lagos because he wanted to pretend to carry some Yoruba people along to deceive our people. That's the way you started to deceive Yoruba people because you know we are so liberal. The national man will be speaking one Yoruba. Inside Yoruba man, I know that, and most people know as well. If Yoruba people can't come out and talk, we are ready for you people now. We are 100% ready. Anytime you want wahala, anytime you bring your war, we are giving you to you back to back 100%.
Bring
You
your
don't care what you
caterpillar,
say.
can you? I have told you what to say. What to
I
do. Bring
don't
your
have,
caterpillar.
no, you are so stupid for saying that. We don't need to bring
Bring your
caterpillar to
caterpillar.
your plate. You need to.
Bring your caterpillar.
Why should
Pull everything
why should
down.
you?
If you are not going to do that,
No,
then you are
no,
not ready
no.
to push anybody away.
You
The
are
best thing
okay.
to do, bring
You
your
don't
caterpillar.
worry. Okay, let me tell you
Pull
something.
the
Let me tell you
market down,
something.
pull the houses down.
Wait.
Don't tell people to
We are
just
not
leave.
bring.
That's what you have to do.
Let me answer you. We are not going to bring caterpillar. We can't destroy our home. We will put you in the water. That's the king has already said it. We are going to
Now
be
your king
fish.
is so bygone. That's why you said it and you supported him. And the
You are
people
going
like
to
you
be
come here and say
fish.
you want one Nigeria.
Fish.
But when
I don't want one
your king say
Nigeria.
make
I
such
want you
statement
to go.
that you
I
put people
want
inside
your
water,
Biafra.
you
I
support
want
him.
your Biafra to leave. You are causing
Bring your
problem in
caterpillar.
Yoruba land.
Destroy
You are
it. Come and pull down
thieves.
everything
We
in
are
Lagos.
going.
If you say an Igbo man,
No.
pull it down. If you say
We
an
are
Igbo
going
man,
to
pull it
put
down.
you.
Then we'll leave Lagos State for you. What is all this nonsense? Lagos State.
We will make you to be fish
Your
food.
pastor said it, you put people in the river and you supported that. And
We are going
that's
to
how you
put you in
think?
the
Is that how you
lagoon
think?
and the fish will eat you. No. We are going to put you there.
Can you please calm down? Please calm down. Please calm down. Please, because calm down. I cannot you calm down. Let other people speak. Okay, it's enough.
Let's hear from Mr. Trump. And Mr. Trump has been gentleman.
I
Quiet.
don't support all these things that you are saying.
Mr. Trump, are you there?
Because
What word of wisdom do you want to put in, Mr.
They are
Trump?
behaving like that does not mean we too should behave like that. We have to continue to show them love, even though they are showing us hatred, because their hatred is there.
So you want us to show them love to the finish us? To the finish us. If you don't know the history, if you don't know the history of Yoruba land, I will tell you now. All the business the Igbo are doing in Yoruba land now, we are the ones doing it ourselves before. They came here to kill us. They kill us with you people, you rob us, you kill all our leaders. And now you kill all our leaders. You rob us. You stay in our land, killing us.
Ganyu, you show love with
why? Because no, I can't show love to people that show hatred to me and that kill my leader.
Let him speak his mind. But Ganyu, calm down. We understand
Ganyu,
what is going on.
Ganyu, see, if we yes, you might be emotional about it, but if we look at history, the hatred that we continue to push is always firing back at them. The love we continue to push is always pushing us ahead. If you look at facts, if you look at the history, so we cannot just all of a sudden turn it around and start showing them hatred. We will be shooting ourselves in the foot. The hatred they've been showing has not been playing well for them. Imagine we show them hatred.
Okay, slowly, we read you, man. Let Mr. Triumph come in. We read your lovey and stuff. You know.
It's Mr. Triumph, yeah? We cannot change just
Mr. Triumph.
So I just want to chip in.
Triumph is busy with
So I want to say something.
With Becky.
I want to say something. When all this shenanigan was going on in the southeast, when they were killing the police people and stuff like that, their leaders with the great ears.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Try. You want to say something? You just here to be. You just come and be posing.
I'm enjoying the conversation. Eh?
Okay.
And
so
there's
as
one
I was
thing
saying,
I don't want.
Can you share something?
Yes, so I heard everything that.
You want to talk, Mr. Triumph?
Yes, I want Remy. You work here.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Triumph.
It's like this. My own opinion. What I want in Nigeria is just unity. This one that Bishop is angry today, this morning. I've never seen him angry. And even my own brother, Ekene, the same thing. Bishop, my brother, Ekene, my brother. What is going on? We want peace in Nigeria. What I want is just one united Nigeria. We are only passing the storm as for now. After storm comes peace. Come peace. I still get hope for the president too. It's just that the former administration did what he's doing today. If that he has done it, it might be easy now. This guy is preparing for the next person coming. The next person that is coming will come and enjoy you. So that is the price we are paying today. Let us pay that price. It is patient. We need that patient. Mr. Soli, I like your voice. You get sweet voice. Thank you.
I didn't know you roll like that, too.
Pause.
Okay.
Hey, Mr.
So what you said is very good. Pushing pace. But what I want people to know is this. When those problems, killing and maiming and burning was happening in the southeast, most of these gray hair elderly men, they kept quiet. They didn't say nothing. I asked myself, who is the true leader of the southeast? In the Yoruba land, everybody knows that Tinubu has been there for a long time, and we also have other leaders. In the southeast, who is the leader? Is it Nnamdi Kanu? Let us say if Nnamdi Kanu is your leader, even more powerful ahead of all these gray men that Ekene was talking about. If all these gray men, they kept quiet, where they are killing small children, killing one another, burning federal and state property, they kept quiet that time. This is not a good quality of good leadership that you Ekene have been talking about for a long time. If they have come out that time and said, Nnamdi Kanu, stop it. Don't talk this way. Don't talk that way. But they didn't say nothing. So the rest of the regions already knew that they are working hand in hand. So if you are the president, and then they now came to you, I'm talking to you, Ekene, let's say you are President Ekene, and you see what is happening in that region. Their leader, they did not talk. They didn't do nothing for 4 or 5 or 6 years. They continue to abuse you. They continue to call you different set of names, but they didn't say nothing. And now they now came when you arrested him, and right after even jumping bail, they didn't even condemn it. They didn't say nothing. And all those people, several policemen were killed. Several soldiers were killed, especially those soldiers that's about to get married with his wife. They keep both of them, but you people don't talk. So at the end of the day, if you are President Ekene and they now come to you and say, okay, I beg, leave this man, do you think in your right senses you will not be saying these people are jokers? So let's call a spade a spade. But for now, if
Remy,
let me finish. Let me finish. Just give me 1 minute, please. I beg you. If you want peace to reign in Nigeria, I've said the truth. Your people, call these gray men. If you think they are your leader again, call them again. There is no need of stepping back. There is no need of saying you can continue to go to president every now and then. Please forgive him. Let him sign some conditional statement, because we are not sure that even if we release him, because if he's your leader, if we release him and he go back and say agitation must continue, we don't know. Maybe they want to release him and they said you must sign this conditional statement. He does not want to sign it. So nobody is stupid here. Everybody wants a peaceful country. Everybody wants to united country. Everybody wants to move around all over Nigeria to do business, to live and dwell there. So first and foremost, like you always said, look at the wool in your own eyes before you condemn others. You are here defending them, and you have I know that I serve in Enugu State. I know you people very well. You have a communal meeting every now and then. In your communal meeting, why don't you talk to your great elders leaders? If you have an opinion, why don't you talk to them and say, oh, why don't we do it this way? At least we tried. When MK Abiola was incarcerated, we sent a lot of people there. But what happened? When MK Abiola died, did we burn down the country? We did not do that. Or when they killed Akintola, did we burn down the country? We did not do that. Life continued. As I said earlier before, the pains of the civil war are still with you guys. And the blame is not on you. The blame is on your grandfather. Because if they have let it go, this kind of thing will not have happened today. Maybe by now, who knows? Maybe Obi will have been president. Who knows? If they have played their policies very right. So, but if you continue to agitate that, oh, we are strong men, we decide what we want. No country, no region in Nigeria can get that presidency alone. Do you think the Northwest are stupid? They are not. Because they know if they continue to align with the Southwest, that is guaranteed. Southwest will get it, South will get it, and Northwest or North Central or Northeast will also get it. But if you are playing the game of, oh, I'm powerful, I'm the only one, it's not done that way. Even with the so-called of money that the Tinubu have, it did not kowtow to the not political powerful people there, so that it can get his support. And I'm coming to tell you, you cannot have your cake and eat it at the same time. You want to have Biafra, you also want to become the president of the nation. Which one do you want? You ask yourself a question.
So Remy, can I come in here now? Can I come in? You see,
I'm going.
What I want to say is this. You continue to make a point. Do I want this? I've not come here to say I'm defending Igbo leaders. I've never said it here. I said
you mentioned that
Buhari
did not respect them. You mentioned them.
Yeah, they didn't respect it because they make a move. You just because of the point that was raised that time they made. But in the first statement I made, you said, am I also talking about bad leader from the Southeast? I said yes. No, I'm not. Our leaders in the Southeast are also the major problem we even have in the Southeast. So, and the one I speak here, I don't speak for Southeast alone. I speak for things that unite this country, if you understand me. And I pointed out the way somebody like go on get me angry a few days ago. That's how I started this conversation. But if you make it as if I come here to defend the Southeast, that's for you in the way you take it. But that's not what I mean. You understand? So the problem we are talking about here is how to unite the nation. And when you want to take a mantle of leadership, you should know that a country like Nigeria have a very big diversity that you must contend with.
So you, as a leader coming to lead the Nigeria space, must be ready to take the bullets for the nation to survive. You don't come just to govern a country that you know that has a very different diversity and think it's easy to lead such country. It's not easy to lead Nigeria. So if anybody from any region throw you a stone and you're not ready to catch it and call him, my brother, why did you throw this stone to me? You're not qualified to be a leader. That is my point. It happens during the time of Buhari. All those stuff, they just played it the way they want to play it. Now, Tinubu as a southerner should even understand the southern part of the country more than the northern part of the country. Yeah, the problem is coming from the southeast or whatever you want to call it.
How can you understand when the southeast?
Let me finish. He's the leader. If he's not capable to take any stone from any part of the country, then he's not qualified to lead. That's my point. If anybody from any part of this country throw him a stone as a leader, what I expect from him, catch the stone, call the person, my boy, why did you throw this stone to me? Then you are ready to attend to that issue. That's how to govern. And we cannot defend that. We cannot defend that when they are not doing it. We cannot defend that when they are not doing it. That's my point.
Can I ask you a question?
Ekene, calm down.
Ekene, please. I called him first. Ekene, can I ask you a question? You said that the person should be ready to take a bullet and take the stones being thrown at him. I don't know much about the Southeast, but when you have leaders, is that how you treat your leaders?
Yeah. If you watch our space very well, we criticize our leaders too much. Yeah, even about people, they call us Igboho. Igbo people don't have king. There is a reason for that. It's because we hold our leaders accountable to the extreme.
So
we drag
when
them.
Your leaders are trying things, do you go online to comment and be happy of the failure?
Ekene, which leader are you holding accountable?
No, wait now.
Ekene, hold on. Which leader are you holding accountable?
Please wait. Now, let me hear what he wants to say.
Are you holding your governors accountable?
Very accountable.
No, that's not even what
I'm asking. Get out of here.
Because the failure,
very accountable.
They celebrate the failure of
that's why they are performing so bad.
I want to know if in the Southeast, with your government, do you celebrate their failures when they try to do something for you and it fails?
Did you hold Juko accountable for misleading people into work?
No, wait now, Mike, don't change my question.
A lot of people come here, they criticize Toludo, criticize Sopus or the man.
So the rest of us are not criticizing.
Even before Kezi Bazo left the government, you see how they were criticizing him.
Ekene, I'm not asking about criticism. I'm asking about your government. If they try to do something for you and it fails, do you celebrate the failure? I'm not talking about criticism. I'm talking about, do you celebrate the failure?
If the government tries to do, let's see the trial first. Nobody's going to celebrate a government when they fail.
Or no question. It's a yes or no question. If they fail,
we don't celebrate their failure.
But what we are seeing,
we call out.
Okay, yeah. But from my point of view, when I go online, I see people celebrating the failure of the government. And it's not as if they were trying to do something for themselves. It's something they were trying to do for the people. For example, the president wanted to have a meeting with Qatar.
Point of correction, right? Mr. Suli.
And wait now,
Mr. Suli,
please,
point of correction. The government has not yet failed.
Please. People are celebrating the failure of the government. If they try something and dollar goes up again, people celebrate. If Nigeria tries to get investment and it doesn't work out, people celebrate. We don't see you do it in your region. We don't see other people do it in there. But for some certain reason, things that people did not do in the last, for example, I would say the North, they didn't protest, but now they've become superpower of protest all of a sudden. You know, Igbo people have always protested, yes, but I've never seen them praise the failure. You didn't praise the failure of Buhari. You didn't praise the failure of Atiku that slide Obiu. You didn't praise the failure of any other person. You don't praise the failure of the people in your region. So that tells me that this is not something normal that you do. I don't care about the criticism. You can criticize. Yoruba people criticize all the time. We always, in fact, we bring people from other tribes to criticize our own leaders. That's how much criticism we do, you know. So, but this celebration of failure, he left. Okay, it's still here. This celebration of failure is something new. And nobody's cautioning this thing.
Nobody's praising the failure. We are trying to support the government. That's all we are doing. Because if we should protest now, we should be the one to receive the end game. That is it. So everything the Southeasterners are doing now is trying not to disrupt the system, so that the man will have enough time to balance himself. So I cannot even.
The way of motivating Tinubu.
Yeah, that's the way of wanting Tinubu to perform. Nobody will. That's it. We are trying to let him have all the time to get things right, and that's the advocate. The Southeasterners are advocating that the Ohanese Igbo has come out to say any Igbo man you see on the street carrying any placard to protest against this government, catch him and bring him to us. We deal with him. It's a way of supporting the government. If you don't know, sorry, we cannot be a destructive to this government. We want to be nice to Tinubu for him to perform his wonders.
Mike,
the magic wonders.
Is there where I can send you a link, Mike? Hello?
You can do what?
Okay, can you open your phone? Do you have Instagram? If you have Instagram, can you go to Instablog Niger?
No, I don't use Instagram. I only use Twitter and Facebook.
Hello, Mike, are you there? I don't know if Mike is still here. Hello? Can anybody hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. So if you go to the comment,
Mr. Suli, Ejo, put it in the private chat. If you can, so we can see it now. You can put it in the private chat. You can post it in the private chat. It's very easy like that. Then maybe later Mike will verify it before.
So, and most of this celebration is based on the illegitimacy of the presidency. You say that it's always coming in this narrative of it was forced on us, or it was.
You are the one that said it, though. Illegitimacy. I'm not the one that said it, yo.
This is why I wanted to post the link and show everybody, so that it will not be like it's me that is saying it. I'm just literally regurgitating.
Is it the Qatar incident that just happened yesterday?
Yes. Look at the comment section. That should tell you all these things that you are saying. Yes, some people have it in mind.
But sorry, that doesn't tell you that. That doesn't tell you we as the citizens, we have to sit down and make things right, so that other nations don't see us as stupid people.
This is also another reason why I want.
Because for me, it's not even about Tinubu. It's not even about Tinubu.
Let me just post the link.
It's for we the citizens to sit down and make our foundations right, so that when we elect leaders, other nations will respect us.
Okay.
It's not about Tinubu.
I understand, but if you look at the comments, people are putting the country down. They are not looking for respect. If you are looking for respect for your wife, for example, you won't go around the neighborhood saying that she was forced on me, she was rigged into my household. She was the country is my wife is a kingpin drug dealer. If you are looking for respect for other countries, the same way you defend your tribe is the same way you defend your wife. But from what we are seeing in the comment sections is the opposite. You are spreading.
Well, for the comment people, me, I don't know, but you know, I always found here very positive about the nation.
Okay, and
it's just like sorry, please. It's just like few days as since this government begin, we are just getting some negative comment from other people from other nations. Just like the what happened with the Niger and the Niger coup that happened last time. The way the government, the president is not only the president of the country, it's also the president of the ECOWAS nation. So the way they handle that situation has come now to backfire. You understand? Okay. So when you see all those things, you now begin to question what's the capacity of our leaders. You see, now they have come out now to remove their sanction on those nations that were having military coup and all those stuff. They have removed all those sanctions. But you know right from the day one, what you have to do is to call for dialogue. You just went ahead and sanctioned those nations. Now those nations has moved on. They have created their own space. They have created the alliance with the Russians. They have even removed themselves from the ECOWAS. Then you're now coming back to say, we now remove all the sanctions. Does that make sense to you, Solly? Does that make sense to you?
Can I reply you? Look, Nigerians complain a lot, but they hate the solution. A few weeks ago, people were complaining that the price of tickets to travel outside Nigeria and inside Nigeria is too high. Government listened. Why was the ticket high? Because now airplanes have to divert through Niger, because Niger said we cannot use the airspace again. These countries are saying we cannot use the airspace again. It's disrupting. We cannot sell electricity to them, so we're losing money also. The cost of flights is becoming very high to the citizens. They took this and they brought solution. Let us stop all this sanction because it's not helping us. This is not our war.
When did you have to go first to sanction them and remove electricity? Well, as much as electricity, so they have every right to sanction you back.
Please let me finish. I get it. You are angry, but if you are not listening to facts, you will continue to be angry.
No, I'm listening to you. I'm listening. The only thing is that what I want is that we citizens should understand ourselves and fight our enemies. That's my point.
Okay, but again, I'm explaining it to you. And if you are angry all the time, it's very toxic to your body. So you are doing yourself because you cannot change anything. You can only complain. That's just the truth. We, all of us, we can't really change anything here. If we want to, we actually go on the street and do that. We are all here complaining. So when you get angry, it's not good for your body. It's very toxic. It affects your health. Now, we also have pipelines that we want to pass through this country. It's not just electricity. We have other resources, trade and barter. The price of food is going up. People from all these other countries even used to buy our unripe fruit because that's how fertile our land is. We don't know. See, the British carved one of the best spaces for all of us, and we don't even know. So we are losing money. Our currency is getting weaker. These are the solutions for it, whether you like it or not, whether it's favorable, whether it looks good or not. It favors us. It is not about having a good image. It's about what favors us. If you cannot see that, you are going to continue to complain. These problems have solutions that are not nice. Dollar, after all this mede, after all this trial and error, dollar has started coming down little by little. Do you know what Nigerians are saying? If you go to this comment section, you see Nigerians complaining that, oh, they don't like it because they bought so much dollars. Do you want the country to become better? Most of them don't want the country to become better because they are benefiting from the country being destroyed. And yes, I saw Yoruba people commenting it. I saw Igbo people commenting it. I saw Northerners commenting it. And if you look at those comments, it had thousands of likes.
Continue.
It had thousands of likes.
Continue.
And that means that it's not just few people. Plenty people are doing it in the country. Not just politicians. Plenty people, millions of people in Nigeria are hoarding dollars, expecting Naira to fall. So, these solutions, you have to calm down. And if you are going through hearsay, you will always be angry. When I came on this platform, I was always angry. I was always shouting, screaming, and that's because I was giving hearsay. When you go and look at all these things and you read it yourself, you will begin to calm down. I'm not saying the government is perfect. They are not fighting corruption. I've not seen any politician in prison. I don't like that. You get? And Tinubu is not my preferred candidate. I wanted a candidate that would fight corruption. I don't care if he makes the country better. Because when you fight corruption, the country will get better on its own. It will heal on its own. But all of them, Obio, Tinubu, Atiku, they said it, that they won't fight corruption. They've told you this already. So what's the point? You know, that's not my preferred candidate, but out of the three criminals, that's the best. That's the one that I believe will give a solution. That's just it. If it feels like I'm supporting Tinubu, if you can go to when I first came on this platform and you see that they laughed at me. All of them were always on this platform. They laughed at us that were supporting Sowore. And if you go to Nigeria, you see people laughing at Sowore too, because that's just who Nigerians are. If they wanted change, they will vote for no corruption. They will vote for a fight against corruption, but they didn't. Everybody chose their tribe, you know. And it's only because we have good connection with the North. We didn't see, mostly Southeasterners insulted Northerners during Buhari's 8 years. You can't now turn around and say we insulted you for 8 years. Please support us and vote Obi. They went for the list of their enemies because they still see us as enemies. They went for the list of their enemies. That's just it. You can't now be insulting. See, I'm telling you, after these 8 years of a Southerner, it's still, if Tinubu does a good job, it's still possible for another Southerner to enter. And imagine the person is an Igbo candidate, very good at everything he does. You will still get Yoruba votes, but you will not get as much Yoruba votes as you would have gotten without all these insults and all this shaming. You can't
someone like David Umahi, someone like that.
Or Soludo, you know. So You can't be someone's enemy for years and expect them to support you later on, even if you are angry. Yes, there are things that Igbo people do that make us angry. There are things that Hausa people do that make us angry. And I'm sure there are things that Yoruba people do that make you angry. But if you are fighting each other all the time, you will never have solution. You will just make us be friends with our enemy. That's just it. So when you see people put propaganda, it is best for you to tell them, stop this thing. Because I don't see any Igbo person doing it. Maybe you don't do it, but you don't caution the others. If I say something very tribalistic, I am cautioned on this platform. In fact, they will kick me out. They will even let me finish. They will just kick me out. That's cautioning me. I'll behave myself the next time I come. I will form peace. I don't want a country where I cannot speak to Igbo people. I don't want a country where I cannot speak to Northerners. I don't want Igbo people to leave. You know, people say it out of anger. They don't mean it.
How many more to get now, Mr. Soli?
Because if you leave me alone with Yoruba people, it will become very boring. It will become very boring. But I will now not say because I don't want my friends to leave. See, Yoruba people, they value their friends more than their people. That's just the thing. That's why we are open to everybody, because we value our friendship with others. That's just a tribe. That's how our tribe is. You know, so if we see you people leaving, yes, we will satisfy our anger, but we will not be happy deep down. We will not be happy. We don't like to leave our home ground, but we want people to come to our home. We don't want you people to go. We just wish you can assimilate with us. All this brouhaha that you're doing, let's be very honest. All this brouhaha, it has never played well for Southeast. This thing, and I keep saying it, this thing that Atiku did should be the biggest betrayal ever to the Southeast. Biggest betrayal ever. Because if Obi was in PDP and Atiku could get the support of the North, Obi would have won. Hands down. I keep on saying this thing. But you guys, for some reason, have transferred the anger to Yoruba people. And it's not going to change anything. It's only going to play back against you again. I like to see Igbo people being innovative. I was a lazy Yoruba youth. The first person that showed me how to walk in my life was an Igbo person. And when he died, I cried. Do you know why I cried? Because I could not get vengeance, and I was not even in the country to get vengeance. You know, that was my only friend. You know, and they took his life in Abuja, and it was a northern person that did that. You know, so
Soli, Joe, don't go there. I'm sorry.
I don't hate northerners. I'm just saying it was in Abuja, and that's why I'm telling you facts.
Choose your words, please,
So
Mr.
I'm not
Soli.
going to say I hate northerners because of that. That was just one incident, one person. We all have bad eggs in our society, you know. But stop going with hearsay. Stop going with propaganda. Most people that are pushing propaganda, they are making money from you. That's why they are doing it. Let me tell you something. If I start propaganda channel tomorrow in support of Igbo people, right? A lot of people will follow me. That's just a get-rich-quick scheme. I'm not going to create any change. I'm just going to keep on pushing propaganda to get engagement, and I'll make money. You cannot tell me that everybody pushing propaganda in Southeast is not rich. They are making bastard money. If I'm making bastard money off pushing propaganda, why will I stop? Why will I want change? Because if change comes, my business is finished. I won't make money again. So hearsay is not good. It destroys the society. I hope I've made my point. I have to go out. We don't hate you. If you hear people saying all this guy, it's out of anger. Yoruba people love her.
Thank you so much, Soli. Yeah, you are right. With everything you said, I really supported that. You see, let me tell you, Ekene, my best friend is Igbo. He's an Igbo man.
Let me throw you this question.
Yeah.
That means you are forgiven rational mind. If you said if you committed
no. That means you forget. No. Let me. I can forgive Ekene. You know why?
because Ekene is not pretending. You understand? Ekene is pretending. You know, when you are pretending, you are dangerous. You want to deceive people. You understand? That's my problem with rational mind. You see, my best friend is Igbo. His name is Alex Patrick. I'm saying it on here now. His name is Alex Patrick. And the brother is Godwin Patrick. I brought them to this UK to see the love I have for them. I brought them to this UK. I love Igbo people. We are good together. But when you come to this platform and start talking about Biafra, it make me go mad, because I will go back and start thinking, what have we done wrong to these people? You started this thing on Tinubu. You see this your Peter Obi. I don't have any problem with Peter Obi, but immediately Tinubu started campaigning, you people started straight away. And you think, I was thinking, my friend Alex called me. He said, Gani, why are you supporting Tinubu? He said, I say, what do you mean? You are telling me why am I supporting Tinubu? Why are you supporting Obi? You understand? That's because this politics of 2023, it brought division, a lot of division. A lot of Yoruba people, a lot of Igbo people are separated because of this. Do you know how many homes that has been destroyed because of this 2023 election? You understand? But now, Tinubu is doing his best. You people you are celebrating him that is failing. You eat pepper soup. You say, we are striking. Yeah. You understand? You are on one is in Igbo. The Nwaya who live in Surulere for years. I know Nwaya one-on-one because I live in Surulere. I grew up with Igbo people. I live in Aguda. You understand? So if you want
I think Igbos are supporting Tinubu now. That's saying Tinubu need their Mbombo. Tinubu is well to us now. Why are you saying that we are against him now?
Hello.
We are the only people that have not protested against the government.
Hello. Stop playing mind game with me, okay? You see, you cause all these things. Something you know that is true. You keep on lying. I don't like when people lie. Say the truth and let the devil be ashamed. That's the only way we can move forward. If you say the truth, I say the truth.
Okay, Mr. Ganyo, you've spoken. That's good. That's great of you. The problem with the southeast and the southwest, and the north, and the south. I read a book that said, "Choose your enemy wisely." You guys are fighting the wrong enemies. Sorry to say, you guys are fighting the wrong enemies. The moment you know how to fight the real enemy, Nigeria will be great. As for now, you guys are choosing the wrong enemies.
You see, everything Tinubu is doing now, if you know that, okay, Tinubu, you are doing something, it's not fine, everybody can talk. That's why you can see some Yoruba people say, Ebi power. And people, we have to tell our people, relax. This man is working hard. Our currency is down. We understand that. Nigeria is not fine. Nobody wants to go back to farm. You understand? So we need to sit down and come together and think of what we do together and make Nigeria go forward. Not by mocking the president. Not by mocking the president. When you mock the president, it makes some people go agitating with you people. You just let us come together, say that what you Tinubu do, this policy. Because Peter Obi lost election doesn't mean that's the end of the world. You understand? The Southeastern people can still be the president of this country if you play your game properly. You understand? So you should just try and stop this your Igbo people are supporting
But
Tinubu.
Gani, you have told me to pack and leave Lagos now. Are you still going to tell me to pack and leave Lagos?
You see now,
because you cannot be telling me to pack and leave Lagos and say you want us to be together now. Isn't that what
if you know when I say something like that, it's what you say that will make. It's what you say that will bring that out from my mouth. I just told you the way I'm closer to Igbo people now. I just told you. You understand? So if I'm telling you to pack up and move away from Lagos, it's because what you said. You said you don't let us to go. That's why I say you should pack up and move. It's not really that I really mean that for you people. But when you start talking or when you start being tribalistic, and I'll start mine as well.
But will you be happy if I leave Lagos for you?
Anyway, I've just said what I want. I've just said what I want to say. If
Okay,
you like,
okay, Gani, let me make a little comment. Solly, you make a valid point, and I appreciate you your last valid point. You seems to calm down and understand the issue and treat it the way I wanted to understand the issue. You understand? Gani, you has come down in the last minute and being able to calm situation down and make us to reason like Nigerians, not shouting on ourselves. And I appreciate that to show you that I'm not against anything that will disrupt the unity of this nation. I'm only against our leaders not getting things right, and we should hold them accountable. It doesn't matter whether he's a Yoruba or Igbo, an Hausa person. We shouldn't hold anything back from them to tell them the truth, and that's the point I continue to make. You understand? It's not that many issue has made me think twice. How am I going to position myself to know that in the next move I have to move back to East? And I have come to realize that I've think about that for my own self and for my family, and I've been working towards that. So if I do that, it's not my fault. It's because our leaders are not thinking towards the unity of this nation. And I brought up the point of Gowon, what he made, and I'm very disappointed in his visit to Tinubu because he never. I've expected a lot of engagement, a lot of encouragement. What he has to tell Tinubu to move the country forward. But if that's the only thing he has to say, that I got annoyed with him, and I have the right to be annoyed with his view. You understand? So, and that's why I brought up this topic this night, and we deliberated it. And I thank God at the end of the day, people like Solly and the Ghanaian are able to calm down and understand the issue that will move the country forward. I don't have much to say. Thank you, everyone.
I have to go. Bye.
Bye. Why do you have problem with what Gowon said, man? The man only said, he was able to, overcome tough time, tough situation. That's all. And you took it so personal. How for you?
No, I take it so personal, and I always take him. All these our leaders, they behave anyhow. They think they can play the mind of every citizen. They cannot play my mind, and that's why whenever they say such thing to play the mind of citizens, I come very hard on them, no matter where you come from.
Boy, are you saying Gowon play the mind of citizens?
Yeah, he's playing the mind of citizens. He played the mind
In
of
what
citizens.
sense?
He played the mind. Yeah, he played the mind of citizens. There are people that want to be emotional to him. Not for me. He cannot play my mind. He cannot be doing those stuff again. Talking about Biafra and all those things. He cannot be playing those stuff again. It's not a thing
talking about
to that.
Biafra. He was talking about he overcome.
He said it. He's just taking pride on what he did to disrupt the unity of this country. You understand? And he's not ready to make amends.
What is wrong with that now?
He's not ready to make amends. My problem is that he's not ready to make amends. That's why I cited people like OPJ. That's why I cited people like OPJ.
Hold on.
Trying to make an amend.
Hold on
So
now.
that's all.
When he was governing, you saying he didn't make amend? The guy declared no victor, no vanquish. He did 3 hours, and he was sending a lot of. He did a lot for you guys during the average after the destruction. He spent his own. It was Ojukwu that created destruction for you guys. But Gowon came to fix it. Help you guys. I don't know why you guys love Ojukwu, but hate Gowon.
Mike, the only thing is that this conversation started in a very heated way, and I thank God at the end of this conversation, we're able to end it in peace, and that's how to live. No matter the conversation, at the end of the day, even Ganiyu was able to end this conversation in peace, and I'm happy about that, to show you that I want the unity of this country. But if the leaders should not advise themselves and get things right,
you watch sports. They watch football at least. When 2 teams play, one team is bound to lose. And when you lose, yeah, it's painful, but the spirit of sportsmanship, you move on, you go to another day, you play again. But why is it that when it's the same way in the election, one person is going to lose, one person is going to win. You lose, it's painful, you come back and play again. But why is it that when something doesn't go your way, you become so bitter and
Mike, war
you
is
just
not
can't
sports, though.
deal
It
with
still has it for
the
you.
you become
Mike, war
so
is not
bitter.
sports, though.
Huh?
War is not sports, though. Forget that war. Let's not
No,
go
no,
that
no. We are not
direction,
talking
Mike.
about war. No, I'm talking about
Yeah.
election. The election part.
No, forget about that. Nobody. I'm not even talking about the election again. How am I going to put Obi in the position? No, who is talking about the election?
No.
It's very
The
far.
bitterness that's going on with the Southeast right now is because we
No,
lost
no
the
bitterness is going
election.
there. The only thing is that the way opposition work in Nigeria, if the government is not getting things right, the opposition will be taking advantage of it. You have to understand it. So the only thing that the ruling party have to do is to step up the game and prove them wrong. There is nothing to complain about that. So that's an opposition. If opposition will always find a way to gain momentum. So and the Tinubu is giving them that background. That's the only thing.
You can't
So
call
even
an
it
entire
happens in every
ethnic
other
group
part. It
opposition
happens in
now.
every other part of the country.
Hold
So
on.
if
Opposition. Wait now. Opposition should be another political party, not a tribe of people. You guys are making it an Igbo affairs. That's not
no, this
opposition, man.
opposition,
That's
this
ethnicity.
opposition includes Igbo and the Hausa and the Yorubas. I
No.
see them now.
No. You can't.
I
That's
see
not
them
politics.
now.
When you turn politics into ethnic, this thing is no longer politics.
No,
It's
and
ethnic.
that opposition is different for our discussion this night. You understand? Opposition is very different for our discussion this night.
No, I'm not even
Morning.
talking about discussion. I'm talking about like the way Southeasterners are just making things about Igbo. And why is it that anything that happens in Nigeria, the Southeasterners always trying to make it about themselves? Like,
no, Mike,
I'm
Igbos
just saying,
are very
hold on.
Igbos. Yeah, people accuse Igbos of being loud. I
No,
cannot deny that. I cannot
think
deny
about
that.
this.
I cannot deny that. Igbos are other religions are accusing Igbos of being too provocative or too loud or too outspoken. I cannot argue that. That's our character, and that's why I said if you want to govern, you have to first of all understand our diversity. You understand? Yorubas cannot be that way.
I get all that, but this one,
Hausa cannot be that way. You understand?
Give me chance
understand
to
that
say something
diversity.
now. There's
And that doesn't
somewhere
make
I'm
an
going.
Igbo man. That doesn't make an Igbo man a bad person. You should know that.
No one. Hold on. What I'm trying to tell you is this. Sometimes you guys bring problems to yourself and you don't realize it. Whenever event happen in Nigeria, people just talk to the event. But somehow, some people among you always trying to make it about you Igbos. Now, I'll give you different event that has happened in Nigeria history, and you will see where I'm coming from. Let me start from this one. Hold on. Wait. Let me start from this one, and I'll give you 3 examples, 3 clear examples. In fact, let me start from the first one. Remember the first, let me not go back. Let me start from the recent one that's happening right now. Okay, country is having economic hardship, right? Everybody is feeling it. Calabar is feeling it. Ijo is feeling it. Northerners are feeling it. And they are all just directing the anger straight to the government or to, whoever ruling party. But we have Igbo people making it about Igbo. Oh, we Igbos. I'm like, dude, why are you making it about your tribe?
No.
Mike, hold on. Let me give you another example. Election was about to happen in Lagos between Gbadebo and Sanwo-Olu. It's from Igbos turn into is a Labour Party issue. Labour Party consists of many South, even some Yoruba, some Igbos made it about Igbo. Oh, we in Igbo. Oh, Lagos is no man's land. Oh, we in Igbo. You start putting your name into why are you putting your tribe name into the matter? Why don't you just say we Labour Party? But you make the situation about your ethnic group. And then people attention comes towards the ethnic group, and at the end of the day, you say, you brought the attention to yourself. And then let me give you this another example. Let me go back to the first coup that happened, right? When that coup happened, the 1966 coup, the January coup, the coup happened. It's supposed to be a military coup. We should have seen it as a military coup. The next thing, some Igbos in the north started mocking Northerners, talking about, oh, we have taken over. We Igbo have taken over the country. Oh, Igbo. You made the coup about Igbos. That's why it became Igbo coup. Everybody knows that. So you guys should learn to stop making everything about Igbo. Just stop putting your name into every matter.
And that is
Whenever
why
there's an event in Nigeria, just let it be
that
an
is why,
event.
Mike, when they have
You
called us
don't
out
see
now,
Calabar. Hold on. You don't see Calabar coming and saying, "Oh, we Calabars, in a situation that's applied to everybody." You don't hear you just say, "Oh, the actually we Ijos. Even Yorubas don't do it. They don't stop saying, "Oh, we Yoruba." We don't do that. Issue that's affect the whole country. Just let it be. You
that
always
is
want to make everything about the Igbos.
Mike, let me say something
And
now.
then you bring unnecessary attention to yourself, and then at the end of the day, you
Let me say something, Mike. Let me say something.
you say
See,
you're a
it
victim.
is not even Igbo that called out Igbo not protesting. It is even an answer man that came to national TV and said he doesn't know why Igbos are not talking. You understand? Why
They know you now, so it's trying to put
well, no problem. It's just that Igbos this time around has under,
what I'm trying to tell
there
you
is
is
the
this:
way
you bring too
we
much.
mature with age.
Listen.
Let me finish, Mike. Let me finish now. We mature with age. You understand? As things goes by in Nigeria, Igbo will always fit in any position they find themselves. So the position we find ourselves now, the best thing to do
You
is
see what
just
you're
to keep
doing now? Igbos.
You understand? No, it's not that. It is the people that is calling it out now. We are learning our lessons
Nobody's
and
calling you
putting it
out.
in the right direction. That is my point. We're learning our lessons and
Let
we
me
are
tell you
putting it
what.
in the right direction, not to
Give me a
disrupt the
second.
government.
Allow me. Give me a second. This is what you guys do. You start to make matter by yourself because you already mentioned your name, and then other people now, the name is now getting to their own mouths. And then they start to talk about you, and then you begin to say, "Oh, they are talking about you." The one that's just like the Hausa guy gave example, say, "Oh, why Igbo not coming out to protest?" Because he saw Igbos on the internet saying, "Oh, we Igbos won't come out. We Igbos, the rest of you." So you already made it by yourself. So now others are now some people that were good in politics are not able to push it, making it about you. So they play the game to push you into that messed up position. So what I'm trying to say is, whenever there's a issue with Nigeria, just let it be a Nigerian issue. Stop making it about yourself. Stop bringing
Mike, let's continue tomorrow, please. Let's continue.
Yeah, you bring so much, like you just create problem, unnecessary problem.
We have a
Everything in
long
Nigeria,
way
you make
to
it about
go, Mike. We have been talking here on this platform. We have a long way to go. Let's continue tomorrow. It's a very nice day.
All right, no problem. Yeah.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah. All right. Good night, everybody. Let me end the show, man.